Circuit does have the heaviest, and always has. This year, or for 2025, it seems to be even heavier than in comparison to the other courts. I know in the next couple of weeks, I'll be talking with my colleagues. It's our once every 2 years, and for some reason, August seems to be the month that the Supreme Court administration wants us as a judiciary in our county to look at how we distribute our cases. We're going to talk about maybe making a little bit of distribution differences just to even that out a little better. It's not so much for the judge. Well, although that's a consideration, as it won't be any after the beginning of this next year. But also for, the staff. We only have 4 staff members full-time. It's the same amount as the other courts. Our workload's heavier as far as cases. Staff. So, just in fairness to everyone, we need everything to be closer as far as the workload is concerned. So that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions at all about that. I guess in the brief time that I have, I did want to say I was here yesterday, and of course heard Michelle make her presentation for the Kinsey Center, and which I thought she did a great job. Particularly, it was her first time doing this, and I get the idea that perhaps we could do a better job. I could do a better job in providing information to the council and for the commissioners as far as what Kinsey does, what the numbers mean. We do get funding sources from different places, and I know different rates apply to different children who are juveniles that are in our facility, and that sometimes gets confusing. I would only say Kinsey Center was open in '93, and it was open about 2 years when I came to the bench in '95. And since that time, it has been such a fundamental part of not just our juvenile system here in Hart County, but just overall. Now there's only, about 18 counties in Indiana that have their own juvenile detention center. And I know I talk to colleagues all the time from other counties that are so envious that we are able, with the immeasurable benefits that we have being local for our local children, that these are families and juveniles that have the highest needs, that we can provide services for them and for their families. They're not going to be here in the system forever. They're going to go back to their families and to include them, and we're able to do that because we have local services and our own facility. But we provide immeasurable benefits for over 45 counties in the state of Indiana have looked to us and placing their children with us. As far as just overall with the funds, I would just break it down this way. It's an overgeneralization. I know that it looks like from the council's point of view, you're paying with Howard County funds about $3 million a year for Kinsey to be open, and that the return is a combination of mostly what other counties pay us for their secure detention juveniles, but also state DCS pays us for all the juveniles, including Howard County, that are in shelter care. Well over $1.5 million a year. I think it's closer to $1.7 million or $1.8 million for this year, right where we're going. But the difference, what those funds are for, is for the secure detention services for our own kids here in Howard County, which on an average is about 8, close to 9 juveniles per day are in secure detention. If we did not have Kinsey, you would be writing checks to other places for those 9 people per day. I mean, if you do the math, just for that alone per year is over $650,000. And that doesn't count all the transportation and other issues that the sheriff's department would have to take on. We would just provide lesser services So even though Kinsey is not designed, nor should it, nor any jail or correctional facility, just to be some type of a profit enterprise, we're not. But the money is well spent, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it's not just a hole where a lot of money is going that's not being attributed to any good. So I felt like I needed to say that. And I'm happy to spend time. If we want to make a meeting, we want to come over and see the facility again, or you can host lunch, we can just sit and talk, answer any other questions you might have about it. Understand that you all have a large responsibility to the constituents, and of course, is to run good government and to make sure our dollars are spent wisely. I can think of no better way to spend money as a government is on juveniles who need the most, who need extra help. If we weren't as effective in the juvenile system, our jail numbers would be more than what they are. Obviously, juveniles grow up to be adults. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions as I stand here. But I did want to say thank you very much. This is the last time I'll be doing a presentation after the first of the year. Rebecca Vent will be the circuit court judge. And Becky was going to be with me today, but she had an emergency this morning. Texted me at 6:30 and said she had to be in court in another county. But I know she'll be great to work with and do a great job.
Judge Murray, thank you for your service to the people of Howard County for all these years. We greatly appreciate that and admire that. On Kinsey, is there a minimum age? Yesterday, we talked about the maximum age. If somebody reached age 18, they would move out of Kinsey. Is there a minimum age, and does
Good question.
DCS consider
Minimum
that?
age, I'll look to Michelle. Isn't it 10 for Carrie? Isn't it 10 or 12?
10 for shelter care, 13 for security.
10
Did
for
you hear
shelter
that?
care. Okay, thank
We
you.
have had on occasion them as young as 12, even in security detention,
With a judge's approval, yes.
with the judge's approval. Now,
And it's not is it necessary for someone going to shelter care to be sent there by the court, or could
yes.
DCS just,
Well, DCS recommends, but the case is overseen, it's a court case, so yes, the judge makes the decisions about placement and disposition, if you will. That's, yeah, placement is pursuant to a court case and pursuant to a judge's order.
okay.
But DCS's recommendation goes a long way.
Thank you.
Judge, I want to first echo what Frank said. Thank you for your service and appreciate you. You've always been great to work with, and thank you for everything that you do. I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. So on shelter care, this could be just a child who needs a place to stay because the parents, it's a temporary place to protect the children. Is that correct, pretty much?
Yes, although I will tell you, probably the best definition of a common child or average child that's in our shelter care system. First off, that they have parents that are not able to care for them, or relatives for that matter. But also that child has some type of special needs, and what we see more than often is children that have mental health problems, mental health issues that need to be addressed, parents are not able to do it, nor relatives are able to do it, nor are lesser restrictive. So that's most of what is provided through shelter care is not only a safe place for them to be, but also to make sure that their mental health and other physical needs and special needs are met.
Would that child necessarily have been in some sort of trouble before?
Sometimes.
But not necessarily?
If it's a lesser, like if they're in our juvenile delinquency system, and that's how they come to us, they've committed a crime, or more often what's called a status offense, meaning it's only an offense because they're a juvenile, whether it be truancy or disobedience, like a lot of disobedience. I mean, where they're eloping from home all the time, they're placing themselves at risk, for example, and parents just unable to control them. Again, often we see it's a combination of parents who are struggling and not able to handle difficult children with difficult problems, and the children themselves who have grave needs that basically you need professionals to be able to deal, mental health providers and so on.
And then for secure care, have those children necessarily committed some sort of, I should say, have they been convicted of a crime of some sort?
It's either, they have been charged with a crime,
Okay,
often a serious crime, which is why secure detention is jail
right.
for juveniles. We have had as many as, been alluded to, children that have been charged even with homicides, or some type of serious crimes, burglary, robbery, putting other people at risk, putting themselves at risk. And yes, they've been adjudicated or they're awaiting trial.
Okay.
I think there was some of the juveniles that we have in the secure detention are actually in the adult system, but they're under 18 years of age. And even though they are in the adult system, either because they're what's called a direct file, because the law requires if you're over 16 and you are charged with an offense, there's enough for probable cause to commit a robbery with a deadly weapon, that case automatically is handled in adult court if they're more than 16 years of age. But because they're less than 18, they can't be put in an adult jail. They have to be put in a facility like Kinsey where they're not being exposed sight and sound to other adult offenders.
So if a child, let's say 13, commits a serious crime and is convicted, would they be sentenced perhaps to Kinsey, and would they stay there for 5 years until they turn 18?
There's a limit. I always think it's either 90 days or 120. 120 is the maximum that anyone, any child, juvenile, could be sentenced to Kinsey. No, the most, as a juvenile, they could be sentenced, and in that case, would be sentenced to the Department of Corrections, which is what used to be called boys' school and girls' school. There's actually DOC facilities that are just for juveniles. That's the ultimate punishment in the juvenile system.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
This question may reveal my ignorance about mental health, but like you hear bipolar, I don't know if children are diagnosed as being bipolar. I'm
Many.
thinking it's much later in life that is diagnosed.
It's a common diagnosis.
For children, for young children or not?
Yes, in my experience.
So like a child 10 or 12 might be diagnosed as that, there could be that case, or it would be later in life that they would be
Well,
diagnosed?
I'm sure it depends on the patient, it depends on the child, but it's not unheard of in either, I do all the CHINS cases personally.
Yes.
That many CHINS cases, the CHINS children, even at younger ages, have definite diagnosis, mental health diagnosis, serious diagnosis, including bipolar could be one of them.
Is autism considered, from the court point of view, a mental health issue or no? Autism.
We see a lot of autism.
So would you say that's also a mental health?
It's I do.
Yeah,
I
okay,
know it's a combination of things, but it's certainly children with high special needs that need professional help,
Okay,
mental
okay.
health, and physically speaking, yes. Many of our CHINS children have diagnosis, some of them rather severe autism. I mean, even being nonverbal
yes.
and being very much at risk and needing special care, I know, practically all their lives.
And they would get some of that special care through the Kinsey Center?
Some that we have had children both from other counties and from Howard that have spent time in the shelter care where they have received care, yes. But typically, that would only be a short stay until probably a more, another facility that would be more structured to provide more intensive services would be found. I mean,
Again, thank you very much for your service. I
Oh, yeah.
appreciate it.
thank you, my privilege.
Yeah.
Martha.
Hi, good morning, Judge. It's so
Good
good to
morning.
see you. And everything that you've been doing over the years, you've just been a godsend to Howard
Well,
County.
thank you.
Confusion over how many kids from Howard County are actually being held in the youth center compared to kids from out of county. I think you have more of a grasp of what we want to know. How useful is it to our Howard County
Sure.
people? I would
Those
like
are
to,
good questions. That's why we're dialoguing and having talk
Right.
about it.
like to sit down and talk with you because
Absolutely.
there's a lot of people who think possibly we don't need it.
I've
I
heard that, and that's very concerning to me, and I understand that that's worth talking about, but I just want to be sure that it's being based on the right information.
That's exactly right. We
And some
don't
of
know.
what I've heard tells
Yeah.
me it's not, so
Yeah.
I need to do a better job in the 5 months I have left, I suppose, in trying to communicate that.
I think you've done a lot this morning. I appreciate the information that you've given us this
Very good.
morning. Yeah.
All right, I know you got a full day.
Judge Murphy, before you go, thank you for your service to our county, but also your presentations. Over the years, I've always found your presentations to be highly professional, educational, but I've also enjoyed your presentations because of the clarity and the just the professionalism. Thank you so much, and I wish you the very, very best.
I think she got that from her experiences at Rutgers.
Yeah, Frank and I have this connection. I have my law degree is from Rutgers. You're a
Engineering
graduate of
degree.
Rutgers as well.
I am.
Go Sterling Knights, right?
Thank you very much, Judge. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
You have a hard act to follow this morning. Well, and I see Janice is making Sandy do all the work this morning. So.
It is a hard act to follow. I don't have to say like the rest of them, Judge, of course, always enjoyed working with you, my time at the jail. She brought a lot of knowledge to us and never questioned too much on if we had questions about, she never made you feel less than. Always was very good to us. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
This is, I think, my third time trying to do this, but I can't say it gets any easier. I have paperwork if anyone would like a copy. Do you need a copy? No?
We have a rundown
The
of your
budget
budget
copies,
already,
okay.
and then there should be a supplemental thing in your
Yes.
book, everybody, that Janice sent to
Okay.
email.
So, just a quick reminder of who we are. Just kidding. In my time, I would like to say that the hours of our department, so far in 2026, as of June, we were completing around 7,500. So that keeps us on track with our volunteer hours to end up around the 15,000 like we do normally. In that time, myself and Janice, Director Hart, I apologize, have ourselves have put in close to about 800 so far. And those are hours that we volunteer for our time. EMA finds ourselves in the same boat with everyone else, wondering when the cost of fuel is going to go down. As you know, the majority of what EMA does is costly with fuel. So we know that we have been able to shift around monies in our budget to try to stay within our budget of last year. But if the cost of fuel continues to stay where it's at or gets higher, we are going to have to look at adding for next year's budget. With that being said, with our full-time offices, we're also moved from downtown. As some of you know, we moved from the Jeff Stout building out to our Berkeley complex due to flooding issues within that. That's going to have to be done. So Moving also has raised our utility bills. So where our Berkeley complex was normally not an everyday use other than with the mechanics area, now it's our office areas are now being fully used, and more time being put into our training area also. So with that, our gas line, we are looking at raising an additional at least $4,000 for the 2027 budget. And we would like to be able to put into our, our utility budget. Also, sorry, I just completely lost everything in my train of thought. Our increase of utilities would be about $5,000. And then during this year, HR went through and did some looking at some changes with salaries, which changed my personal salary that we were not aware of until it was brought to our attention. So that was an increase, not asked by us, but just done independently through HR for, I guess, state budget type reasons, which I appreciate thoroughly. Praise the Lord for it. So all in all, between the $4,000 with gas and $5,000 for our utilities, our increase will only be $11,935. So, so that is $9,000 that we're actually asking for. The rest would be under the budget for my salary. Howard County received May 2026, as we do every year, thankfully, from the state, reimburses our salary up to $55,000, dependent on Janice and I continuing our education and attending trainings that the state requires. So we, again, met those requirements, and so $55,000 will come back to the county from the state. Next year, that 55 will go up to 65. So thankfully enough, the up in my personal salary will be covered even higher by the state. So that worked out very well, I think. $7,000 was given to us from the Duke Energy Foundation Saving Lives Grant, which allowed us to purchase things to be able to give back to the county for life, which is, that includes Stop the Bleed kits, emergency blanket kits for fires, and also if anyone are familiar anytime you watch a video of somebody trying to bust a window on a car, it's very difficult, but they actually make specialty hammers for that. So we also purchased some of those. And those are able for us to give out to the surrounding fire departments or the police stations that may need some of those. So we, again, was covered with that with the Duke Foundation. IDHS, Hazard Mitigation Emergency Preparedness, the commodity flow study that is being done for this Howard County. That was a MEET grant, so we paid it out, they'll meet it back. It's $12,700. That is being completed. And then we also have the multi-hazard mitigation plan that is FEMA mandated, that is updated every 5 years. So that is $24,304. So again, all in all, we are only asking for just under $12,000 for our budget to be raised for next year due to fuel and utilities. Any questions?
It's a very good presentation.
Thanks.
So the state will reimburse the director and the deputy director, or is that also the mechanic? Is that?
It falls under the director and deputy director because of our obligation to meet training needs.
up to $65,000 for
Is,
fiscal year?
yes, it will be going up to
2027.
65,000 next year.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I can't think of another department, except for maybe CASA,
Yeah.
that the taxpayer gets more bang for the
Yeah.
buck
Yeah.
with the army of volunteers that you have and the work that you do serving the community. And certainly grateful for you both. Thank you, Janice. Thank you, Sandy. Excuse-moi. Excuse-moi.
It's no problem.
Sandy, with regards to the Berkeley office, is that considered a permanent move, or is that a temporary move?
Well, with the possibility of changes coming with the new jail, I know that there will be a possibility of our offices moving into the old jail once that's completed, but for now, we are there.
So no plan to move back to the
Downtown,
downtown area, good.
not that we're aware of. How's that?
For the jail, if you move in, it just be the administrative offices.
Yeah.
Director, deputy director, volunteers, but all still stay.
Yeah, so all of our equipment and things will still stay as it was before at the Berkeley complex, but just our actual offices and the EOC would be moving down to the jail.
So I don't know if this is a valuable idea or not, but with regards to the equipment that EMA people carry with them in their vehicles, seen these advertisements on TV about this little choking device. If a child is choking or someone's choking, there's like a little pump.
Yes. We have not looked into those, but
Would that be
would-
something
that
that
is
you
something that
think
we could
it
do.
would be good for EMA to have? or-
Yes, yeah, and luckily, we are very blessed to have, his name is Mark Fair. He is the head paramedic instructor for Ivy Tech. He is one of our volunteers and also sits on our board. And so he does a lot of health instruction for us. He does all of our CPR, stop the bleed, quick responder training. So that would be something that he would be able to assist in getting the training completed.
I think that Rucherville and Greentown Lions had a combined effort to get those devices and put them in the school lunchrooms, different school lunchrooms around the county. And it seems like a
Yeah.
pretty, maybe a good piece of equipment to have in that type of choking emergency.
You're right. I hadn't thought about it, but yes, I agree. That's,
There's always the Heimlich maneuver too.
yeah, right.
Thank you, Cindy.
You're welcome. Then, do we want to go ahead and go into the emergency planning right to know? Okay. That budget, which is our LEPC budget, there is no changes being asked for this year. So the overtime budget will still just stay at 100. Like I said, office supplies, hazmat supplies, all of that will remain the same as it was last year. The LEPC is, again, very blessed to be able to help with Kokomo Fire and the surrounding areas when in need for different equipment that we can help them purchase. So, any questions on that? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to Holly Becker and CASA. Be page 101 and 135.
I do have some changes that I'm going to need to make,
Okay,
both budgets.
okay.
Thank you. I want to apologize. I believe the distribution list that went out to department heads with the forms for the budgets was an old one. I was not included in the original email, so I actually had to complete my budget the day that it was due. So there are some definite things that need to change. And some of this is affected by a delay in one of our major grant announcements. So it was supposed to be announced by July. It is now going to be announced in September. So I may have to allocate some additional funds once that grant announcement is made. Can we start with the 8146? That's our VOCA grant budget.
Yep,
That
that'd
one's
be
gonna
page
be the easiest.
135.
So we were initially told statewide to expect a 40% cut in VOCA funding. We were fortunate, they actually did not cut our funding at all for that grant. So for the next 26-27 cycle, we are going to remain 100% funded. So we were very fortunate to maintain that funding, because a lot of programs did not. So I am structuring it a little bit differently, because while we did maintain our prior funding, we did not receive an increase that we had requested just for some cost of living and increase in expenses. So what is going to be different in the form that I just gave you is that the line is now going to cover just the salary for the child advocate intake specialist. That position will be 100% from the VOCA line. In the past, the majority of that came out of 8146, but then the remainder came from 1212. So that salary is now included fully. FICA perf is covered fully, and then a small amount for insurance should that employee opt for dental, vision, a small amount of insurance. Anything else would have to come from the 1212 line or be allocated once I know what that's going to be.
Do you have the numbers in front of you, Holly?
I do, yes.
What is,
And are you talking about line 11, 730? Is that
Yes.
number?
Last year it was 35,700. This year it'll be 41372.
Say it again.
41372. And then line 12016 is being removed from this budget line.
is your total dollar amount the same then, the bottom line? 52,202.
It's, no, the total line will be 50957.67. Last year was a year two funding. This year the funding is split. What year one and year two of VOCA are the exact same. In the prior 24-26 grant cycle, year one was lower, year two was higher. So for the 26-27 cycle, VOCA cut it right down the middle. So it's 50957.67 available for both years.
So you're removing case manager from this fund, and is that going over to 1212?
Yes.
Sorry, we didn't realize there's copies for everybody.
Thank you.
This one.
You're not the first one to have changes, so you're fine.
Okay, great.
You're fine, totally.
Yes, 8146, 1212.
I appreciate you bringing the copies so we can make those
Let's
changes.
see. Okay. That's 1212,
That's 12,
1212.
Oh, I don't need,
Okay. Well,
so what have you got?
need a 1212. Do you have another one? Do you have?
I was shuffling papers,
Okay.
but you said the grant is a 2-year grant and you split it down the middle so you have the same amount for 28 and 27.
Yeah, in the past, they've done it a little bit differently, but this year they actually have, year one and year two look
Okay.
exactly the same.
Yep, I'm sorry I had to repeat that.
No, it's okay.
Jessica, have any more copies?
No, I just have one for myself.
Here, you need one, John?
Well,
We can look at them together.
Do you need another copy?
thank you. 8146? Do you need it, Holly?
No, I've gone over all of the changes, so that would.
Okay, is there an extra 1212?
This is a, yes, there is.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on 8146 for Holly as you're kind of running through the numbers? All right, so that's that grant fund. So then do you want to go back to 1212 and run through that one?
Yes.
That, for the council, that should be on page 101.
There are some changes on this one as well. All of the salaries have remained the same. I've not requested any increases in salaries, other than the case manager. 100% of that salary is now in line 1212, so that is an increase, but it's not a change in the amount that was allocated overall. So there's a position for the director, our part-time volunteer coordinator, a case manager, and then there are 2 child advocates included in those salaries. FICA, perf, and insurance were adjusted just a small amount to adjust for the changes in those salary lines. And then I actually reduced some of the lines throughout the grant to reduce our overall budget, as I am currently awaiting notice from Lilly to determine what amount of funding we will be receiving for 2027.
So your case manager, line 12016, can that be zeroed out? Is that what you're saying?
It was the child advocate line. I left the blank where that had been zeroed out. So there was part of the salary from the child advocate intake specialist that was carried over that VOCA didn't 100% cover. So that's been removed from 1212.
Thank you.
So, line 12016, case manager,
Yes.
we need to, am I correct, we need to add the 7,140 from the other fund onto this 34,232, correct?
Yes.
Add that,
And that makes it 41372.
okay, thank you.
Sounds like a zip code.
So as you go through your budget, Holly,
Yes.
in the 200s, the personal services incentives, is that on the new list over here?
I actually removed that. That was funding that we had available through the Lilly Foundation grant. And next year, I'm highly confident that we will receive the next round of Lilly grant funding. That was supposed to have been announced in July, and they have delayed that award notification until, they said fall, so I'm really hoping that in September we'll be finding out, because I know some programs have budgeted staff positions and are still waiting to find out. I don't have any staff positions covered in the Lilly grant, though.
Thank you.
Real quick,
Yes.
so you said the 11730, we're removing that, it was like 5,006, okay.
Yes. Yes, that all will now be coming out of 8146. It's going to make things a lot easier to separate it that way, because we had 100%, it was almost 100%. When it first started, it was 100% of that position was covered by VOCA and 20% of another position. And it's a record-keeping nightmare. So this
Gotcha.
is actually going to make things a lot easier for everybody, for reporting, for payroll, all of it.
Yep, I did the math and I got the same number. Any other questions or concerns for Holly?
How you doing on volunteers?
We need 20 more. We're recruiting right now. We have one person in training. We had 2 people start training a month ago, and there were conflicts that made them ineligible to actually go through the entire process. So we do that sometimes. We'll get people that come in that are really motivated, and for multiple reasons it doesn't work out. Sometimes it's as simple as they have a family, an extended family member with a child who's removed, and they end up taking placement of that child. Which for us creates a conflict of interest if they have a child that is under DCS wardship in their custody. So we're recruiting. We have 3 volunteers coming back actually this month from a break over the summer. So we're going to be able to get some of our waitlist cases assigned and continue moving forward with it. It's just our volunteers are asked for a lot. It's a lot of responsibility, and then we're still facing the issue of some of our children being placed several hours away, which makes the ask even bigger to visit with the child, get to know the child when they may be placed in Columbus. So we're making progress. It's just not as quickly as we would like with recruitment, and it's an issue that all the programs in Indiana are having right now, and there are a lot of discussions at the state level about the use of paid staff to cover more cases. We do have some paid staff advocates, but best practice would be that we keep at least 50% of cases with volunteers rather than staff. So there are some conversations at the state level about how sustainable that is right now across all programs.
I have 2 questions. One, before I forget it, why would it be best to have 50% of a volunteer? And my second question, when you get a volunteer, general ballpark figure, average, how long do those volunteers continue with you?
Sure. So I would be on the side to argue that it's not always best to have 50%, at least 50% with volunteers, just from several measures. But the purpose behind that at the national level is to have more community voices and more community representation involved in the cases. And so by bringing in volunteers, you're getting a greater representation of our community serving on these cases. So that is really the point and purpose behind that. The second part of your question was?
How long does a volunteer normally continue with you?
It depends. So we have some volunteers that have been with us 16 years, 10 years. They take a case. As soon as their case ends, they'll take a little break maybe, or sometimes they'll be ready for another case immediately. The trend more recently, though, and across the state again, is volunteers are coming in and taking a case, and then once that case is done, they move on to another opportunity, or they take a break, and then maybe they come back in a year or 2. We're seeing that quite a bit, especially in volunteers my age. Our older volunteers tend to stay with us a lot longer, and our younger volunteers often come to us as interns, and we've had several that have stayed beyond their internship even to take more cases because they really feel passionate about the kids that they're working with. So it really depends. Once we put a volunteer on a case, that case could last anywhere from 4 months, and then we have our oldest case right now has been open since 2017. So it's not positive. That's not something that's typical, but it can happen. We cannot make any guarantee as to how long the case would be open, and we do ask for the volunteer to make a commitment to stay on for the duration of that case, because the CASA is often the one consistent adult in the case. We had a volunteer come to court for the first time in May, and she had taken the case in March. From March to May, there had already been 3 different DCS case managers assigned to that child. So in less than 3 months, 3 changes in case managers. So we really want our CASAs to remain consistent for the child, to get to know the child, to be able to really speak for what they want and what's in their best interest. So on average, though, our CASAs stay on cases for about 14 months is the average length of time that a case would be open for a CASA to stay on. It can vary greatly, though, depending on the direction that the case goes. And I learned a couple years ago not to say, this case is going really well, looks pretty straightforward. I think that it'll probably be done in 6 months. If I say that, it has turned into not the case. So I never, ever look at a case as straightforward because there's so many factors that cases are always changing. They're dynamic.
Holly, from your experience, is there a certain demographic that you would say this would be a better age or, I don't know, gender or background that would be a better candidate for a volunteer than some other age group? Or
No.
could be all, anywhere.
As long as the person is at least 21 years of age, I will say we need more men. We desperately need more men to volunteer, especially for some of the teenage boys that we have right now. It would be wonderful to have a positive male role model to come in and work with these kids. But no, I have found that it is, at any age, any demographic is an asset to the program. I will say my generation is the most challenging to work with as volunteers, and I think that's just because of where some of us are in careers and family commitments. And yeah, it's easier for our volunteers who are retired to commit to the time. So that, but yeah,
How many hours per
age.
week does a volunteer do?
Depends. I would say typically we ask people to consider that it may take up to 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours per month for the case. Most volunteers do not end up spending those 10 hours. Cases that would take those full 10 hours, if you're traveling to see the child, and we have some volunteers that want to travel, they like road trips, so that's not an issue. Most of our volunteers ask for cases to be local though. So it really depends on the case and what stage the case is at. If the parents are actively involved and really working in their programs, you may have more contacts. If the child is school age, there will be more contacts because we really want our volunteers in touch with the schools, with any after-school programs they may be participating in. So there are just a lot of factors, but we would say typically anywhere 8 to 10, and I would say what we see is anywhere between 5 and 10. So it is a very rewarding experience. It's very challenging, but the kids that we work with are absolutely amazing. And I do want to take just a quick second because I know I came in as Kinsey was presenting. I have the opportunity, I guess I would say unfortunately, to have to visit some other facilities across the state if children are placed there. And I just want to say that Kinsey is a much better option for our youth. I've been impressed with the facilities. I've been impressed with the staff. In fact, yesterday I got to observe a young man who works in secure detention interacting with a teenager that I'm working with. And if I could steal him and not feel bad about it, I would try. He was absolutely amazing with the patience that he demonstrated with my youth, who was being a little bit challenging, incredibly patient, very introspective, was able to get him to be ready to handle a difficult situation. So I'm very appreciative of the services right now that are happening at Kinsey for the youth that are in our program.
Do many of those youth that are in your program also have mental health issues?
Quite a few, yes. We have several children in our program right now with profound autism diagnoses. Many of those children are nonverbal. We have children who are diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder. Is a common diagnosis that you will see in children who've experienced a lot of trauma and a lot of disruptions in placement and stability of their care when they're younger. Opposition, I know earlier you had asked about bipolar disorder. For our younger kids, what we would often see would be oppositional defiance disorder. There are lots of Ds, PDD, ODD, developmental delays. Like there are lots of Ds in the diagnoses that we see. But a lot of our children do have mental health diagnoses, and a lot of those diagnoses are related to trauma. And a new trend that we're seeing is children being misdiagnosed with ADHD and sometimes even autism, when it's actually what we're seeing are the trauma responses. Trauma can mimic some other mental health disorders, and so those appropriate interventions at a young age are even more critical.
Difficult job you have.
It is, but it's a very rewarding one. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Can a relative become an advocate for a child, or is it someone who's not a relative? I mean, how do you select the advocate with the child?
Sure. A relative cannot be a court-appointed special advocate for a child. If they are related to the child, it would be considered a conflict of interest. We find as relatives are actual advocates quite a bit for them, just not through official CASA programs or court programs. We are seeing more and more emphasis being placed on children being put into the care of relatives. It's called kinship care. And the state is starting to offer, and it's been in the last couple of years, they've started offering financial per diems to relative placement that have taken children. It's not the same rate that is offered to foster care homes, but there is starting to be a little bit of a financial incentive there, finally.
Okay.
But yeah, we can't, if somebody is related to a child in a case, they cannot be their CASA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for everything today.
And your smile was just glowing back there.
I'm sorry?
Your smile, we just appreciate what you do,
Oh,
and
thank you.
apparently this is something that you like to do as well. Is that right?
I do. There are days that I really question my sanity because there's some days that go really well, and then there's some days that are heartbreaking. But we celebrate all the small victories and all the accomplishments of our kids, even if it's making it through a full day of school. We'll celebrate those little ones too. So that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to Superior Court 2. Please send a judge. You got 3 of you.
Yeah, got my coordinator here too, and Cadence, our favorite
Yeah.
county K-9 employee. Rusty is up in the
She asking for a raise.
Well, I am happy to announce at least that we have no major or substantive budget changes from last year. If you remember, last year, when we were asked to prepare our 2026 budgets, the council, nicely asked us, say, hey, if you can identify a couple areas where you can cut to help us save money, we got the jail thing, SB 1 going on, so we kind of all understood that. So we made some cuts from 25 going into 26. I think the biggest cut we had was in our overtime line of budget. And so we haven't changed anything from 26 going into 27. So we've pretty much kept that the same. And if you remember last year, I was able to get a grant, a court improvement grant, that also helped save the county some money. That enabled us last year to obtain a mobile lectern that was equipped with some electronic equipment, which is now in our courtroom, and some of the other courts actually borrow it from time to time that they can use during trials. We got 3 microphones, digital jury instructions from LexisNexis, which are pretty expensive. Historically, you would have to buy these large volumes of books, and then when you prepare for a jury trial, you'll put together instructions. But that grant was able to get us digital versions of those, at least for a while, until they become outdated, which was able to save us some money as well. Part of that grant enabled us to get a shock cuff, so we only had 1 shock cuff for security at the courthouse, and oftentimes when you have multiple trials going on at the same time, it's hard to use that security device on multiple people when you only have 1. So now we have 2 shock cuffs, and my favorite thing that we got to buy with that grant was the folder inserter machine. So as you know, anybody who's bought office equipment knows that those machines are ungodly expensive. I think the one that we did buy on the used market, but brand new, they're roughly about $15,000.
What's a folder inserter machine?
So that's correct, good question. So a folder inserter machine is, and we use it primarily for jury notices and summonses. So my staff can take a stack of the jury summonses or questionnaires, stick them in the folder inserter machine with a stack of envelopes, and it will take, if it's 2 or 3 pages, it'll take them, fold them, and insert them and seal the envelope. And then they can focus on their normal duties, so they're not spending hours pumping out, say, 500 jury summonses for a trial or something. So we were able to get a used one. It came from a realtor in Florida, and it's been serving us pretty well since then. So, and it's quieter than the old one that's at the courthouse already. So we've been trying to keep it a secret from everyone else, so no one's coming over asking to use it, but we'll let them if they ask. So, but anyway, into the budget for this year. I'm not sure what page you guys have, but on my page, my first page of the form submitted for our budget, going under the first under personnel services, salaries, and budgets. No change on salaries. I have four court reporters. They all make $48,441, and of course we have our overtime budget line, which is 11800 at $5,000. That would be an obvious no change unless there was a scheduled county raise that was going to be coming soon, and I don't think there is one. But if there was, that would be the only difference. But I'm unaware of it, so we just put in their salaries from last year. So that total, which is the largest portion of our budget, is $198,764. Every line item after that is mostly just court support items like, printing services and supplies and so forth. The next one, line 2, office supplies, line 23,600. That's $1,000 per year on office supplies, and we keep these numbers very close to what we spend, so there isn't really much of a cushion there at all. The next one, under section 3, continuing education, that's $1,400. That covers for all of my staff and for myself. I think I talked to you guys last year about that. That covers that. I like to send my staff every year to the court reporter training function, anything else that they have available from the state to help them with their ongoing education. There is no set training program for court reporters, so when we bring someone on, they're kind of just learning by doing. So whenever there is a training option, we like to send the staff to that. I told them every year they're going to go. Then they love going to that conference. They come back with all these valuable tips, like, oh, we sat with this court from this county, and we found out they do this thing this way. And then we look at them like, oh, that's actually the correct way of doing it. We should switch over to doing that. So they bring back a lot of good tips. And that continuing education budget also helps pay for one of my requirements for training as well. The state pays for one of the conferences that I have to go to, and then one of the conferences they highly encourage but don't require, we have to pay on our own. So the county helps pay for that as well. Then the next budget line item is $32,120 for postage. So right at $400, teeny tiny little cushion there. So if the cost of postage goes up this year at all, we will have to raise our request for next year. So we're running that as close to the line as possible. Printing services, line 32410, $1,000, same as last year. Maintenance contracts, after that, 31210, $1,000. And then down at the bottom there, other services and charges, 32600, dues and subscriptions, very low, $300. And 32640, drug screens, $3,000. And that's separately from our specialty court program, which I'm gonna have my coordinator talk to you about. And so that gives us an entire budget for Howard Superior Court 2 of $206,864. Any questions on the Superior 2 budget?
Simple, I like it.
Okay. Well, and before I leave on this, one thing I did want to say is I know Sheriff Asher was here yesterday, and this doesn't affect my budget, but it does affect my courtroom. I believe he asked the council for pay parity, I believe for court security officers with the correctional officers. I believe the council gave the correctional officers a raise a couple years back, but unfortunately the court security members were not included in that. And so as a result, what has happened over those couple of years is several court security officers that were very dependable have left to go back to the jail for that small additional extra amount of money. And so oftentimes a lot of our court security staff will even go do overtime at the jail, but they make their overtime at their current salary, not at the correctional officer rate. And they're carrying guns, they have training. In my personal belief, I believe they're exposed to more danger at the courthouse than they are at the jail because of the extreme control measures in place at the jail. Not to say one job is less important than the other, but I believe pay parity is important to keep our security officers at the courthouse so they're not going back to the jail. I know there's been a handful of them that actually have transferred back over to the jail, and I know there's at least 2 right now at our courthouse that are talking about doing it as well. So I think having that pay parity would help us keep qualified security officers in our courtrooms, protecting not only our staff, but keeping order and protecting other people in the event like a fight breaks out or something, which unfortunately does happen from time to time. So that's it. That was my last spiel. I wanted to throw that in there.
Okay.
But I have my specialty court coordinator, Christine Euler. She is going to give you the budget on our specialty court programs. Part of her statutory duties that are required for specialty court coordinators is the preparation of budgets for the specialty court programs, which also includes, grant preparation and managing the specialty court programs. So she's going to take over now and go over those items with you.
Good morning, council.
Morning.
So I'm gonna go over our Veterans Court budget. So unfortunately, last year, I didn't get notification of our grant approval until December 23rd. So I'm expecting it's probably gonna be the same. So last year for a coordinator salary, it was 58,473, and they only gave us 57,465. So probation kicked in the $1,008 difference, which I'm expecting the same this year.
Ma'am, excuse me,
Yes.
which fund are you on right now?
I'm sorry, the 9526
Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
Veterans Court, you're welcome.
Page 146? Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so you say you found out the grant amount at the end of 25, the probation helped cover the difference?
Right, because technically I'm a probation officer too, so probation kicked in the difference of my salary, which I'm expecting the same this year just because they're not giving any more money on grants. They're cutting some areas, so I expect that probation will kick in the difference. And then moving on to my benefits, last year, the grant only gave me 17,535, which is short 28,342, which the county covered for my, my FICA perf and, insurance. So I'm expecting that probably as well. So just with that, that's 29,350 that I'm proposing that will probably be short on the grant that we're requesting, the budget that we're requesting. Moving on to the other services and charges. So we receive grant funds for our drug screens, which is $10,000. Travel and training, which is $5,000. Our therapy dog, Katie back here, she gets $3,000. Participant needs $2,500. Graduation supplies, $2,500. Incentives, $2,500, and office supplies of $500, which that would be $26,000. I'm expecting that they'll probably cut a little bit of it. I probably won't get the funding on that, but I will make it work. So for that budget, it was $130,350.
What does that NL mean after probation officer?
It's their first initial and last initial.
Yes,
Oh,
that would probably be Nolan.
Keep a little bit of anonymity to it.
So this year, we've already graduated 6 people in our program. Since 2018, we're roughly about 200 people graduated in the program. We have about an 80% retention rate, so we're doing really good.
how many in the Veterans Court program?
This one is the Veterans Court program and the Mental Health Court program, yes.
You gave a number. I was asking if you could repeat that number.
Oh, sorry. This year, we graduated 4 veterans and 2 mental health, so a total of 6. So we do 2 commencements, one in the spring and one in the fall.
So going back up to your comment about probation helped cover some of those, is that something you're expecting again for them to cover that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Stephanie's,
I assume Stephanie's
yeah,
aware of
Stephanie's
that.
aware of it. They set aside a little fund, a little kitty, just in
Okay.
case this happens, which we are expecting it to happen. Yeah,
Makes sense. You're thinking about it right from what I'm understanding.
Yes, yes,
So, okay.
yes. Any questions on the Veterans Court grant?
So just to clarify, on the personnel services, I thought I heard you say it could be, repeat the number you think it's gonna be short.
I'm expecting it, if they're gonna keep it the same, which historically they do, I'm expecting total shortage for benefits, it's gonna be 28,342.
Okay. 28,342.
Yes,
Okay.
roughly.
All right, thank you.
Hmm?
Numbers all.
My numbers.
For, yeah, and then probation will
I was
kick in the
closer than you.
1,008.
Okay, thank you. That helps me on that one. Okay, which fund do you want to go to next?
We will go to our mental health court grant fund, which is 9523.
Thank you. So that'll be page 145 for the council.
I don't expect any changes with this grant. We will receive our drug screen funds of 12,000, our travel and training of 5,000, our incentives of 2,000, and our graduation commencement supplies of 2,500. They typically keep this one the same.
Okay.
Any questions on the mental health grant?
Grant funds, so that's what you turn in. We'll
Yep.
see what happens.
Yep, and then I do have, I have user fees, with the mental health court, 2524.
Page 123. So it looks like you just kept 5,000 for other supplies.
Yeah, that's just like for emergencies. We have a gal right now who is pregnant and doesn't have insurance, so we're having to help her with medication and clothing and all the things. So that's what this is set aside for, is treatment and those services for the participants.
These are user fees generated from the participants of mental health court.
Correct, yes. And the same thing with Veterans Court, the 2525 user fee.
Page 124.
We also set aside $5,000 for that, but the difference between Veterans Court Grant and Mental Health Court Grant is Veterans Court Grant, they give us a participant needs fund, whereas Mental Health Court, they don't, which I'm trying to, because it really is, we really do need it, so.
Sure.
I typically don't have to touch this, but it's just set aside just in case we don't get that funding.
So then I assume if these user fees are coming in, you're
Mhm.
generating a cash balance of some sort every year. It's not that it's gonna grow to $100,000 or whatever, but,
We have about, between the two of them, we have about 80,000.
okay, between the two.
Mhm.
But it gives you some flexibility to dip into it when things arise, like what you just mentioned.
Correct.
So that's good.
Correct, there's certain things that we can take out of it, salary is one, and the treatment, medication, services like that, that we can, yes. Mhm. And I do want to share a fun fact with Veterans Court, because we actually have 3 females in the program right now, which is, it hasn't happened, so we're really doing good things in there, and just to have the females in there, it gives a good balance. I just wanted to share.
Great.
Any questions?
You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Cadence.
She says thank
I put her to sleep today. She's,
There we go.
I'll say her name.
Oh, dear Katie. Katie.
All right, James, you gotta follow Cadence.
Thank you all.
Yep, thank you. Have a great day.
Good morning.
Morning.
I don't know where you want me to start, but I guess I can start with 1159.
Okay, I got page 77 on that one.
So not very many changes from this year's budget. pretty much kept it the same, with some cuts I could point out. I did need to increase insurance, 15230, up $15,000, just to cover, make sure we had enough money in that. But other than that, I'm able to cut overtime, 2,000. We don't use very much of that at all, but I like to have that available in case we need it, and we're able to pay out, like, employees that may leave, and we have to pay out benefits from that money. Vaccine supplies, cut that $10,000. Travel and training is a reduction of 5,000. Dr. Backer's malpractice insurance, reduction of 3,000. And then down in other services and charges, about half of those, we were able to cut some, couple $1,000 there, 13,000 out of contract service vaccine billing. We're doing that differently now. I pointed that out last year. We use VaxCare for that, which is a third-party billing service. Saves us a lot of money. So in the grand scheme of things here, the whole budget is $16,600 less than what it is this year. But I do want to point out, I know we talk about this each year, our tax levy changed. So we're only receiving around $410,000 this year in tax money, and our revenue is still, I project it to be around $400,000 this year, which is about what it is every year. And looks like we're going to be spending around 1.3 million. So we started 26 with 1.9 cash balance carryover. So with bringing in 800, spending 1.3, it's about a $500,000 short this year. So that's just something we need to keep an eye on. We still have, that would still leave us roughly with 1.3, carryover for next year. But if that keeps going down, that could leave us in trouble. Any questions at all on 1159 for me? There were no changes to salaries, new positions, anything like that. Pretty much the same budget, just a little less.
Yeah, and I appreciate the reminder on the levy. I know that has been a discussion point in the past, and we appreciate that. We are aware that we're going to have to correct that very soon.
Yeah. Who knows what's happening with HFI? I know we talked about this Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Hard telling. If that was to bump back up, that would help a lot in that. But we probably won't know till mid next year, roughly, right? What's going on with that one? So
Yeah, it'll probably be
it
following
could be.
year before you actually get the funding on
It would be.
Yeah. So
That would lead me into 1161, which is the HFI money. So this, for 27, it's the same amount that we received. Well, maybe a little bit more. I guess I didn't write down what it was, but with one county opting out this year, there was a little bit more money to spread around the remaining counties. So our number is $528,710, and that's, the vast majority of that is in salaries. Nothing, again, on this budget from 26, nothing changed, other than reduced the insurance 15,000. And added the discretionary 21,888. That, we're using that currently. It's just something that I add in after the start of the year. We have carryover money from this because we don't spend all of it. We certainly didn't spend it all when they gave us the large amount to begin with. So that's money that we use to support community partners and health initiatives. So that's actually in this budget. But we'll have, like I said, we'll have extra money available to carry over even more if we have partners that we want to help with this.
So there's a reduction in insurance?
Yes.
I don't see that on, what line number are you talking about?
15230. Was it 90,026?
Oh,
Maybe I
75.
wrote that down.
75, on here it's the same.
Okay. I don't know what I was looking at then. But the total comes out basically to the dollar of what they give us for, sorry about that. Yeah, I was
That's
making
okay.
notes yesterday.
A lot of numbers floating around. You're fine.
A little bit. Any questions about that fund? not a lot of wiggle room on that. You remember it was like $1.8 million a couple of years ago, and now it's
Yes.
500,000. I didn't look to see exactly how much our carryover was, but we probably have 400,000-ish. I have it in front of me, but available to carry over. Trying to make that last. If you'd like, I'd move on to 1168. That was the local health maintenance fund of the past. Those are the funds the monies that we used to receive before HFI. This is the remaining that's just being spent down. Right now for 1168, currently there's $57,687 in that fund. And I'm only budgeting $33,000 for next year. I don't anticipate spending, much of that. It's just, they're on me to spend it down. They want us to use it all. But, we have it in case we need it mainly for like mosquito control supplies, equipment, and stuff like that. So that's all that is. That fund that grant has ended. It's just remainder money.
Mosquitoes are kind of bad this year with all the rain we've been getting too.
Yeah, they've been out spraying and
yeah.
treating, so I know they found them, a lot of mosquitoes. So Brooke and Drew specifically are working on those. 1206 fund is the old Indiana local health department trust account money. Same type of situation as 1168. It's remainder money from those that we used to receive before HFI money came in. So right now, as it stands, there's $30,816 in that fund, and total budget for 27 is $29,000. Again, we won't spend all of that, sure, but it's available if we do need it for whatever programs or equipment we would need.
That's also a fund that you're spending down, is
Yes.
that right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's been discontinued.
Discontinued, yes.
Thank you.
That one and 1206 and 1168. They're both being spent down. And I think my other three, I don't know if you want to go over them again, but I was here Tuesday night and we covered 8126, which is the preparedness grant. It's $25,000. But I spoke about that Tuesday night. If you have any questions, well, let me know. And then 8910 and 8911 as well. Those are both fiscal year grants. It started July 1st. Just needed to get the money appropriated.
And like this, the 8126, you're going to set this knowing you've got some money coming in. You've got about half of it, so you may need to adjust it.
On 8126?
Yeah.
No, it's a set 25,000
Oh,
for
okay.
July 1 through June 30th of
Okay,
next
sorry.
year. Yeah, and that's one where it's mainly
So you don't-
salary for the coordinator, but when we spend it, we invoice it back to the state and get reimbursed.
Yeah.
So it always kind of runs in the negative.
Okay, any questions on those last couple of funds that James described?
I did print out a copy of the annual report. We talked about Tuesday. If you'd like to see it, I can leave it with you. I know you probably got a million papers in front of you. But
Do front and back, make at least 20 pages?
it's front and back, with
There you
quite
go,
a few
good.
pages. It's even bound. Have that, and today, we're doing a school walk-in clinic. So that's going on right now across the street. Getting kids in for vaccinations before school starts. I have 2 of those, one this week and I think one next week.
A lot of schools go back next week.
You do that at all the county schools?
We're doing it actually in our building, across the street in our
Oh, okay.
office. Yeah.
I believe your group has signed up to support a health fair that's going to be hosted at the Rocheville Lions Club on September 30th.
Could be. We
what I'm told.
go to a lot of health fairs and
Yeah,
hard for me to keep them all straight, but yeah, I'm sure
monitor
Bethany's out.
blood sugars and stuff like that.
We try to get out as many as we can. We had grand goals of doing more a year or so ago, but with do what we can with the money we have and the staff that we have. They're doing a great job. Appreciate all of them. So. Anything else for me?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Just kidding. Judge Shepard,
I think I should be pretty easy. I'm not
yeah, page
asking
48 for the council.
for anything different. I think we're running pretty lean and mean right now, so, other than I try to do as much free training as I can and hopefully give you a little bit of money back there at the end of the year. Not asking for anything additional. I think we've been the same thing for 3 years, so.
See a small increase on office supplies, is that correct?
I don't think so.
1,500?
1,000 to 1,500?
I think that was a change that was made
For
last
some reason,
year.
I have 1,500 from last year was requested. I don't know if we cut it maybe.
I've
I
got,
think it was cut to 1,000.
That may be, if you cut
Do you
it,
want it to be 1,500?
whatever I had last year is fine. If that was
Okay.
it, if you didn't give me the 1,500, maybe that's what happened and we didn't realize when we
the
resubmitted,
adopted was 1,000
That-
last year.
we have enough money. So, yeah, whatever you gave us last year is fine. That must have been a mistake that I didn't realize
No, you're
when I
good.
resubmitted that, because I literally signed the same submission as last year under the belief that it was the same. So if you gave me 1,000 last year, give me 1,000 this year, that's fine.
We had some members, I was including those that had red pens and we were cutting little
Well,
bits and pieces.
apparently it was a smart cut because I didn't ask you for any. You were smarter than I was there
Well, but
then,
we
so,
were finding pennies if we could, so.
yeah. Truly, whatever I had is absolutely fine. We made it work.
Thank you for that. And that is simple. Yeah.
Good.
You want to talk about backlog or how things are going with speed and transparency? No? Okay.
I think my court is completing its mission in that way. I think we've been helpful. We have not solved the problem at all, but I do think we have relieved the pressure. When I first came to ask for the additional person to start that Superior Court, or to start the PTR Level 6 court, I believe our jail numbers were in the 500s and 600s at that point in time. That was at that peak point in time. And right now, we've got people temped out, I understand, but we're keeping it at 298 and staying in that 350 range. I'm not gonna take total credit for that, I'm not saying that, but I think we did identify a pressure point and do something about it. So I'm really proud about what the PTR court has done, and I think it's been very effective and well worth the with a $48,441 of an additional employee. I think we've saved the county. Well, I know, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but as a part of my career ambitions, I had some numbers, and I mean, we've saved hundreds of thousands of dollars for the county and in the jail, so.
Concur.
Have you transitioned you had responsibilities for reentry court, right? Was it reentry court?
Reentry and drug court, it's
Have those
been,
been transitioned back?
well,
to
it's the
Edgewood?
long, slow walk towards transition. September 1st is when it's gonna happen. We're still, it's still under our care, mine and Judge Tate's. The date that Judge McMahon gave to the state was September 1st. He is, I think, doing some training according to the transition plan. He's doing some training, and I know he went to some training last week, and then he has been in and out observing. I had a conversation with him. I think it would be best for him to start actually being hands-on with the participants there, because that will ease their trust issues. So I'm hoping that happens soon. I'm disappointed, but it is what it is. So I've really enjoyed that. It's been a really life-changing thing for me, and I hope it has the same effect on him. I think it's made me a much better judge. In my other responsibilities, I understand the system 1,000 times better, so I can just hope that he has the same experience that I've had. Yep. That's,
All right.
yeah, okay.
You're done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
My Howard County Superior Court 3 budget's the same as last year. I would late change, though. If I could, I'd like to request the $500 you're not going to give her. No, it's exactly the same.
Are you okay with your continuing ed being 1,000, or did you, because this one says 3,000,
Towards what?
towards continuing education?
Whatever you cut, yeah, like I said, if
From
you,
last
whatever
year?
it was last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't make any changes. If you made cuts, make the same cuts.
Is that good or bad that he didn't recognize it today?
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, just like to keep it consistent.
Judge, you have always been highly skilled at keeping your budget.
Well,
Towing a
we do
tight
our
line.
best. We've got good employees, good staff, and try to be efficient. Plus, I had the, benefit or fortune of having come in where I believe my first year, the first budget I had was in the neighborhood of $375,000, 10 employees. And we eventually whittled that down to 4 and a budget that was less than 200,000. So start out big, everybody asked for more. It's pretty easy to make those cuts.
Appreciate all that you do.
So, well, I thank you. Just give me that because we both went to Taylor. Just give me that. The Northwestern people aren't saying anything. All right, the other budget I have submitted is that for the problem solving courts for reentry and drug court. And what you'll note there is what we did last year. We're doing the same thing this year. We've got some user fees that we need to spend down, and we're going to supplement our coordinator to the tune of $30,000. We'll save the county $30,000 that they would otherwise have to spend on that salary. $25,000 will come from the reentry court user fees, and $5,000 will come from the drug court user fees. So not a raise, but we'll supplement, we'll pay that portion of her salary, and the county will not be required to pay that. And as Judge Shepard's indicated, the court is, the problem-solving courts are going to go back to Superior Court 1, beginning September 1. And I know that she's done a very good job with those courts. I basically those courts couldn't go to a magistrate because the magistrate doesn't have a court technically. So it had to get assigned to a court. The magistrate was assigned to run those courts. And I think she's done a wonderful job in that regard. From my standpoint, it made a lot more sense for me to get the court back to Superior 1. I always looked at it as kind of a bridge to I didn't see it as a long-term solution to stay in Superior Court 3. And the main reason is because Superior Court 3, I have no contact with the individuals that are participating in those programs. Those are individuals that are coming from courts that are upstairs. They're people that have been involved in the system as a result of being charged with felonies or convicted of felonies. And since I do all the misdemeanors, the individuals in those courts are not people that I would have put in those courts. So it does make a little bit of sense to have that go back upstairs. With that said, we've got some things in the works. There may be some other things that I've got in mind in the way of problem-solving courts that we can do that'll address my needs, our Superior Court 3 needs. But that's for a future day. But again, like I said, this will be the last budget I submit on behalf of drug and reentry. And again, my goal was to not look at how best we could use that budget to help the county, and not spend on something that maybe wasn't going to be sustainable long-term, so.
Did Judge McMahon come from the prosecutor's office?
He did.
Simple. Any questions?
Anything else?
You guys got us right back on track. Good job.
Thank you. I know.
Nice work.
I think I'm forgetting something, but I don't know. I'll come back and let you know. All right,
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and go to Ann Shaw, or if she's not here, we'll go to Greg. So.
Okay.
If he's still here.
What did we decide we wanted?
And it's good, it's instant release.
I'd love to make detail.
Is he on the field?
No, unfortunately, Hayden had scheduled a procedure several months ago, and it landed on yesterday, so he's actually out.
So that's Jamie's son.
Oh.
That's Hayden also. but-
Yes,
Shepherd.
yep,
Oh, that's Jamie Shepherd.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
yeah.
yes,
That one's
Stormwater
Hayden from my
Hayden, he's
office.
laid up right now, and, he is very disappointed that he's not giving this
Oh, I'm
presentation
sure he's
today.
definitely disappointed.
But I think he is watching, so wave at him and.
Then we'll shout out. You ready, Steph, or not?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, you said give you 2 minutes. I was filibustering.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we're gonna mix it up since Greg's here. We're a little bit early. We're gonna have County Surveyor Greg Lake start us back off.
Okay, do you want to do surveyor budget first?
Wherever you want to go,
Excellent.
I'll follow.
Let's start with surveyor, since it's the hardest.
Okay, so
Okay,
page 11 and
so-
12 for the council.
Yes, surveyor fund 1,006, our budget. So we've have a little bit of issues going on in our office. We're actually getting ready to lose an employee. And that's kind of thrown me into a little bit of a tizzy. We are utilizing our capacity in our office to make up the difference right now. But in the interim, I'm trying to decide whether our administrative assistant position would be rehired as a full-time position, or if the administrative assistant / secretary, those duties get split up and potentially take care of a lot of the clerical on a part-time basis. So I've put into this budget, I've increased my part-time budget by about $20,000. And I did not reduce the full-time line item because I don't truly know which direction we're gonna go yet. But we can get by on a short time with what we have going. But I'm pretty sure we will fall short over a long haul with part-time, but we'll see, we'll try. So what I'm trying to tell you is basically one of those line items, either the administrative assistant or secretary line item, would not be spent if we are spending the part-time money that I have added to 11,700. So one or the other is what I'm trying to tell you what my plan is. Is there any questions on that?
Is this a good time to perhaps, I think I know who is going to be leaving your office, right? And her knowledge base is vast.
She's been here a while.
Yeah. Is it a time to perhaps hire somebody to learn her
We're
job?
past that point.
For her? You're past it.
We're past that point because she's done tomorrow.
My bad.
Quick learning.
You see why I'm saying I'm trying to work through it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
to be fair, Greg and I met about a month, and I
Yeah,
didn't like that.
About a month ago.
And we kind of
maybe.
talked this over, and I said, well, we'll just have to talk to the council. Probably should go to PAC and kind of talk to them about it. It's a tough cookie, and ultimately, I feel like we could probably go forward with what he's got here. Once he makes that decision between now and January, then we could deappropriate something to make it right. Just because I understand the complexity of your situation.
And I can tell you, if we end up going back to the full-time person, that extra 20, you can deappropriate it, or it can sit there. I don't plan on spending it except for that position. So,
Good luck to you.
well, thank you. We're going to be trying to shift things around to see whose skills fit best in what position. So,
Does this person need to be a skilled surveyor, trained surveyor?
no, this position is the administrative assistant, secretary type position. So claims, spreadsheets, keeping all of our drains balanced, that kind of stuff.
I'm wondering if there's any way that we could work this so that we put money in right now for one or the other, and then it turns out to be the wrong one, deappropriate the one and add the other, simply so that we could have maybe a more accurate total budget.
The other option that I was gonna throw out is if you allow me to move money out of the full-time position into the part-time and then move it back, I don't plan on having two people at one time, so that total dollar amount would shift. So the full-time position would be covered, if you'd prefer to do
I
it
mean, I
that
think we
way.
could do that, right? Because it would just be, if he has to move it back, it would just be a transfer within the same fund.
But it's salary, so I have to come
Yeah,
back
it
before
has to
the
come back.
council to do it.
Well, yes, but you just come back for a transfer,
Right,
right?
We just have to reduce.
it's a
the salary
timing issue is the only thing I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I would prefer doing it that way, both things.
It doesn't matter to me, however you all
Either
wanna do
or,
it.
whatever Greg prefers. Excellent manager, department head, surveyor.
Yeah, I see your situation. I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
for our purposes, it might be cleaner if we did it that way.
I tried to figure out how to do it within the fund, but I was gonna be back before you if I tried to do it in the fund, so that's why I didn't write it up that way.
What do you think, Joe?
Just clarify one last time what you were saying. You're saying
So-
take out the 19.2
Take out the 19.2, I guess you would.
for the additional, yeah.
And then, you'd go ahead and pay this person out of
The part-time, see, this is,
well, or you could reduce the full-time by that amount, pay out of the part-time, and then if you decide to go full-time, you can just transfer whatever's left from that part-time into the full-time.
and potentially, I mean, we're in August at this point. There's a potential that by the end of this year, because this is 27 budget, we end up saying, nope, part-time's not working, we roll into a full-time position, and then this is all a moot point. It's just that timing of the year, so however you want me to do it, I'm happy to do it.
I think we know what kind of needs to be done. We could probably, as we sit at our next gathering, hash out exactly the details.
And I believe you want me to go to PAX.
I think that would probably be good to talk it over, and then we can get a clear definition when we set it.
Sure.
I'm open either way. To me, I almost feel like it, and I know what you're saying about setting more accurate budget, but I feel like if you advertise it, it's easier to come down than go back up. But my lean is whatever the council wants to do.
All right, so
And I
we'll
just
go to PAX
appreciate
and then we'll
your
keep talking about it.
flexibility and being able to communicate this in advance so we can walk with you on this and make it
Absolutely.
right, because your office is busy, and I hate to see it, you not fill this and slow down and overwork your people and have issues.
That's the main thing, is I pay very close attention to burnout.
Yep.
So just so I'm clear, Gregor, we're talking about line 11,315 is the full-time, is that the full-time one we're talking about?
Actually, those two titles that we talked with HR, and we may be changing those to be equivalent. That's part of the discussion pack as well, but either one of those.
Okay.
Moving on. So the next item is the printer, line 23,630. I increased that $250 because to buy a pack of toners for my copying machine is $1,500. So I was short to buy a pack. And after talking with Jeremy, we fully understand now that each office, we entered last year into Jeremy's deal to where he's taking care of the printer, the copying machines, but we have to supply the toner. And that didn't happen well this year. So
Okay.
that's what that's for. Next item up is line 33,213, the obstruction investigation line. Last year, you guys redlined that to $2,500. What that line item was for is when we get a petition in from a resident on a private mutual drain obstruction, there's several things that have to take place in that. We got to go out and do an investigation. Sometimes we have to do some digging out there. So that's what that money was for, was to alleviate that petition. So in other words, it goes through a public hearing or two, sometimes years. But we come up with a solution, and then the landowners end up paying the bill potentially to fix it. But we have to figure out for sure what the problem is. And that's why that line item was at $5,000, is so that we could afford to do that. So I, with that being cut back, I removed that from the budget and just said, if we get a petition in, you'll see me come before you for an additional appropriation. If we want to continue utilizing that opportunity for our residents.
Because it doesn't happen.
No, it
every
doesn't
day.
happen, and that's why I think you guys cut it. You saw I hadn't been spending it, but 2 years, when we first set this up, 2 years in a row, I spent it all. I just haven't had any, I really work with the neighbors that are fighting with one another to try and alleviate it before it gets to that point. We actually had one filed this year, and I met with them and we worked it out. So that's the overall goal, is to work it out before it gets to that point. Sometimes we can't do that. So I took that out completely. Actually, I just moved it into another portion of the budget, which is line 32,530, equipment repair. So that got cut to 2,500 last year as well. Those dollars is what I used to resupply the rod trailer towards the end of the year. So if it needs rod, we buy rod, cutter heads, anything that we have broke or lost throughout that year, we replace that at the end. So that's why that at budget time is always a higher number. 2,500 doesn't cover everything that we usually purchase throughout the year on that. And this also is utilized for the Gator trailer that we own, tires and wiring and stuff that breaks. So I put that money back into that line item, so I wouldn't have to ask for more.
Are you gonna need to ask for more this year then on that?
I'm trying not to. We're currently, since we've changed when bills are being paid in the last of December, I'm going to be working on those orders August. So yeah, here real soon, we're going to be looking at what we need to get purchased, get in, so that I can get it paid by December 1st. Normally we do that around October, November time period, but we got bumped up. So yes, I'm going to make the 2,500 work this year. I think I'm going to be short to where I'll do some purchasing early next year. Any questions on that? Okay, now the last big item is 32,120. Our postage. Right, Jessica?
Right.
So Jessica has a postage machine in the building, and we use it. We use it a lot. Throughout the last several years, at the end of the year, I would take my postage and put onto that machine. And we kept track of what we spent all year long, and then I would just dump it back on that machine at the end of the year if we had extra. I had been doing that for several years, and we had a surplus on the machine for my office. Now, I think you all know that the postage machine is a challenge when it comes to all the offices using it, and I believe Jessica's come up with a great idea to resolve that issue. But basically, I cut my budget down $900, and Jessica's going to cover all of our postage. So I no longer have to deal with that. The reason I kept $100 in postage is because when the machine is down and I have to do a mailing, I get really upset. So I go and buy postage. Or if the reason that $100 is there is also if we have to ship something, FedEx or whatever, that's why I kept that dollar amount in postage.
No, I think we've got a good plan for this, as we've dealt with postage a lot for 6 months
Makes
of
it a
this
lot
year.
easier for us as well to not have to
Yeah,
wait on the claims to come in to be able to.
yeah, so
Get that machine out.
in talking with Jess, I think this will be a good solution, hoping it.
I love it. I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I'm glad we're doing something right every now and then.
Absolutely. And those are the major changes, or what I've taken from last year and tried to massage to where I believe the only real increase is in that part-time money.
Okay. Any comments or questions on the surveyor's budget?
Okay, let's moving on to Surveyor Perpetuation Fund 1202,
Good, page 99.
and that's the same ask as last year, $100,000.
What quadrant of the county are you going to next year?
So, right now, we are scheduled to do the section corners in the area that the second solar is looking at building in. I think I have 4 section corners out there to reestablish. And from that point, we will continue, we'll finish range 5 and 6 of the county for off public road right-of-way section corners, so we're actually out in the fields looking. And then potentially, depending upon how much we spend in those 2 areas, we may make it to notifications on range 1 and 2 for off-road section corners, just to be out looking and seeing what's truly we can find in the ground.
Greg, is that something that's, I guess, vital that you get done before something like a solar field goes in there?
On the solar, yes, because if the section corners are inside the array, so if they're underneath panels, I have no way to dig for them underneath panels or locate them. And what we've done is, under the current solar field, there was one point that was under the array. We went out and reset that point, and got good locations and tie cards on it, so it got buried, and nobody will probably see it for a few years. So yes, that's important, because if we lose them, then that's part of that's where you start on every deed, is at a section corner.
Yeah.
Greg, when you measure your measurements for the corner sections, do you use GPS?
Yes, we do GPS all of our section corners. And we also have ties to each section corner.
Does that take into account continental drift? Just background information.
They are constantly updating the geo-elliptical for each coordinate system that is designed. And based in that geo-elliptical, there's calculations to make sure that it's lining up properly. That's a very dumbed down answer, but that's how I understand it.
Okay.
But I got it, yeah.
Yeah. So yes, it's in the math, but I don't know how they do it.
So, okay, so just the salesman comes to you with a GPS thing, they can calculate continental drift also with your, because your sections, of course, the continent moves, so your section would move with it, right? Your corner post.
I believe what you will find under current technology is the time period of the drift versus the distance, we don't see it yet.
Okay.
Over time, we might, but I don't know that we see it yet.
Okay. Just curious.
Yep. Yeah. Any questions on the perpetuation fund? All right. That covers surveyor, unless you have any other questions on surveyor. All right, moving on to stormwater. So So Stormwater Fund 1197. We didn't change anything on this budget. Everything is exactly the same as last year. I will be happy to answer any questions if we have any.
You have an intern this summer?
We did have an intern this summer, yes.
How'd that go? Is it still, intern still working or?
No, she's done for the year. It went very well. We utilize our interns for walking the creeks.
Yeah.
Kind of like you
we
did.
had that.
Yep, yep. So we utilize them for that aspect, so I don't have to do it. And we utilize them for a lot of the event organizations. So the Wildcat Experience, they do a lot of notifying of teachers and back and forth, organizing of those. They do our calendar, so the calendars we turn out every year. I usually have them overseeing that. Just to get some of that experience, they do get to do some in the lab, because most of our interns are biology students. So they get some experience. They get to understand more of along the lines of real world activities when it comes to their degree.
Greg, is there any word of dredging of the reservoir?
I have heard that they did some survey work to figure out how much material's in the reservoir and how much capacity they want.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard that they are going to start dredging yet.
I'd heard that too.
I'm assuming the capacity of the reservoir is getting to the point that they're paying attention to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. All right, anything else on stormwater? Okay, next fund number is Kitty Run Bond 4918. And this fund is just an in-out payment for the bond fund on Kitty Run. And that's the same as last year.
How many years are left on that?
Mm-hmm. I think there's, around 10 years. It was a 20-year loan, and we're probably around 10 years in now. Yeah, roughly. We're probably halfway through.
Right, 5 left.
What did he say? I didn't.
There might be.
Might be 5.
5? I was thinking 32. 2032 was when it was up.
31, 115, 31.
Oh, okay, so that's 5 years.
Better.
Look at that.
Time flies.
Time flies. So yes, 5 more years. That's amazing. Any other questions on that?
Nope, that's simple.
The last fund is a new fund,
Yeah.
and that fund number is 1195, Stormwater Management Capital Projects.
New fund.
New fund. This is the fund that we talked about for creating a fund to help communities, smaller communities, deal with septage and stormwater sewer problems. In this budget, I've requested the $200,000 that we started the fund with. So stormwater took out of our 1197 account and put $200,000 into this account to start it. At the time I wrote this, we hadn't spent any of that money, but we're spending money now.
Yeah.
I don't know how much we end up spending out of there before budget time for next year. So I guess I put in the full amount. Whatever's in the account is what I would ask for it to be appropriated each year. How do you want me to do that?
You'll probably have to go in January and just reappropriate the money that was left from December 30th.
Okay?
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pull it forward.
So each January, you want me to come and reappropriate that?
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that. Because right now I've got a contract for 105,000 of that 200,000. We may spend it all, we may not, depending upon what they're finding out there. I can tell you that this particular project was for, our first one was Devon Woods. We have started that. They're out in the field finding lots of problems. And I was on the phone this morning trying to resolve some of those problems. So things are moving. So I think this is a really good thing.
Nice job, nice solution to a complex problem.
I think it's interesting. I did get a email from RCAP. It used to be called RCAP. It's a sewer entity, state entity, and they are looking at taking a portion of the state revolving fund and creating this exact thing that we are doing. So I think it's going to catch on pretty quickly. So yes, they're recognizing that not having the upfront money is a major problem. So
Look at you, you're a trendsetter.
yeah, look at us, Howard County doing it again.
Nice job, Greg.
So
This is a direct reflection on you, on your abilities,
and staff,
and your staff.
absolutely can't do it without everyone at least coming together and talking about it and trying to find a solution. I say that for the commissioners and council and everybody that's been involved. So
Nice
yep.
job. Greg, have you given any thought to what would happen if there's a recommendation to the homeowners out of Devon Woods to do something that's gonna cost each homeowner a certain amount? They have to decide, let's say each homeowner had to pay $20,000 to fix what needs to be fixed, based on the recommendations and the studies and all that. And, it seems reasonable, but you got, say you had a divided group of homeowners and said, you know what, we don't think we want to do that, versus another group that say, yeah, we need to do that. Go ahead and do that. How would that be decided if that was closely divided in terms of the recommended action that the consulting group gives to that group of homeowners that are controlled by that particular privately owned sewer system?
So it happens. I can tell you with Devon Woods is a little different since you have a group of homeowners on a sanitary sewer that is not functioning well. That is a different monster than we go into a community such as West Middleton and show that there's a significant amount of septage discharge that they need to come together as a community and do a community solution instead of individual on-site systems, individual septic systems. That's where your example comes into play 100% of the time. So we did a town hall for West Middleton looking to try and come up with a solution for sewer for that area. And that's exactly what happened, is the majority of the individuals didn't want to have any part of it. A couple of the individuals did want to participate. But due to the overwhelming negativity of the community, we didn't do anything with them. So at some point, those individuals that are adamantly against a community solution will have to pay privately for their septic problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what we get into constantly, is normally it breaks down to about 50-50. If it's a 50-50 draw between the community, we try and keep things moving forward. If it's significantly less than 50%, then no, we have other communities that are wanting the help.
more difficult when it's a closely divided situation.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Aiden, we miss you. Enjoy watching mine.
That's right. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you. Nice presentation.
All right. We'll come back to Ann Shaw. Apologize, we jumped over you. We got a little bit ahead and Greg was here, so we had him just kind of roll with it, so. No, you're not late. It's my fault, I jumped.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mine is pretty simple, as it is every year. I just asked for a continuance of the amount that I asked for last year, which is $157,863 for the 3 salaries for myself, Alyssa Whittier, and Patrick Williamson, and then the continuance of the $50,000 edit fee, or money.
Does that come out of the cap?
It's,
Versus the
111
commissioner's edit?
too.
Yeah.
And it's for 50,000, same as last year.
Okay, so yeah, she's asking for the same exact as last year. Are you trying to look up the other page, Martha?
Sorry, the other page is, yes, 50.
50.
And the line is 32260.
And how are you doing? How is the Historical Society doing?
I would say we're doing great. We added a 4th of July ice cream social this year for America's 250th. It exceeded every expectation. We had over 700 people who came to that. We were able to put that on for free to the community, thanks to some grants from the Duke Foundation, some other local organizations for America's 250th. We just wrapped up our auto exhibition last weekend. I think we had around 400 or 500 people for that. So it's been a busy July. We usually don't have 2 big events in 1 month, but we're kind of past that. And I would say huge thanks to Alyssa Whittier. She does most of the heavy lifting for those big events. So, you know, we're just kind of continuing our event schedule after that. We have the cemetery walk in October, and of course, Christmas at the Cyberling, starting the Saturday after Thanksgiving. We also managed to get a lot of work done last year on our on the mansion. We had some water leaks on the east side of the mansion that it turns out had been happening for quite some time. So we were able to hopefully fix that for sure. We haven't had any recently, so. And then we're looking forward to some new roof projects coming up.
700 people, that's huge.
It is huge. We did not expect that many people. The event was from 11 to 4, and the ice cream lasted until 3:30, so I'm considering that a win.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Plus, it was an opportunity for a lot of people to come in and see the museum, and see different things.
Yes.
I saw people, frankly, I hadn't been inside the museum for quite a while. I've been
Right.
outside.
Right.
I made the opportunity.
And I invite all of you to come see our museum. We do have some new exhibits, so I would love for you guys to come stop by and see those at any point. Happy to give you a tour of any of the buildings and point out all the things that we need to fix, which is kind of our biggest issue. I think there's some delayed maintenance on our 4 buildings, which is not the fault of anyone here or myself. It's just we get busy, and a lot of times the money has to go toward more immediate things. So my specialty has always been historic buildings, so I'm able to sort of push that forward. We will be getting a proposal for a preservation maintenance plan pretty soon, and that will be an exhaustive survey of the 4 buildings inside and out that will kind of give us guidelines and a plan for moving forward, and that's a long-term plan.
Be good to have.
Yes, yeah. It's been 10 years since we had one, so I'm looking forward to all the things we have missed that will now come up that we will have to fix. But I also wanted to thank the county for their continued support above and beyond the $50,000 and our 3 salaries. So we appreciate that very much.
Ann, is there a resource that you know of that has photographs of early Howard Countyans that is available, but nobody knows about it, but there's the citizenry, they've taken photographs with their names, and you can actually see what they look like.
It's tricky to find specific people sometimes, but our entire photo collection is digitized and it's on our website, so you can go look at the entire photo collection that we have and search by different keywords, by names, anything that you would want to look up. We encourage people to start there, and then if they can't find what they're looking for or having trouble, give us a call and we'll help you however we can.
And your website is?
hchistory.org. I will also say the county has generously taken over our IT needs, which we really appreciate. You know, our organization is old. It's a lot of things have gone by the wayside because we are also a nonprofit. So we're getting some upgrades that are much needed. We appreciate that very much as well.
Thank you to you and to Melissa for kind of coordinating all the activities up front of the 250 celebration around the county. I thought that was both a convenience and also a really good thing to do. Had a lot of ideas shared at those things, and different groups sharing how they were going to celebrate America 250.
Mm-hmm. We were happy to take that on as sort of the steward of the America 250 year overall, and so we were able to be, you know, have people come together, different tourist spots in the county, different organizations. So our July 4th social didn't just include us. There were other local organizations there as well, the DAR, the Art Association, a few others that were able to sort of get out there, and, you know, that's 700 people that got to see all of that, not just us. And being able to provide those things for free is key. Most of those people would never be able to come to the museum. You know, I don't think our admission rates are out of line with anything, but a lot of people still can't afford even that. And that extends even to Christmas. We have 6 sponsored evenings that allow the public to come in for free in the evening to see. So we see a lot of people who have that tradition every year coming back and seeing that, and that becomes a core memory for the kids. You know, they want to come back and see it at Christmas and see Santa, and part of that is also sponsored by the county, so we appreciate
What
that.
is your admission rate?
$10 for adults, $5 for students K through 12, and 5 and under are free.
Does the museum consider, there's some museums that are called Blue Star Museums.
Mhm.
I think they allow active duty people. I don't know whether it's active duty and their families, but I think it is to
Yeah.
enter at no admission.
Mhm.
Is that something that the Howard County Museum does?
Yes, we have offered that for many years, since before I started.
Anything else for Ann?
Are you looking us up?
I was trying, but
It probably was.
It's going to take some time.
Yeah, it can be a little digging, but sometimes that's the fun part.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate everything.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you all.
Okay, so we are a little ahead. So I think if Carrie's all right, I might have her do the HR presentation next. And we-
Hi.
Hi.
I do have one correction on the form that I submitted. That is in line 23401. I was not requesting an additional in that line. That got reduced last year and I just didn't update it on my form, so that should be 1,000. Yes, 1,000.
What line number was that?
23401.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Should be 1,000?
Yes.
Thank
1,000.
you.
I did make one update for 2027, eliminating the continuing ed line, 31110, and shifting those funds to a couple other lines where I could use it. That would be office supplies. So office supplies, I increased from 700 to 1,000. And then travel and training, 32,130. I increased from 2,600 to 3,100 using that 800 from continuing ed. So those are the only changes I'm requesting. But in regards to salaries, I would respectfully ask that you consider providing raises for our county employees. They are vital to our function and we need them. And competitive wages is one way that we are able to retain those top people in our critical positions. So please consider that.
Appreciate you being an advocate for our employees. Appreciate your understanding through everything you're going through and what we had to deal with this past year. And we will do our best to see if we can make that happen.
Okay. Any questions for me?
Thanks for all you do. You do a lot.
I enjoy it.
Thanks for sitting in these last couple of days and watching the entire show.
I enjoy it.
Do you?
You do a good job, a great job, Gary.
Yeah, that's a great point, Martha. I do appreciate the bar that you have set over the last couple of years. It's been a noticeable improvement, and it's been great to watch you do what you do.
Thank you.
Take us to
Appreciate
another
that.
level.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
You're into the details and the correct details, not ones that come out of the blue somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We good?
Sweet. That's great. Thank you
All
very
right.
much for doing that kind of on call.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right. Let's see, get my, so yeah, so that'll take us to the Humane Society, page 50, Fund 1112. On up.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm Kadra Hillis, the Executive Director of the Kokomo Humane Society. And I appreciate the opportunity to share how the Kokomo Humane Society continues to evolve to better serve both the animals and the people of Howard County. We strive to be a resource this community can trust, and our mission extends far beyond providing shelter. We are working to become a trusted community resource hub where families can access pet food, supplies, educational resources, and support that helps keep them and the pets they love. One of the biggest shifts we've made this year is embracing managed intake, a more practical neighbor helping neighbor approach to animal care. And instead of automatically bringing every animal into the shelter, we work with families to find solutions that help pets stay where they belong, at home. We know that pets are family, and sometimes all someone needs is a little support, whether it's pet food, supplies, or resources. By lending a helping hand before a family reaches the point of surrender, we can often help keep pets with the people who love them. This is one of the most important changes that we have made because every unnecessary shelter admission has an impact on animal health and welfare. Even in the best shelters, the stress of a new environment can weaken an animal's immune system and increase the risk of illness. By helping pets remain safely at home or in temporary foster care whenever possible, we reduce stress, limit the spread of disease, and ensure that our kennels are available for animals that truly need shelter. Fewer animals entering the shelter means healthier animals, better outcomes, and a safer environment for every pet in our care. We've placed a greater emphasis on returning lost pets directly to their owners whenever possible. And through field return to owner efforts, many pets can be reunited with their families without ever entering the shelter, which reduces stress on animals, shortens reunification time, and preserves valuable kennel space and resources for animals that truly have nowhere else to go. Another exciting initiative this year is our Finders into Fosters program. When someone finds a stray animal, our first response isn't to ask them to bring it straight to the shelter. Instead, if they are willing, we encourage and support them in caring for the animal temporarily while we work together to find its owner or secure the right placement. Most pets are found close to home, and by staying in the neighborhood where they were found, they are much more likely to be recognized by their family or by neighbors who know where they belong. A dog sitting on a front porch in the area where it was found has a much better chance of getting home than one sitting in a kennel miles away. We are very committed to investing in our small team of 23 people who are cross-trained in multiple aspects of shelter operations, participate in continuing education, and work tirelessly every day. They consistently go above and beyond to serve both the animals and the residents of Howard County, and I couldn't be more proud of the dedication they bring to this life-saving work. We are also working hard to diversify our revenue through national competitive grant awards, community events, sponsorships, and local fundraising. By securing outside funding whenever possible, we can expand programs and invest in life-saving initiatives without placing additional burden on local taxpayers. At the same time, we continually evaluate our operations to improve efficiencies, contain costs, maximize every resource, and ensure every dollar entrusted to us is used wisely so we can deliver the greatest possible impact for the animals and the community that we serve. As our organization continues to evolve, so does our commitment to transparency and accountability. This year, we published our very first ever annual impact report, highlighting the progress that we've made, the lives we've impacted, and how we are stewarding the resources entrusted to us. Success is no longer measured only by how many animals come through our doors. It will also reflect the number of families we help keep together, the pets we reunite without shelter admission, the resources we distribute, and the partnerships we build throughout our community. I have a copy of that for each of you, and I hope it provides a meaningful look at the work your partnership makes possible. Today, the Kokomo Humane Society respectfully requests continued partnership at the current funding level of $150,000 for 2027. We appreciate being able to share how your investment is supporting an organization that continues to innovate, improve, and better meet the needs of our community. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to continuing this important work together.
Thank you very much.
How's it going with the fundraising efforts? Is that going on?
It is going well. We have a fundraiser this Saturday if no one's doing anything at Sun King. We are looking at our fundraisers. We are changing some of them, how we approach them, how we, go out into our community and ask for sponsors or donations. And so our Dog Days of Summer fundraiser is currently already ahead of where our fundraiser was last year.
In your speech, you mentioned several times about techniques or methods to reduce the stress on the animals.
Yes.
That's a new concept.
It is. We learned
How'd you find that?
Yeah, we learned a lot last year going through our strep zoo outbreak. We were operating well over capacity. We were probably around 300% capacity. So we brought in a national organization that helped us take a look at what we're able to provide humanely with the amount of staffing we have, with the kennels we have, and the resources that we're able to pour into those. It's been really tough because it's a big change, but our team is doing really well with it, and we're seeing a lot of success with it.
Mhm. Thank you. It's really nice to hear emphasis put on the stress that they go through,
Yes.
because they are members of the family.
They are.
And they're very important. What do you see going on around before and after the 4th of July? Do you see an influx? Do you see?
I wouldn't say it's an influx that we could attribute to 4th of July. We get, the dogs that have run off from time to time, but we're taking in dogs all day, every day. So it's really hard to tell if it's a surge around the 4th of July or just the summer months in general. We're working really hard to microchip all the animals in our community that we possibly can. We host vaccine and microchip clinics. It's incredible to see the amount of animals we still get that don't have a microchip because of how many microchips we have administered. But we continue to offer those at reduced rates. If someone comes to one of our clinics and they just can't afford it and they're going to pass that up because they can't afford it, we'll go ahead and administer that microchip for free.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have animals other than dogs and cats?
Sometimes we have rabbits, guinea pigs. We recently took in gerbils, snakes, tarantulas. Those are really tough to find
I'm not going to
placement
ask you to
for.
take this one because they finally found somebody, but my grandson, a couple weeks ago, found an African tortoise.
Oh,
But, I mean, these things grow huge
Yeah.
and live for over 100 years.
Yeah.
This one was about 2 inches long. It's brand
it's
new.
just a little guy.
I bet they called a dozen places.
Really?
Trying to find somebody to take. They finally found somebody who would take this
Okay.
African tortoise.
We've got a lot of resources as far as breed-specific rescues, species-specific rescues. So if you ever come across that, just give us a call. We're happy to help.
Crazy how they get in Kokomo.
I had no idea.
They probably shouldn't get in Kokomo, but
I assumed somebody had it and didn't want to let
Yeah.
it go. I don't know, but he just found it.
Any other questions, comments?
can I
Thank you
hand
for
you
your
guys
pres-
each one of our impact reports?
Yeah, please, and if you have an extra one, give one to the commissioners.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
it's technically their fund, so, yeah. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Kadra?
Kadra.
Kadra, nice presentation. Thank you.
How long have you been doing this now?
I've been with the Humane Society 8 years. I've been the executive director since January.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Kater. Glad to meet you. Right for
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
All of our dogs can flash and mine did.
With us over 10 years. Still love him.
Okay,
Yeah, 11 years now.
I think that takes us
He's a good dog.
to Howard Haven. Jennifer.
That's true.
Good
Jennifer
morning.
has page 46 in our book.
Doggy is yours.
Maxwell. It's just a mongrel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I made a few adjustments to the allocation of funds within my budget request for the upcoming fiscal year. However, the total amount requested remains unchanged for the approved amount for the current year. I removed travel and training expense from my budget request because the County Home Association no longer holds out-of-town meetings. Those meetings were discontinued during COVID-19 pandemic and have not resumed. I'm also requesting a decrease in account 23350 institutional and medical supplies from $8,000 to $6,400. And I'm requesting an increase of $1,800 in the account 3,000, other service and charges to $2,800. The requested changes are for the following reasons. One of the reasons for the adjustment is the cost of the required hood cleaning service performed by Corson's Environmental has increased from $490 to $546.30 per cleaning, or $1,092 annually. The second reason for the increase is the new Indiana state regulation requires grease traps to be cleaned every 3 months and documented to comply with the City of Kokomo water testing requirements. The cost for the service is $390 per cleaning, or $1,560 annually. Although these adjustments were made within the individual line items, the total budget request remains unchanged for the amount due for the current fiscal year. The total amount request for the upcoming year is $377,215. Then I have some goals that I would like to share with you guys, if you guys don't have questions.
I have a couple of questions. So you said in 23350, you're zero on that, correct?
Yes, I'm requesting the 6,400 instead of 8,000.
And then you're putting an additional, for other services and charges on here, it says 1,000, and that should be what?
It should be 2,800.
2,800? Okay, and you're zeroing out travel and training, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We just have a lot more regulations with the city that we have to comply with.
Are you at capacity with your residents?
So August 14th will be a full house, which would be 20 residents.
20 residents.
And then some of the goals that we have achieved for Howard Haven in 2026. We received $8,800 in funding from 100-plus people who care in Howard County, which allowed our facility to remodel 2 residence rooms. Improvements included fresh paint, new carpet, and new bedding. And it helped us provide a more comfortable and welcoming environment for our residents. The funding also supported 2 new screen doors on the enclosed porches, a new stainless steel table for the laundry area, and we continue to keep our costs low and our census high, which we just talked about was the 20 residents, so we'll be definitely at a full house. Howard Haven received 9 hogs through the Howard County 4-H Fair, and feeding of the hungry covered the processing fee. Food Finders continues to be a valuable resource for Howard Haven, providing approximately 600 pounds of free food a month at no cost to the county. So we're still providing all kinds of meals for under $20,000 a year. And we usually feed up to 25 people per meal. The Center Township Trustee Office generously provided a $1,500 grant in supporting our residents' personal needs and prescription copays. The Residential Assistant Program increased its per diem reimbursement rate from $40.75 to $55.75, which is a $15 increase per day to help with financial support. The projected revenue for 2026 is $315,000 to $320,000. We will not see the full impact of the per diem rate increase for RCAP until 2027. The rate increase was not implemented till February, and because of the state reimbursement process, it operates in a 2-month delay. We did not begin receiving the increased rate until April 1st. Therefore, the full reimbursement adjustments will not reflect until 2027.
What's good, that's just off the top of my head, that's a 20 to 30% increase in that.
Yes, so it looks like per year, per RCAP resident, we would receive $20,348.75.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're climbing up now to make our budget with the higher expense of everything.
So what's your total revenue?
Our total revenue is $315,000. That's projected revenue to $320,000.
Thank you.
Welcome. And then I just want to say thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you guys on August 11th for our luncheon.
Well, not as much as we look forward to.
It's our favorite day.
Who do you have with you in the back?
Mrs. Blue, she's one of our church volunteers, and she's been with me for 20 years.
Oh, my goodness.
Just came for support today.
Welcome.
That's awesome.
One of my great friends.
Thank you for your support and all you do.
We appreciate you. Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate Jennifer too.
Okay, so that, I think, takes care of the agenda for this morning. I thought if everybody was okay, and I've cleared it with her, Jessica would run through her presentation here just to buy us a few extra minutes this afternoon if we would go over. So if everybody's agreeable to that, we'll have her go, and then we'll break for lunch and come back this afternoon. So I can do that. Let me get myself situated for the audible here. So the first one that I have for her is page 2, general fund employee expense account.
Okay, this is our FICA perf and insurance lines. If you'll notice, I did have to bump those up quite a bit, and I'm hoping that that will still be enough to capture the changes with community correction, recorder, as well as myself. So this year I'm requesting for FICA 1.7 million. For perf, I'm requesting 3 million. And for insurance, 6 million, which still might not be enough, but we might have some wiggle room between our perf to make some adjustments. That unobligated amount at the bottom is just the additional that I put in case there are any increases or any changes. It covers us when we're entering it into Gateway. Are there any questions about the benefits?
It is such a large piece of what we do. I just hope that employees understand that as they continue on working with us and understand it's not just a cash wage, it's all the benefits that we bring to the table as well. That is a huge value.
Do part-time employees get benefits, or is there a split on that, or how's that accomplished, or none?
Not all of them.
So
But
some do and
part-time,
some don't?
only if they work an allotted amount of hours.
Public defenders and part-time prosecutors receive benefits. But
Thank
not
you.
your typical part-time employee.
No benefits at all,
They
other
receive
than being part of the team. Is that correct? Am I correct?
Okay, if you'll turn to page 4, this is the auditor. Is that what it is?
Oh, whatever. We can do that. Yeah, page 4, that makes
Okay.
sense. Go for it. You're in charge, lady.
I lost my sheet. Okay, so you'll notice in this budget that I have some increases. This is no change to salaries. A lot of these positions are 2% of their salary was supplemented from our 1216 fund, which is extremely low. And I think I had put this on your radar last year that I would eventually have to move that 2% back to our county general fund because that fund can no longer sustain it. So that's what the increases are for the personal services. It's a total of $10,115. If you go to other services and charges, another big thing that I had to move back to county general is our maintenance and service contracts. This is where we pay Baker Tilly, our financial advisors that help with our annual financial report. So that has to be paid from somewhere, and unfortunately, that other fund can't sustain it.
That was from 1216 as well?
Yes. All of the increases on this are from the 1216 fund.
And then our postage, you'll notice that's quite the jump, which Greg kind of touched on a little bit earlier. It just makes more sense to have it under our office so that when our postage machine goes low, we don't have to reach out to these departments and wait on a claim. And then by the time we send the money, our postage machine sometimes has been down for 2 to 3 days, and that's not doable for county government, so.
So then, anybody who has postage under the general fund, you will pay out of your budget.
Correct. Anybody in this building.
In this building.
Yeah.
In this building,
Just because
okay.
like people in the courthouse, they're not gonna come all the way to the auditor's office.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
But we think it'll streamline a lot of things.
I think it will, and I think it will be fair when it's all said and done, yeah.
Each
And it
office
just
will be
makes more
tracked.
sense. And it'll be nicer to just upload that large amount, and then
Then
we'll
it
kind of
has
see
to-
where we are towards the end of the year next year.
Try to keep track of what everybody's doing and when
And we do
and how
have a
much.
system, a really good system that we've started.
Yeah.
That we're making everyone put in all their logs and the amount of money that they're spending.
Okay.
Yeah. No, when we talked about, I think of it kind of like there's a, well, in Superior One, there's a unified court expense fund. I think it's a unified postage fund for the admin buildings, how I'm thinking of it, so.
When you talk postage fund, do you consider just U.S. Postal Service, or could it be like sending something Federal Express or something?
We could use it for any of those things.
Or UPS
Our
or
postage
anything.
machine will send certified. So for the majority of anything that we do in our office, we are using our postage machine. But if there's anything extra, we have to ship something UPS, I mean, then we have the funds available to be able to do
can
that
do
as
that
well.
too.
Mhm. Yeah. Any
I
other?
thought Greg said he had some stuff, he might occasionally ship a piece of equipment or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, do you have any questions over the auditor fund?
No, most of these increases are just transferred from 1216, other than postage.
Correct.
How much have you got left in 1216? I'm sorry.
As of yesterday, 77,000. So it's very low.
It is very low.
Yeah, we'll get to that when I get to the 1216. Do you want me to do the 114 first?
You go wherever you want.
Okay, so if you'll turn to page 52. This is the FICA Perfin insurance for the lit fund. I did make a typo. Instead of 80,000, I need that to be 800,000 for our FICA. 80,000 would not cover it.
No.
And then for perf, I increased that one as well to 1.2 million. And our insurance at 2.2 million.
So that should make that total 4.2 for personnel. No, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. You guys tracking that? The 4.2 million should be for the personnel services, the request.
4.2?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, that unobligated amount will fall off once we approve our budgets, but it's just in there as a placeholder to help any mistakes we've made. Okay, my next fund, I believe, is page 74. And that's our electric map generation. I did not make any changes to that. Everything's the same.
Are you doing much electric map sales?
I think she's had a couple this year, but
Not anything
Yeah.
big. Yeah.
if there's no questions, we can go ahead and go to page 90, which is our plat book fund. I did the same thing, I guess I kind of misspoke in my auditor fund, but some of the percentages of salaries come out of the plat book as well. And that's what those reductions are for this fund for my personal services. Those things got moved back to county general as well. That fund's in a little bit better shape, but I have about 200,000 in that. My supplies, I increased $2,000 here. And my maintenance and service contracts, $8,000. So I'm just trying to put those things in any fund that isn't the 1216 fund. So I looked at what the balances are and what I think I'm gonna spend for the next year, and I think budgeting the 56,000 will be efficient.
Should that total on other services, should that be 8,076?
Where is it?
Total 3 other services and changes or charges. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
No.
the change. That's the change.
I'm sorry. I looked
No,
at
I see what
supplies
you're
at 30.
talking about now. No,
No, you're correct. I looked at it wrong.
I did
Took the
too.
wrong one.
So you move the salaries from personal services back to general fund? Okay.
Yeah. Which we were able to supplement it for a lot of years, which is very nice, but we're getting a little too low for my comfort on that. Okay, now if you want to go to page 102, which is the auditor's ineligible homestead deduction fund. And I pretty much took everything out of this. I kept 10,000 in other services and charges and 2,000 in travel and training for a total budget of $12,000. Everything else has been moved to 1181 or county general. Anybody have any questions on that?
Guess not. Hit that one 3 times now, so makes sense. Yeah, I think.
Oh, what page is it?
91.
On page 91, which is technically, this is Mindy's fund, but I always have to, oh, this is for the FICA Perfin insurance for reassessment as well. And I kept those the same as last year. I did 30,000 from FICA, 40,000 in perf, and 50,000 in insurance for a total of 120,000. Okay, I think that's it for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
All right. Well, I think with that, we will conclude for a lunch break. And looks like we are due back to be here at 1 o'clock to hear Tammy Corn from Coordinating Council. So let's take a reset for lunch. Come back. Good job, everybody.
You too, thank you.
Yeah, good job.
What were the changes on the human resources ones I lost the page? All right, I think we've got everybody in the room, and just past 1 o'clock, Tammy's waiting on us, so. So, we'll kick this thing back off this afternoon. And first up, we have Tammy from the Coordinating Council to go through her request.
Is what you have to do.
Yeah, we like
Hello,
you
everyone.
a lot, yeah.
This is on page 50 for everybody who's following along up here.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
I have nothing. Ours doesn't normally change. We are actually $2,013 less than we were for '25, which was less than '24. So, nothing changes. Now, next year, we will shift and we'll refund the part-time clerk's position, but that's not until next year's budget, and we should have plenty of money in the hold for that. So, if you
I
have
remember
any
we're
questions?
like a certain percentage or something.
Yeah, so you're 10%, the
Contract,
city's 10%, we're 10%, so we run mostly between 80 and 85% off of federal funding and grants and state money, and so we're kind of just that easy department for the city in Howard County. And that's it, really.
Tammy, can you tell us some good news about your
So I can tell you all
department?
kinds of good news.
Great.
We are at the end almost of a NEPA, which is the National Environmental Protection Agency, approval for the new wash bay for the 35-foot buses, so that should be done next year. And then we are in the process right now, it's already being built, the maintenance facility, the FTA-funded maintenance facility, which was about $2.4 million, paid 80% federal funds. Then we have the trolley barn that will be right on the hind tail of the wash bay.
And these are going to be located where?
So we're not quite sure about the trolley barn yet. We plan to put everything out there at 919 Millbrook, out where the central garage is. The maintenance facility is on the central garage property. The wash bay will be on that property, just adjacent to it. It's getting a little tight out there, and so we're a little bit careful about that. And then trolley ridership is finally going up. We really kind of stayed low from 2020. Spirit bus riders are going down. That's what we want to see because it's the more expensive of the two systems. Let's see what else. We have the Rotary donated a shelter, and it went out on Rainbow Drive, and they'd like to do another one, which is very nice when we have public-private partnerships going for transit.
And a shelter cost how much?
Roughly about $8,000.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what they spent, but when we buy the shelters that we have, they're about $8,000. We do still struggle with people, I don't know why or how, they break out those windows, so we're always, so if you ever see them, feel free to just text my cell or call me and say, hey, you've got a window out, because we don't always see them, they just look clean. But we just replaced 11 of them, and so, used to be easier, but now they have somebody going by and steam cleaning those quite often, about quarterly, which is really nice. We started that back during COVID, and it just makes them look better. But we do struggle with the exterior of the buses, keeping them clean, because you just, 35-foot bus, it's tough to clean with a jetty. So we're excited about the wash bay. The wash bay is super exciting. So we did 2025, we did 262,633 passenger boardings for the trolley. This year, we're at about 135,973, half a year, so we assume we're going to beat that. So it's ticking up. It'll be up about 11%, we think. And then City Line Trolley, I'm so sorry, Spirit of Kokomo, we did 81,330 last year, and we're at 41,000, so it looks like it's gonna be the same. But that system seems to drop off when it gets colder. That's our senior and disabled system. They don't get out as much as they do in the summer. They don't like to mess with the ice or anything, so. But that is really.
Did you say you wanted to do away with that one?
Pardon me?
Did you say you wanted to do away?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, we would never, we can't. First of all, it's a
Yeah.
paratransit system, but we never want to take away a system that we've offered since 1973.
I was gonna say.
Especially with seniors and disabled. Now, we could eliminate the senior portion of it because that's not a disability by definition for the federal government, but we don't want to. They count on us, and it's something that, it's just nice for our community when, even when people are looking for economic development, they phone and I'll talk with them. They ask where the bus stops are. They'll ask, do we, what other services we have? What does it cost? Things like that. So.
Yeah, I know during the meetings, Mr. Besser or somebody keeps talking about those windows being broken out in those shelters. That's such a
Yeah, I got in trouble last time. So I thought they were fixed.
Yeah.
They are fixed now.
Yeah.
But I did just pass by Olive Garden and saw a kid looking out the window with his head out the window. So I called our guy and I said, "Oh, you're not going to believe this." And because we just went through and redid, like I said, 11 of them. And it's really a shame. I don't know how to explain to people that this is a free system, that it's I don't know.
I know.
We try, we just don't understand why they do it. You know, it's like graffiti in the parks. We don't know why they do it. But other than that, that's it for me.
Yeah.
Hit me with some questions.
What was your number again for the annual bus
Last year,
ride
this
numbers?
year, right now, 262,633 for the trolley. And then we're at the Spirit of, I'm so sorry, that is not correct. Right now, we are at 135,973. That other number was 25's number. And then Spirit of Kokomo, we're currently at 41,485. And last year's number was 81,330. So, but the best number is we're down 2,000 from the budget last year.
That's good.
It saved you guys a whopping $200. I'm glad we could help.
Tammy, in the schedule that we have, it says economic development, parentheses, GCC.
So we are the Kokomo and Howard County Governmental Coordinating Council.
Governmental Coordinating
I
Council.
know. So we get all the phone calls when anybody wants to, who do I call? I didn't make up the name. It was way back in 1981. But, so we are the federal office for oversight for the LPAs, which is the local planning agencies, Amber on your end, John on the city's end, John Pike. We take care of the federal money that comes in for transit and transportation projects, and then we also oversight and operate the transit for the city. Not daily operations, not the people anymore. I did that until about 5 years ago. And now they have someone that's a director in there.
Reason I ask is I too am a member of the GCC, but it's the Grissom Community Council.
Oh, that's not us. I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about military at all, so.
Thank
But, yeah, it is the Kokomo and Howard County Governmental Coordinating Council.
Governmental.
Yes.
Okay.
So if Howard County pays 10% of your budget, can we extrapolate out and we can assume what the federal government's contribution is, right?
Sure. So we run on a lot of different funds because of the way our office is set up, and so it's not just strictly an MPO. If it was strictly an MPO, we would only get those state funds for planning, and then the match for the city and the county would be much higher because of the cost to run it. But we're fortunate enough that we deal with the FTA as well, which is a federal transit agency. So we bring in, for example, my salary is 90% paid by FTA funds, 10% by planning. And then we have Kim, who is the planner. She's the opposite of me. We have Leah, who's 90% transit, And actually, I'm 70-30, I apologize. And then she's 90-10, and then we have Lane, the office manager, who's 50-50, because she does all of the billing and paperwork for both. So we're blessed that way, because then we get more funds that come in, and we run through the same thing that the city does or the county. We get State Board of Account audits, and then on top of the State Board of Account audits, we get what's called NTD, which is the National Transit Database that we have to do every year, a big report. Then we also get triennial reviews, which is the FTA. They come in every 3 years and they call it a review, but make no mistake, it's a huge audit. It's a big one. So we run on that kind of oversight. And then we have oversight on the city side through the controller's office with all of the transit items. So there's 3 checks and balances for everything that goes through from your end, our end, Amber, John. It's just a nice setup system. Whoever designed it for the MPOs did a really good job in making sure that everything was checked.
If there were seniors that lived in, say, either Greentown or possibly Roucheville or maybe some
That's been
outlying place, is there an opportunity for them to use Spirit of Kokomo to go back and forth from those things or not?
Not from those hubs, and we've talked, and I've had meetings over several years with different people from both of those communities, and currently we sit on a regional council to a committee to make sure that we're trying to link transportation and where it's needed. Right now, they're working up with Logansport, and Peru was taking over Logansport. But it's.
So those
it's
are 2
talked
different
about,
counties.
But, right, so
Rural and
it'd be like a regional hub where they get into Kokomo and then they catch our trolley. Or they could come into Kokomo if they're disabled or seniors, and they could catch our Spirit of Kokomo. They can do that now. Anybody can come in as long as we pick them up within our, we're only funded through 5307, which is urban funding. So for the county to have transportation, I know it's a huge thing and it's so needed. You folks would look at like 5311 funding or 5339 for seniors, things like that. And if anybody ever wants information on that, I can gather it for you and send it to you. It is definitely needed. We just don't have the funding or the mechanism to make it happen. But they are, like I said, if they get into the city, like if they get into the city, they can belong to the senior center and go to the senior center, say they have kids. If it's an elderly person, they drop them off at the senior center to do things. They can catch our Spirit bus or the trolley right outside and go anywhere in the community they want. We just
Within
can't get them from
Kokomo.
point A to point B at this point.
When you say get into the city, that means having a city address, right?
No,
If they just get to the city limits
they get to
and
city limits.
get off
they
the
can-
bus, they can get on your bus.
Sure, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
When those numbers that you said, 5311, 5339, what do they
So,
refer to?
there's 5310, 5311, 5339. 5339 is the state and federal senior funding. 5310 is as well. And then 5311 is the rural funding for if you were to have like a dial-a-ride or a fixed transit system. So those are federal funding. The tough part about that, even working with the regional, this is why we started working with the regional group of people, which was the 5 counties all around us, was because it's really hard for someone to start a system, for the county to start up a fixed transit system or even a dial-a-ride system. There is that you have to have the person that runs it, and you have to have the dispatch, and you have to have the vehicles, and you have to have the maintenance, and you have to have the fuel, and you have to be able to buy the vehicles. The vehicles will be purchased at 80 to 85%. But we're always happy to help teach anybody how to do that, and how to write those grants through the FTA or anything. So it's just tough, but again, happy to have a conversation with anybody that wants information on that anytime.
Thank you.
And in my short time on your committee, I still get lost in all the acronyms and
I
and all
know, I
that.
used to put a little piece of paper out and then pull it back every once in a while,
You
but yeah,
guys have
that's
got
right.
such a good system, and I really appreciate all your local coordination with John, with Amber. I mean, what I sit on just one piece of the boards that you communicate with everybody, so thank you for all the work you do.
Oh, thanks. You know, we're all public servants for a reason. It's an amazing community. I did want to let you folks know that October 28th, or 27th, 28th, and 29th, we're hosting the Metropolitan Planning Organization Conference here. So there'll be between 120 and 150 people here that come in, stay a couple of days. I'll be shooting out things. I'm looking for presenters or speakers, people who want to come in and talk about our community or what we're doing and transportation-wise especially. But I'm super excited. We're going to use the new convention center and hotel.
I was
But I
hoping you were
am
gonna tell them that.
incredibly excited to showcase our community because I think Kokomo gets overlooked often. They don't. I've been looking for a retirement job in the next 75 years. Campground or something to own and do after I've done it. We've gone everywhere in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, everywhere looking at these. And every time I go to a small town, whatever town is closest to where the campground might be. They pale. They really do. We've got a great, pardon me, I get choked up. We do. We have a great community with great people and great leaders. And I'm not saying it because you're about to approve my budget. But honestly, I'm proud to live here. I'm not from here, and I'm proud to live here. So.
Thank you. Anybody else got anything for Tammy?
You guys have a great day. Good luck with your budgets.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Thank you. Great job.
Have a great day.
All right, so we finished public transit, and we've already done Cary. Now we'll go talk about toll roads, if Frank's okay with that.
Yeah, they're always good.
Yep. And I wouldn't be in the
Yes.
department without some spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amber.
Yep.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you, Amber.
It's not very exciting this year. There's not a whole lot of changes, so.
That is kind of exciting.
So we got 4 funds to talk about. If you guys just want to start at the top one and go work through them.
Sounds great.
Yep, so first one is the 1135, that's our cumulative bridge fund. And so on the far right side, shows our 2027 proposed budget. And I kind of laid out, basically from 2022, kind of how this fund has changed over the years. This one is pretty much exclusively for our bridges, so it just depends on what bridge we have in the mix for construction or rehab or whatever. So a few I wanted to highlight is Bridge 56, which is a change from 10,000 to 5,000. That bridge should pretty much be done at this point. It's Bridge 56 is on 300 East, and it is done. We're just working through the last bit of paperwork. Should not have any bills in the year 27, but just in case something sneaks through. So the other one I wanted to highlight was bridge inspection. That one went from 25 to 35,000, and that is because in November, our inspection month is November. Each county gets assigned a month, so ours is November, and then our 4-year, the next contract for a 4-year time span starts this coming November. So next year will be kind of the big inspection for us. They'll inspect in November, and we get those bills and stuff in 27. So that's why that one went up a little bit. And then Bridge 25 went down because we're just in some design mode for that one. And then the last one I wanted to talk to you about was, it's called Small Structure 40 and Small Structure 49. Those are 2 structures that are small right now, but need to grow because of the circumstances that they find themselves in right now. So the first one that we're gonna work on is Small Structure 40, which is gonna turn into a bridge because it's gonna get bigger and it's gonna be big enough to be classified as a bridge. And so we are working through the design of this one right now. We are paying for that with our own local funds, but we are going to try to apply for community crossings money to construct that one. And so if we get that award, then we will be constructing next year in '27. So that's why that one went up a pretty decent bit. So it's kind of what we're doing in the bridge
Amber, is there
world.
any place where a person could look to, say, Bridge 30? To know
What that
see
is,
where
where
that
it's at,
is,
yeah. We have maps in our office, but that is something that I can add to our website, just a PDF map
I
of
think that
where
would
all
be
of our.
interesting.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. Because we know them as their number, but their location is a lot different than that. So, yeah, I can certainly do that. Yeah, just add a PDF there.
Are you happy that you're not responsible for the bridge on State Road 35 just north of Galveston?
Yes. Yes, sir, I am. That one has had a whole lot of issue, so, yeah. It's kind of a
Should be,
never-ending
yeah.
bridge.
You might want to call that bridge over troubled waters.
Yeah, it's had a lot of trouble, yeah. Fortunately, that one's not ours, it's an NDOT bridge, so that's their headache to deal with. Yep.
Okay, any questions on 1135 Hume Bridge?
Okay, we can move on to the next one, which is Fund 1169. This is our local road and street funding. The two things that I wanted to highlight on this was our salt and our stone. Both of these materials have increased substantially over the last couple of years. And so I'm just trying to keep up with the cost of those items at this point. So the one thing I did want to mention about salt is that there was a pretty substantial shortage of salt this last year. Luckily, we didn't really have that big of a winter, and we were able to keep up in Howard County with what we had on hand. So our last deliveries of salt didn't come until almost May. So like obviously pretty far after our season ended, which we obviously stockpile. We have our new barn, salt barn, so that we can stockpile that material. The reason that it came so late is because we were told either there's trucking problems or mining problems, and just shortages on both of those deals. So I do know that there are quite a few communities around us that were very short and very nervous about getting to the end of winter with the salt that they had on hand. So that being said, we always go with the state bid for salt. And so whoever communities want to, they can commit to what they're gonna purchase for that year. The state sends out that bid, and then different producers come in and bid on that salt. This has never happened before, as far as I know, but there were several communities that had no bidders for their salt. And of course, we were one of those communities. So we currently have no supplier for our salt for this next year. So that makes us a little nervous.
How is it now? Could you say that again?
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting how they do this. So the state of Indiana, they submit the bids for everybody, and so it's bid on per, NDOT substation. And so for Greenfield, we can commit to, what we did is we committed to 700 tons of salt, of untreated salt. So we commit to that, and then NDOT basically goes out and gets a supplier for all of us to get a good price for that salt. And then whoever wins that bid is our salt supplier for the year. Unfortunately, for the Greenfield district, for untreated salt, we had no bidders. And they actually sent out the bids twice. They did 2 rounds of bidding, and we got no bids for both of those rounds. So it does make us a little nervous. Now, they did say that once they get all the contracts done, and that's done through NDOT, once they get all the contracts done for those who did have bids, then we may be able to curtail on some of those other communities and be able to work something out. But as of this point, we don't have a supplier. So.
Are there counties around us that got that same deal or not?
Anyone who was in Greenfield District who wanted to have untreated salt does not have a supplier at the moment.
Okay, so it's not just us.
Yes, yeah. So,
Is the salt company, are those American or are they not American?
I mean, I think they're local suppliers, but I don't know who actually owns them, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's Cargill is who we usually get,
Okay.
as a
They're
supplier.
American.
Yeah, okay.
So, I think everybody's just nervous that one, you know, the problems that we had last year and the demand that we have for that salt. So, yeah.
What's the difference between treated and untreated salt?
So untreated is just like, you know, salt, and then treated has a chemical on it that can, go to a lower temperature before it freezes. And we have just typically done untreated. And now that we've gone with the brine system, if we want to treat, we will treat our own brine how we want to. There's different theories on that, not to get too deep in the weeds, but NDOT has kind of gone back and forth between treated and untreated, because there's benefits to it, but you really have to watch the temperature, you have to watch the predictions of the storm, what we think we're going to get. Is it going to be you know, a moist snow, or is it going to be a dry snow? Is it, you know, there's a lot of different factors in there, and we're just learning, because we just started brine last year, so it's taken us a little bit. We're trying to learn from others too, but yeah,
We're
just
kind of
we
on
just
the
do
cusp
untreated.
where we can get those heavier wet snows or the dry.
Right, yeah,
If you're
we're-
up north, like Minnesota or Chicago, maybe even like
Right,
this.
yeah, because there's a huge difference just between us and, say, Hamilton County. There were massive differences in the snow amounts this year. And typically, we get more snow, but this year, or this last year, they got a ton of snow and we didn't, so. Just a guessing. But-
So I was curious if the suppliers were doing more, making more treated salt, and, you know, would there be?
Well, it's
available
interesting-
Or not, I mean, has the manufacturing or the processing of the salt shifted way over to more treated salt?
Not necessarily. It's pretty split, to be honest. And so Greenfield, untreated, didn't get a bid. And then there was another district, I can't remember which it was, that had their treated not get a bid. So it was just, it didn't really make sense to me. Of course, I'm not super deep in that manufacturing process, but it was both sides had no bidders. So the idea is whoever's supplying, so we're the farthest northwest county in Greenfield District. So our hope is that the counties to the west of us, Crawfordsville District, they did get a bid for their untreated. So we're hoping that we can call them and be like, hey, we're only ordering 700 tons. Can we, you know, pull off of that? And if they say yes, they can supply us, then we'll have a supplier. If not, then we will have to reach out to some different suppliers. It won't be state bids, so there'll probably be higher cost of their salt. But it's just a completely open at this point. We're waiting for those NDOT contracts to come out for the existing bids that they have, and then we can go from there. So just a little added spice to the highway department. So just something I wanted to mention, because not only are the costs of some of these materials going up, but the supply themselves are becoming interesting as well.
Is this salt stuff unexplored territory for you, or is
A little bit, a little bit for this position, for sure. But it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. But yeah, it's a huge learning curve for me, for sure.
One last question on salt.
Yeah, sure.
The untreated salt, can that be used on your food?
I wouldn't, because it's probably not a food grade.
I'd say it's not
but
food grade.
technically, you probably could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't add salt to any of my food, but just background information, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. So
You have some
and
extra you can share.
yeah, and also, you know, as we get to understand our brine operations a little bit better, then hopefully we won't need as much salt. So maybe it's, you know, and we do, like I said, we have a decent supply and a stockpile. So that is the silver lining here, is that we do have a good stockpile, and hopefully we have a winter like we've had the last couple. We've been pretty lucky, so. So that's what I wanted to talk about there. The stone I increased as well, because the last several years I've had to increase that line item quite a few times, just because the cost is going up as well. So I just tried to make that what we have been regularly using.
And your stone comes from Howard County?
It does not. So we put out an annual bid for that, and we have usually IMI, Martin Marietta, the new stone quarry on the south end of the county. It's technically in Tipton, Wardstone, and then Heidelberg also. Heidelberg's out of Peru. And historically, since I've been here, Heidelberg has been the most economic for us to get. Even with the distance that we have to drive, and the fuel and, you know, some maintenance, it is still, better, and they win our bid the last 5 years, so. Yeah.
Quick question about stone.
Sure.
When you guys did my road a few years back, they put, it's about this wide of stone along the edge.
Yes.
Just looked like stone. That stuff gets really hard. What's mixed in with that?
It's just like limestone, and
That's all
so,
it is?
yeah, if it has like the lime powder in it, it can harden up really pretty good.
Is it 53s you put on, or?
73s, yeah.
Because I mean, it's, I mean, and where, you know, it's right next to the side dish, so it goes down. And it almost looks like it would fall down into the ditch, but it doesn't. It's hard, it's hardened.
Yeah, yeah. So we've done that. If you notice, there's a lot more stone on the edges of the roads than there ever has been. And that's because historically, we resurface the roads. And I don't know if I've talked about this before, but as you keep resurfacing, you start losing your edges. Because the more the road comes up, you have to either fill in the dirt or, you know, you have a big drop off. So we've altered, we've kind of maxed out how much we can resurface before we have to mill and then resurface. So we're kind of switching into that gear, but we still use stone to kind of fill in those edges, just because it's more economic than dirt. So, but yeah, it works pretty well.
At the bottom of this sheet you handed out, it's got the salt and the diesel.
Yes.
Is that the price you're paying per gallon or per ton? Okay.
Yeah, so that was just a little iteration of like kind of where we're at. You can see that the salt prices back in '23, it was $78 a ton. And my estimation is 95, and that was before we realized we didn't have a supplier, so it could be even more.
So that was the state bid number?
That was the state bid numbers, yes. Yep. So, and then diesel, we do an annual bid for diesel prices, and we have actually come out very well on our diesel prices, especially this year. We got very, very lucky. So it will be interested when we go for our annual bid prices this coming year to see how diesel shakes out or what prices we get. So it's a little bit of a question. So, and the only other thing I changed on here is I took away the line for repair graders and rollers. And I just moved that money into our repair trucks and tractors. It's basically just an all-encompassing repair equipment line. Because one, we've gotten rid of several of our graders and we don't use them to plow anymore, so there's not as much wear and tear on them. And two, a lot of times it was hard for us to track, you know, a filter. Did it go to a roller or to, you know, so it was just a little hard for us to track, and it wasn't that much money, so we just combined the two, so. On that one. Any more questions on local road and streets? Okay.
Well, your funding for this right here, just, your funding comes from gasoline tax, is that right?
Yes. A big chunk of it does, yes.
Yeah.
Gas
Tire,
tax.
tire
yeah.
tax,
Yeah,
excise tax, all that?
yes, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So a couple of weeks ago, I think I heard that the governor said he was gonna make sure that the counties were not hurt by that,
Yes,
by the suspension of the gas excise tax and the sales tax.
yes,
Have you gotten any money
we
through
did.
that?
Yeah, that was a very quick turnaround, which I was very pleased and surprised about. But we, I can't remember when that was, maybe a couple weeks ago? Yeah, maybe.
We got it in last.
Yeah, okay. Because there was a little question on how we distribute and all that stuff. But we basically were made whole. With anything that we had lost in the previous couple months, we were basically made whole with that funding. They just gave us the whatever we had lost in that extra taxes, gas taxes. So, yeah.
Is that worthy of telling the governor that we appreciate that?
Absolutely. Absolutely, that's worthy of that.
How would we do that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. A few years ago, you laid out a long-term plan on replacing vehicles. How's that coming? Are we right on track with that?
It's going really well. So we had, from our COVID vehicles that took like 4 years to get in, we kind of have like a big jump in our vehicles there. And yeah, we've been able to replace those in a pretty good step. So I'm really happy with how we're going. We still need to keep up with that, so we can't, tail off any, but we are doing very well with that. And the last 2 years, we've added like a truck with the belly blade on it, That's why we were able to get those graders off the road for our winter operations. That's helped substantially. So there was a little bit of a learning curve there, but man, those are nice. Those are really nice. Those worked out well. So, and it's like a multi-purpose vehicle. So yeah, we're really happy with those. We can move on to 1173, which is our MVH restricted fund. And there's not a whole lot of changes on here. There are a few changes in the top portion, the salaries, because during our paving and our chip sealing, we can move our salaries over to this restricted, which we talked about that last year, and that's worked out really well. That's helped our budgets substantially to be able to afford everything really, really well. So there is a few little changes there just because I decided to move like one or two of the different types of crew member over into that line. So not a whole lot. And when they moved from 1173, they just got pulled out of 1176. So it's a balance between the two funds. And I should say 1173 and 1176 are the same fund. Just 1173 is just kind of a sub fund to that main one. So that's why we can kind of move funds between those two. The other thing that I wanted to point out is I increased our culvert and tile pipe because we have seen an increase in our larger size pipes that need replaced. They're just reaching the end of their life. We have Band-Aided, we have gotten as much life out of those as we possibly can. So we're getting to the point where we just need to start replacing. And obviously those are a lot more expensive, and the cost of metal pipe is just increasing as well. So increase those. One line that I did add to this one is guardrail, because I do want to start a guardrail replacement program, and slowly start replacing some of these guardrail that are substantially out of current standards. So it's gonna take a long time, but I do think that is a very worthy cause. Because we actually just replaced when we had the flood last year and we had that major pipe collapse and we replaced everything, we upgraded the guardrail to current standards, everything was great. Just about 2 months ago, we had a wreck there, and I wholeheartedly believe that if the previous guardrail was there, that gentleman would have a much different outcome than he did. So we lost a bunch of guardrail and that had to be replaced, but we did not lose a person. So very much needed program to start upgrading some of those guardrails. So
On guardrails, Amber, along 931, they took out those heavy aluminum I-beams and guardrails along the side down to median. They left them out. Further on down the line of 31, they put in those posts every so often with cables going horizontal. What's the advantage to those?
So the cable stay guardrail I'd say it's new. It's not really that new, but it has kind of a different theory where you don't put them right along the edges of the roadways. You give the vehicles kind of a area to kind of decelerate in the grass, and then when they hit those cables, they kind of get like caught, if you will. So they're finding that it's kind of when you have very high speeds, like a highway, it's a really good option to have a lot less loss of life. It's there to be destroyed when it gets hit, and that's the purpose of it. It also catches the car and dissipates the energy as much as possible so that it doesn't end up on the person versus the car and the guardrail. So yeah, those are used on very high speeds. They have a lot of success on those. So as far as 931, I don't know. 931 seems to be a mystery to me. There's a lot going on there, so not really sure.
Likewise.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah. And I think I increased the signs a little bit too, just because those get more expensive as well. So the total for this fund has gone up just a little bit, but there's some funding in that line, or that fund, so it should be good. Question? All right, so then we'll move on to the biggest fund I have, which is the MVH fund. And that's most of my overhead and all that good stuff. So, actually, I did not change this one all that much. I did take away two, lines that were just pretty much there for us placeholders. We haven't used them in years. There were other supplies, there was only $100 in there. And then also postage, there was only 100 in there, and I don't know that we've used that since I've been here. So I just eliminated those. So the total of this fund has actually gone down just a tiny bit, so.
Do you have any big trucks that you'll be purchasing in the future, and has the lead time on those changed at all in terms of delivery from?
It seems to vary. It seems to be about 18 months from the time we start the order until the time it shows up on our property. Or at least that's what it's been the last couple years, I guess. What we do need to do this year is, we do have, or for 27, we have planned to purchase a single axle truck. We've kind of gotten heavy on tandems because we were short on those, so we're gonna go back and purchase a single axle truck and also a new oil truck. Because we do all of our chip sealing, and then we started a fog sealing process this year as well. And one of our trucks it's reached the end of its life. So we are looking into purchasing an oil truck, not a brand new one, but a slightly used one. I think that's the best option for us. And then we have some smaller pieces of equipment that we'll purchase this next year too, so.
Amber, I was at a meeting last week, and I do believe there's some discussion, I don't know if it's gonna go anywhere at the state, to try to flip some of this 50/50, or the
Yes.
cost sharing between
Mhm.
MVH and MVH restricted.
Yeah.
Would you support having some more flexibility?
Absolutely.
Okay. I assumed that was the
Absolutely,
case,
yes.
but-
Because we can always put more money into the restricted fund if we want to, but having to be forced to do that, it makes us have to try to play with numbers a little bit more than I feel like we should.
Yeah.
Whereas if we had the flexibility, we could do what really needs to be done, and if that costs a little bit more, we can use a little bit more in that fund, so.
Yeah, there's a gentleman from, I think the highway superintendent from Kosciuszko County, and then somebody else, the highway superintendent's over there. So,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's actually, I think there's a little footnote that if you do have, you have to have a wheel tax,
Yes.
which we do, and if your roads are rated, I think it's higher than 5.
Like a PACER score? or
Yeah, on the
something like
PACER
that?
score, if it's higher than 5 over the entire county, and you have a wheel tax, I think there might have been a third point to that, all of which we're very, very close on. We went ahead and looked because we thought, oh man, that we could be very close. And in our PACER ratings, we're just under that 5. We're about 4.5, I think, maybe a little less than 4.5 at the moment. So I think within the next couple of years, we should hopefully be there. And then I'm also hoping that they kind of give us a little bit more leeway anyway, so.
That's my hope too. So
Yes.
that's what we're pushing for at the State House for you.
Yes,
So.
yeah, yeah, because it kind of becomes like just trying to play with the numbers to make it work kind of thing, rather than just doing what we really want to do is
Yeah.
fix our roads and
That
bridges.
5, that's the condition of the roads they're
Yes.
rating? I don't know how, I don't drive around, ours are better than anybody's.
Yeah, it is
How can we not
very.
be over that?
Yeah, it's very particular on how you have to rate these. So, and they're changing that program too, so you have to be certified to do that now. Everything's a certification now. And so my 2 engineers and myself, we just went to the class a couple months ago. And so you have to go through this class. It's very, very specific on like, if there's alligator cracking in just a small portion, it has to go down to this number. And it's very, very specific on how you have to rate those numbers. Essentially, if it's a brand new, newly constructed road, it's a 10. If it's a resurfaced road, the highest it can be is a 9. And then it just kind of goes down from there. So it has to be a pretty pristine road to have those high numbers.
I'm just
And ours are really good,
Yeah,
but
I'm just surprised ours isn't over 5. I don't know what some of these ones around us have to be.
well,
Ours is
I
not
would
fine.
say, yeah, if it's got like any kind of a pothole or anything like that, it's gonna be a 4 or less. So if there's any kind of pothole on the road, that makes it less than that. So our guys have done a really good job of rating all of our roads in the last couple of years, and we're close, so. We're also looking into a program, it's Violytics, I've talked to Jack about it as well. It's an AI program that you can drive the roads and it rates it for you. And so we have to just go back and double check, make sure we agree with some of these But, that, you know, the parameters are already set in that AI program. And so we could rely on that because, to be our eyes, you know, as kind of a double stamp for us too. So, there's that too, so. But yeah, I think our roads are fantastic, but, we have to go by the specific rating system. It's a 1 through 10, so.
Okay, any other questions for Amber? All right, we have been schooled on toll roads. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much.
Very interesting.
With that, back to battle on schedule. Mr. Dodd.
Well, that's certainly a tough act to follow.
Yes, with your best shot.
How can you follow diesel and salt and rock and,
Projects and incentives.
but I'll do
See
my
what you-
best. Well, good afternoon. So the first budget that we'll look at is Fund 1000, which for the following is page 22. If you go down from the top, we have increased the drainage board. We have 5 members plus the surveyor. Last year, that rate of pay was increased to $75 each member. So by increasing that, that just allows us to pay those members. So that's why that was increased. Going down to continuing education, we increased that just a little bit because of current demands from the state requiring us to stay abreast of certain things. That's an ever-changing target. So we increased that just a little bit. $500 to be exact. Next page on 23, travel and training is kind of the same thing. Going around to some of these trainings, give you an example, is the trustee. That is coming up, the consolidation of the trustees and trying to start to figure out what's going on with that. So these are mandates coming down from the state that we're trying to stay abreast of and get ahead of. Then if you go down to 35 and 130, insurance deductibles, we've increased that because of lawsuits. We face an increasing number of lawsuits that we have to pay our deductibles on. And that, unfortunately, we see an increase in that. And I don't see an end to that. Sometimes we have to pay to settle those lawsuits. And it's one of the things that throughout my career in human resources that I've had to pay. And it's cheaper to settle lawsuits sometimes than it is to fight those out because of attorney fees. So we may get a phone call from Alan asking to settle a lawsuit, $20,000, $30,000, instead of fighting it out for $50,000 or $75,000. That just doesn't end, and I hate paying that, to be honest. But sometimes in the interest of financial responsibility, it's something you have to do. So that's why you see that on there. So that is Fund 1000. Any questions on that fund before we move on?
Yeah, real quick on line 3.5, 120 insurance policies. Is that the, I'm gonna call it property and casualty insurance line?
I think there's a different fund we were gonna put that in, right, or is that the one?
I mean, that's what you're paying for the policies, I'm saying. I'm not questioning, I'm just asking what that was.
1.3 million and 35
Yep,
or excuse me,
120.
I thought that was on a different fund we were gonna put that.
is the premiums that we pay. So one of the things that I want to make sure that you guys are aware of is we are paying less premium,
Right,
but we are trying, we really need a fund set up
yes.
that holds about whatever we don't spend in premium, we need to set up in a fund because we're self-insured now, and we need to be able to have that fund set aside. And I want to make sure the council knows that, and that somehow this next year that we have a fund line or a fund account, that we take what we didn't spend in premium, which was pretty significant, that we move that into a fund where we can pay our self-insured portion of property casualty. And I think that's important that the council recognize that and set us up some kind of a fund that, I don't know how, I'm gonna say rolls, but
Yep.
I don't know how that works, because I know encumbrances and all that stuff, but there is a way that a fund can be set that it would hold money.
Okay, so that's what I was getting at, making
Yes.
sure. So that 775
Correct.
is basically the annual premium we've paid for it. So then there's roughly 500 and some thousand that we need to make sure we are retaining for a self-insurance policy.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's what I'm making sure.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for bringing that up, Darrell, because that.
we're still insured with an insurance carrier, insurance company, but we have, pay a low premium, and we have a bucket of cash over here to self-insure, to keep the premiums lower.
Yes. We just gotta make sure we're continuing to fill that pot.
Yeah.
Until some time where we feel adequate, we're self-sufficient
Okay.
to handle
And we
that.
built that pot through the savings of premiums.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so
I
we'll.
like it.
I'm sure maybe Alan's got an idea. We'll talk about it, but yeah, we definitely need to do that.
So is that-
Thank you.
Insurance against damage to the building, or is that insurance for somebody tripping and falling and injury and compensation for that?
So it's property casualty. So
Property
it's
and
buildings-
casualty.
It is buildings, autos, it is not employee, it has nothing to do with employees, no health, no work comp, none of those kinds of things. Anything, like if they tripped and fell in our building, it would go to our property casualty. If it's an employee that fell, it goes to work comp. And I'm not a work comp specialist, so I'm probably talking incorrectly, but,
Say somebody was coming inside to pay their taxes and they tripped on the front step and
property
broke their head. Property casualty.
yes. Thank you.
And that's what we're being self-insured.
And we are experiencing savings with those premiums. That's why we want to take those savings
Yeah.
and put them over in this account that Jessica's going to help us establish. So if something does happen, we have money to pay it.
Yeah. No, I made a note of that. We'll try to figure something out maybe by the end of this year and get that set up.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you, sir.
thank you for bringing that up.
Yep.
Do we have any idea how much you would need to have in that to feel good about how much you got in there?
Try a crystal ball to tell you how much we need.
I mean, 1,000,000, 100,000? We have no idea, right?
Whatever those savings are is what we're putting in. It may be enough, not be enough.
It's gonna depend on the year and how many claims you have or don't have. In my opinion.
Is there any assessment, because, okay, so I see the savings of it, but what is the assessment by not having that insurance what's the potential cost or predicted cost of what that would be for us to pay those out because we don't have the insurance? Like, I'm sure there's like a net savings by not having that, or what we would anticipate, and maybe you've thought of that.
Bring on Pam.
We don't have.
I told her yesterday, she sees it sit right there.
So we have our annual review with our insurance provider coming up in August, and we'll have those numbers for you, and we'll be happy to pass those on to you. So far, we have had some issues. The garage door at Highway got damaged, we had to pay that, and that was like $850. Got damaged in the storm, $850. We've had multiple car accidents, most of which were not our fault, so we're going into subrogation on those. I cannot tell you an exact number of what we spent out at this point, but, and you have to remember that some of what we've paid out in deductibles have been from old travelers' policies when we were covered under travelers. So we've got probably 3 more years of travelers' lawsuits and claims that are still coming in. But in terms of just damages, we have done really well. And with our new insurance provider, they're coming in and they're gonna start doing some safety meetings with us. They're gonna do some, they've looked at some pucks. They're called water pucks, and they, so if there's water infiltration, it will catch them and send an alarm rather than, so we're trying to do some proactive things. But I think for right now, we'll know those exact numbers in August. And I'll be happy to send those on to you.
Thank you.
I'll give you an example. Just last storm, had some straight line winds that tore off the air conditioner at work release. Had to evacuate work release. Had a lot of trees down out there. That was not good, but it could have been a whole lot worse. So we had to pay to repair that air conditioner, the roof, those kind of claims. So thankfully it was not worse. But we do have those kind of claims that now we have to pay out of pocket or out of this fund. So we never know what's going to happen next. So it's really hard to project. But we can kind of project these premium savings. So that's what Pam was talking about.
Just like a health savings account where you pay lower premiums and then if something catastrophic happens, then you've got that covered with your premiums.
That's correct.
For the smaller claims, you pay it from your savings.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, kudos for you guys for researching that. I think it's a good thing. We just need to make sure we're funding the health savings account.
Correct. So that's why we. Any other questions?
Yes. Nope, I'm good with that one. Where do you want to go to next, sir?
Okay, we're ready to move on to 11, 12. On 11, 12, if you look at
Page 50?
page 50, 31-201, unsafe properties. You can see that we've asked for a $50,000 increase in that. And I think you've all seen the unsafe property map looked at in West Middlesex. I've heard some pretty good comments on that. So we do have a process in place that is working. It is expensive. And we have a lot of unsafe properties out there, but we can't get to all of them. We have a lot of unsightly properties out there, but we can't get to all of them. We have a code enforcement person that is pretty busy. We work with Recycle. They have given us some money to help pay for this person. That process is working pretty good. But we can only do so much. We get a multitude of complaints, and these comes into the commissioners, comes into our planning commission, but we're working on that. And we can only do so much. We can only do so much with the money we have. That what I call the Stevens property, West Middleton property, properties out in Greentown that we're working on are making a difference. We can only do so much. That's why we're asking for an increase in this. If you look down to line 32 to 80, Cicada, this is kind of a last minute change. You can see that the request was for 90,000. We recently learned they did not get their money from the state. They came back and they asked for a substantial increase. One that I didn't feel we could really fund. Asking for 300,000. You can see the budget there is 90. So I've agreed to ask 200,000. In order to help fund that, I've agreed that on the miscellaneous economic development line, 576,000, the Commissioner's miscellaneous economic development, we would lower that to 500,000, kind of help fund that increase. So, in order of simplicity, we would just increase the Cicada line to 200 and lower the miscellaneous economic development line to 500,000. Just to help offset that increase. Questions, comments?
Comment, if I can, please. You know, Chiquita, they do this here's an economic development fund we're operating with, and it's got a pretty healthy balance right now. And being that Chiquita is the economic drive coordinator for the community, the state really cut their legs off the knees financially, and they're really fighting just to stay relevant right now, I think. And I think the city, they're working on trying to maximize what funding they can get just to get Chiquita through this next year. It's not a long-term proposition,
Right.
but they have very good leadership, and they're making plans to correct course. And being that this is an economic development fund, and they are the driver between the associations, the alliances, I would be their initial request was $300,000, and on a one-year plan, I'd be apt to prop them up per their request, because they're very capable, they're very responsible, and they see what's coming, and just so they have the funds to maneuver to get into a stronger position for the next year, for 2028. And the fund, I think, can support that for 1 year. I'd be more apt. Just saying. Just had to toss that in there because it's important. It's all important. But anyway, I've said my piece. Yeah.
I only spend dollars, I don't allocate them.
Yeah.
So are you saying, I thought I heard Jack say raise it to 200,000.
Right.
Are you saying you'd like to see it raised to 300,000?
They're asking for 300,000. They've been, the state just kind of cut off their funding. They're going in front of the city, they're asking for the same thing from the city. And they're seeing what they can do, because we see the importance of Chiquita and how they connect all the different economic builders in the community. Industry, education, finance, real estate, Downtown Alliance, just a cornucopia of different organizations that collectively make Kokomo and Howard County a better place to live.
Are you saying you'd keep increase that to 300,000, keep miscellaneous economic development at 576?
I guess what I'll say is maybe we should just let that one simmer and let's get some numbers and settle that out before, because we're not making that final
Just thought
decision.
I'd
Yeah,
Right.
no, yeah. So in my mind, initially, I was thinking leave the 576 alone, but let's review the cash balances and we'll chat and get that one.
What number were you talking about, Jack, for the miscellaneous economic development?
Yes, that is
32,250, right? So he was saying take it from 576, 400 down to 500K.
250.
Sorry? Yeah, what were you wanting to take that down to, though?
Down to 500, if we increase that to 200, Cada. But if the council's inclined to increase that to 300, then I would ask just to leave that line at 576.
We can hash that out. That's not. I appreciate you considering that request.
Other questions?
The sidewalk project, you still got plans to do more sidewalks? It'd be,
That is just remaining money in that account. Just asking to reallocate that into.
I see, okay. So we had that much that we appropriated.
Yes.
You've
That's
got
just
plans to do some more,
reappropriation.
sidewalks, and so instead of encumbering it, you just wanna fix the sidewalks.
Just had to fix one.
I know. Okay.
And while we're on that, I think it's a big remark that if you stand down there, and I made this comment at lunch, stand down in the corner, different directions, impact, improvement. This building around the courthouse is tremendous. We affected the landscape, improved it tremendously using this kind of money. Really a very nice. Pretty impressed.
I agree.
Through working together, commissioners, council, employees, all of our departments, together. I appreciate you.
All right, we good on that one?
Can you give an example of, on line 37013, a local business civic grant, an example of what that might be?
Those are things like
Okay, Kokomo Symphony, that kind of stuff. Okay, thanks.
we offered grants to those. Get those out.
Thank you. Got it.
Ready to go to Cume Cap, Commissioner?
This is get back on track here. This is page 71. that this increase of $100,000. This is the equipment line. This is used to purchase a multitude of different equipment. So as we start looking at next year, he's helping Jeremy replace some of the computer stuff he was talking about. As we start looking forward to the new jail, replacing some monitors, equipment. You never know when equipment replacement's gonna come up, but they come to the commissioners asking for help in replacing this. I was joking around earlier, and somebody told me, they said, commissioners are like parent. People need help, they come to the commissioners. We need these funds to be able to help replace things as they age, break. So that's why we put a request in for that. But again, as we start looking forward to some of the projects we have coming up, we need to start looking at some replacing. That's why we're asking. That is really the only change for us. Questions or comments?
I'm good on that one.
The next two, I'm just gonna wrap into one. This is the opioid money. This is Fund 38, 37, 107, 108. 107 is our restricted opioid money. 108 is unrestricted. And what you're doing is, these are funds we have left. We're just reappropriating the appropriation next year. If we would get new funds coming in, we would have to come back to you for appropriation. But what you're doing with these funds is just appropriating those in. We've done I think, a really good job of using these funds to help out any local, making a difference, saving lives. Questions or comments?
So we'd be appropriating whatever the balance is right now,
That's the balance we have left.
292.5.
Well, the request
Well,
is
if-
zero, but that's what he's asking.
If you add those together.
The two funds.
But there's a difference, restricted and unrestricted, is what we use those for.
But that's the amount that we would appropriate. Correct.
Into each fund.
Right.
Two different funds.
Right.
Yes.
Do you have any idea if those opioid funds will continue? Or is that,
We think they will, according to the Attorney General's office. But we have no guarantees. We don't even know when they'll come in. They just come in. So, but we hope they will. We anticipate them. But we don't know how much. These are lawsuits from different.
Just to clarify, so in the book, I have a request of zero, but your thought is, at the end of the year, whatever's left, you would like to do some sort of a carry forward with an additional or something to put that in for 27?
You're talking about the opioid funds?
Correct, yes. I'm getting a nod over there.
Yeah, you're just taking this balance, what we have left. We're not requesting more.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
taking this balance and moving it forward.
I'm tracking, I was making sure I was kind of looking at something else as you were talking. Thank you.
I appreciate your effort. What you guys have to fix.
Thank you, Jack. And Pam.
Thank you.
Okay, got that one checked off. I switched with Judge McMahon yesterday, so Judge McMahon is here, and we will allow him to present.
Thank you. I brought my problem-solving coordinator, Leah Hovack, with me as well. She's going to come on up as well. So I know some of you. I've met some of you. I don't know everybody. I was just recently appointed to Superior Court 1 as of April 1st. And so this is my first go-around with a budget presentation. And so I'm willing to answer any questions you may have. I don't know what I can tell you other than we're not really asking for any additional funds at this point. So I don't know what normally is the topic of these budget. I mean, other than budget topics. What specifically? You know. So I can answer any questions that I have the answers to. But I don't think we're deviating from where we were last year.
So I'm Frank Faulkner, and I've met you a couple times, I think, maybe at the Breakfast Club.
Yes.
But any initial surprises in stepping into the judge's position that?
For me?
Yeah.
Probably 1,000.
Any that you can share?
Nothing surprising. I mean, one thing that happened was we had one of my staff quit on very short notice. That was kind of surprising, but I somewhat sensed that it was coming, and I had talked to her. I just didn't know when, but I didn't expect it 2 days. Right now I have, I'm one short, but we're by and I'm trying to fill that spot. So that was one of the biggest surprises, but otherwise, not really.
Do judges have to be careful of who they associate with and socially?
In my
Is that
yes.
is that a change in lifestyle or?
For me?
Yeah, I don't know if it
the,
is or isn't.
The people I associated with before are the same people I associate with now, and they're all good people, so there's no need to cut anybody. So, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, good.
So, yeah.
Judge, it looks like on your Series 3, line 32640, you have drug screens, you have $12,000 in there. For some reason, we had zero from last year's budget. If I remember right, I think Judge Elkins maybe took that down to zero when we did the budget for some transferring of money. Just to clarify, you want that $12,000 back in for 2027?
Yes, and yes, we can. I don't know why Matt did that. I had not talked to him to understand why he
Yeah, you
made
weren't here.
that.
I believe he was transferring to adjust some other things, some other shortfalls. So if my memory serves me right, oh, the mic's off. So.
The only thing that, I mean, I've only been there for, 3 months now, but my staff tells me there's been an uptick in competency evaluation. It's usually like $1,700 a piece, but that's, I think, out of the unified fund, if I recall, so.
Sure.
But I don't think it's, from what I've seen so far, I just think it's significant enough to move the needle.
Okay.
So,
Well,
if it
looking at
is,
the
bring
budget,
it up.
that's the only thing that increased, but it makes sense because it was there before, so I just wanted to clarify that. So,
Okay.
thank you.
I don't know if I clarified.
No, you did, you did. I was dusting some cobwebs off in my head as I was talking about it, so. Any other questions on Superior 1 budget? Okay, you want to move to the Unified Courts budget next? So, wherever you want to go. That's page 31 for the council.
The unified court expenses. My understanding is, I mean, I don't have in-depth backlog of knowledge about these numbers, but my understanding is that these are the numbers from last year, the previous budget. So we're just not asking for any changes or increases, my understanding. I wasn't aware the drug screen request had gone up.
Well, it was flat from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it technically didn't, but.
Yeah, last year, on 3 of these, I'm Brian Alexander, we haven't met.
Nice to meet you.
On 3 of these, just an example, transcription is line 11,215. In 2025, it was 24,000. Last year, that dropped to 20,000. And the request for next year's back to 24,000. So it's going back to previous 2 years ago. And the same with translators, 31,130, and transcripts, 32,190. So you're wanting all those to go back to what it was in 2025?
Yeah, and I had talked to my staff about also translators, and there's been a significant increase in the need for that. So,
And at the end of the day, this just goes into this pot. You guys use these for the different needs, and then it just goes back to the general fund at the end of the year. So.
feel a bit like I'm unprepared and that I don't know what's gone on for the past several years, you know what I mean? And so I'm just stepping into it now. Right.
Well, you'll fit right in.
That's good to know. It's comforting, I think. But yeah, I'm willing to discuss anything. I just don't know how many hard answers I have at the moment.
Well, welcome. My name's John Roberts. Welcome. We wish you the very best in all your doings, and find a very supportive and counsel of a wide variety of skill sets.
Yeah.
And we're here to help you.
I appreciate it. And this, like I said, is Leah Hoback. I was going to have her present on the drug court budget, which is coming back to Superior Court 1. Probably, we're thinking mid-September, and she's the coordinator for both reentry and drug court, but I think Judge Tate presented on that. But Leah is the right hand of the problem-solving court judge, which will be next. So, why don't you guys
They did present. Are you upset they stole your thunder?
It was Judge Tate emailed me that they did that.
Yeah.
Anything else? Want from me or?
Is the 2512 under his jurisdiction too?
The county user fee,
The county
jury
user
pay.
fee, jury pay, page 120. Looks like it's the same as what they requested last year.
The juror fees?
Yes.
And what was your question?
But I just wanted we normally go through, we got different pages and funds, and so we go through each one. So I'm just letting the council know that that's the other fund that was on your docket. And so your request is the same as the year prior. And looks like, I think Judge Elkins raised it because they raised the jury pay a couple of years ago. Obviously, it's costing more to get people to come in and do that. So.
Yeah.
But that same number sounds sufficient again for 27, it looks
I
like.
think so. I don't have any reason to think it won't be.
Okay.
We don't foresee a significant increase in the number of trials.
Okay.
I guess. Is that any help at all? Probably not.
Perfect.
Yep.
I think you've just survived.
What's that?
You've just survived your first one. Good
Yeah,
job.
yeah, I made it. Yeah. I didn't know what to expect, but it's like, I'll just.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate all you do.
Yep.
Okay, I believe we are due for a real quick break, and then we will get into the last quarter of everything we got left to do. Fine. Quick.
We are.
You want to make us think. Bye.
I don't think I am.
I think I look at you.
Has the
I know.
defense ever rested this last year?
No.
All right. That'd be a good title for a book.
All right, so for the council, I think we're on page 36 and 37.
Really, I've read the book several times. Yep.
I guess I could start, good afternoon, everyone.
Yep.
Start with a question. I'm not sure how far you want me to go into the weeds on the salary issue, because I understand there's a meeting next week.
The 6th of August.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to just briefly explain that,
outline-
that we're out of
give a quick
compliance
outline.
per the commission, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. We'll have
Well,
to-
looking at our budget, the first item where there is a change is the deputy public defender's salaries. And without dragging on too much, last year there was no change, but we had received a notice after an audit was done on pay parity by the commission that we were not in compliance, although we weren't far off. And they wanted my plan to bring us into compliance, and I already knew that there wasn't going to be a request for additional salaries. So another option was to reduce the amount of their caseload. They were at a 70% caseload, and if we reduce that to a 67% caseload, then the salary matched what the new full-time equivalent number was that the commission told us, and it brought us into compliance.
That was smart.
I reduced those 15 felony public defenders and the 4 doing chins and juvenile. Their full-time equivalent caseload was 80, which I reduced to 75. And that brought their salary in compliance. And so I didn't make any requests for any changes in those salaries because we were in compliance. And part of that was based on the conversation I had with Mr. McCann shortly after he had come and asked for some additional part-time deputies, because I was concerned that with 3 more public defenders or prosecutors, there would be an uptick in the caseloads. And he assured me that he anticipated about a 10% reduction, not an increase. And some of it may be semantics, because the numbers he's looking at are all the cases filed. And the numbers I'm looking at are the ones that have been appointed a public defender. And I haven't actually went through to calculate, but my assumption is there may or may not, and I don't know, have been more cases filed, but, or less cases filed, but there were more people who got assigned a public defender by the judges, which increased our caseloads. So instead of a 10% reduction, we had an increase, and I provided Daryl some of the numbers showing, primarily it was with the higher level felonies, and I think a bunch of it was attributed to the level 2 dealing charges had went up significantly, and the case weight is weighted based on the level of the felony. So those level 2 felonies carry a lot of case weight. So now I saw coming over the next few quarters, the numbers in the case weights just going up and up. And now we are out of compliance substantially. And the commission looked at this, and they sent us a letter asking me to come up with a plan that would bring us back into compliance. So I sent them a plan. They did their calculations, they ran the numbers, and
it's my understanding, although it hasn't been taken to their board, that the budget I'm proposing would satisfy bringing us into compliance with the commission. And that is to increase from 67% to 75% the major felonies, and from 75% to 80% back to where it was previously for the chins and juvenile. And then using the same number as was the previous year for what our pay parity equivalent is. These are the numbers that come out. It works out to a significant increase for those public defenders, but they're also taking on significantly more case weight. But I think when I ran those numbers, and I can go more into the weeds next week, but after the 40% reimbursement, it's right at about 99,000 total in increase. And that includes the other items which I will discuss that are not salaries. But that also includes those in the increase. And then, so that covers the public defenders. The administrative position, I'm asking for an increase because the commission a couple of years ago included a new standard O, compensation for support staff. And the big change is actually a position change, because prior to my going full-time and prior to me being the chief public defender, that position as administrative assistant was for a part-time chief public defender, and before me, one that had 0 caseload. So they didn't do any legal work, they just did the administrative work. The administrative assistant now, it's really more of a hybrid position. She does the administration, but she's also my paralegal and does all of my public defender legal work that I'm using her for on all the cases that I've assigned myself. So I looked to the prosecutor's office for an equivalent position, and Mr. McCann's paralegal, who also does administrative work, is the number I have used for the request for an increase. It's my administrative assistant's position is kind of a hybrid of 2 positions that Mark has at his office, one being Amy's and the other being what's titled the administrative assistant. I've got one that's basically doing both of those jobs. And her salary is a little bit higher than Mark's paralegal. Hers is around 55. It doesn't show that the county's paying her that. Paige Hoffman is paid $35,588 by the county, but she also receives she also receives income from Title 4D, which brings her total salary to $55,508, which is just a few $1,000s higher than Amy's, which was the number I used. It's really a hybrid of those 2, but I didn't split the difference. I just chose the lower of the 2 as equivalent position. And under this standard O, the commission kind of struggled with a pay parity requirement, but indicated when there's a significant difference, there's no other way to address if the Public Defender Board approves and it is included in your agreement with the commission as far as the title of it is. leaving me at the moment, but if it is approved by the Public Defender Board, that there be pay parity, then under standard O, that becomes a condition of the guidelines from the commission. And I don't know that they're actively auditing that particular issue, but I think it's appropriate and warranted and justified that her salary be brought more into line with her equivalent there at the prosecutor's office, because she's making less than the new hires that are coming in. I've seen a couple positions posted lately that are paying $4,000 or $5,000 more than her position for lower level positions within the county. So we're just trying to get her paid what we think she deserves, having taken on significantly more of a role in being my legal assistant and the administrator.
So, excuse me for interrupting, but just a couple clarifying questions. First off, will these issues be subject for the PAC meeting next week?
I believe so.
And, yeah, I think so too, and then, and we can probably go into a deeper
That's why,
dive at
that's as
that.
far as I was gonna
that point
go,
in time.
just to give you an outline of what.
You used two terms that I wrote down. You used case weight and case load.
But that's
Do you,
interchangeable.
are they the same? Is
Yes.
that the same? Now, and is case load something like a combination of number of cases and the complexity,
The level
scale
of the
of
felony, correct.
complexity, and they have different values for that, so you get a number, and then you want to keep the target at 75% or?
Of a full-time equivalent, correct.
Of a full-
They have a full-time equivalent for each level felony, like a level 6. If you just did level 6 felonies, you could do 150 a year. If you do level 5s, I think it's closer to 100. You get down to level 1, you can do 8. So depending on the level and complexity of the case, it has a different weight. And they're all getting a mixture. So we have a program that constantly, daily is updated, showing me where they're at on their
Where their
case
case
weight.
weight is.
And then I can look at the numbers and a lot of different variables I have to look at when I try to assign the cases.
I'm not saying that you need to bring this for everybody, but could you just, when we do have that discussion at the PAC, could you give an
I'm
example,
gonna
bring
bring
an
a packet
example?
of
It
everything
just shows
I
how it's
gave.
calculated.
You're gonna get the full Monty.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you each of the people there a packet that'll have the whole spreadsheet, and I can go through it with you and show you.
I don't want to get too smart.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to get a little bit better of an understanding of how those case weights are. And if you said somebody, you know, when would it make a difference here? What I would really like to know is if you say, you know what, we want these people at 75%, but one's at 68 and one's at 78, and you know, over the course of the year, we expect that that'll get back into a balance around 75. You make that call, or is it like, boy, once you're over 75, you gotta do something right away to change that? I'd like to get your feeling on that as we discuss that in PAC,
Sure.
maybe.
I'd be glad to. And they give a little bit of leeway if you're not supposed to go over 100%. The percentages you get is 0 to 100% of your 70%. So when you reach 100%, you go beyond that, you're out of compliance. If you go over 110, you are substantially out of compliance, and they will immediately require some action to bring you back into compliance. So there's some fluctuation
Yeah,
if you're a
and you
little
say-
under or a little over, because the numbers are not going to be the same every time.
But if you say, hey, our process for driving towards compliance is a continuing process, and we want to work to balance that out, but if we are out of bounds for a short period of time, you know, we're working to correct it. I don't know how you say that.
Right, and in my discussions with the president, he has indicated, I mean, because we were out of compliance this second quarter, we were out of compliance the first quarter. And he's giving us some leeway because I made a plan to get back.
Yeah.
And he's kind of waiting to see what happens with the council on whether he's gonna send us a 90-day letter that says, show me compliance in 90 days or the funding stops. He can't guarantee because he's got to take it to his board, but he said if this goes through, then I think I can get them to agree to let them not implement it until next year, as opposed to third quarter, fourth quarter of this year, we need to be in compliance.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be glad to
A little more education on
elaborate
that
that,
would be
look
good.
more on that at the hearing.
So, the percentages, I mean, we always use like 70% for a part-time, or is that a full-time? I can't remember now.
Well, they're,
But now they're not just doing a straight 70, right? Are they comparing one salary to another? And then if the percentage changes, then the salaries are off? Is that what they're doing?
well, they'll tell you what your FTE, full-time equivalent salary, which is, they take the average of all the full-time public defender or prosecutors,
Okay,
and they will tell you, based on that average, here is a 100% case load salary.
okay,
So if you're at 70%, it has to be 70% of that salary. If
okay,
you're 75, it has to be 75%. 67, and we ran numbers at 75 and 80, and we're still just barely in compliance. But I've come up with some ideas on ways, even with that, to make sure that we stay in compliance, even if the numbers go up a little bit.
good.
They will let us, and that is gonna come up here with these other numbers. Because we also got audited regarding our supplemental fund, and they have some questions about how that was used, and gave an explanation on how I can use it, but we have to have line item budgeted for expenses that occur every year. It has to supplant and not, it has to be supplemental. It can't supplant the county's obligation to fund some of the other line items you see I have this year that weren't there before. And they're saying, you have to have a line item in your budget. Look at the averages of how much you've spent on that over the last 3 years, is what I did. And if you have a line item in your budget, then if you exceed that, then we can access the supplemental fund to pay the excess.
Oh my,
You know
it's
what's wrong
getting
with
more
this?
and more complex.
You know what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this is that it's too complex. You got some person behind the curtain somewhere, the commission, and they're going by percentages, workload. You got a cornucopia of felony 6, felony 5s, felony 3s. It's just a bowl of spaghetti, and we're doing our best to honor our public defenders. We appreciate them. They have an important job. But we're being told by somebody, in a far-off land, by some commission in Indianapolis, that, well, by golly, these people aren't getting rewarded properly because their percentages of their workload doesn't match this formula we have over here. And it's just not flowing with people. You agree to a job, well, we'll pay you this much for this job right here, and everybody's happy. Are your people unhappy? Are they leaving? Are they jumping ship? Because the commission, I just don't know who the commission is, and And I'm trying to be kind and generous here, but it's mysterious, and I don't understand it.
Do you have hours balance in your skilled trades area?
I show up.
Wait, no,
And-
for
and-
overtime, do you have to, do the supervisors say, we want to balance hours?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it struck me as, you know, that you said, well, somebody's got
Mm-hmm.
a few more hours here working overtime than this other person said, wait a minute, it's getting way out of balance, and you say, well, hours balancing is a continuing process. What I'm thinking is, not thinking too much, but I'm thinking that you could say this process of balancing and targeting our workload case weight load is a continuing process that we're working towards. But I don't know whether those commissioners would say, wait a minute, you're out of bounds, so all of a sudden we're gonna jeopardize your compensation or something. I'd just like to get a little bit more knowledgeable about how it's worked and what the implications are.
Sure.
But they're
Yeah.
changing it. Are they not changing it, Andy?
Well, the reason it changes is they audit the salary to determine what the FTE 1.0 is, which it changed a little bit, but not that much. The big change here is the number of cases that put us out of compliance on the caseload.
Okay, and they had never done that before.
Well, they have, we just haven't had that big of a jump that fast.
Okay, okay.
If you see how much those cases increased, it'll explain the difference between where they were with everyone right in compliance to now we're just on the other side of that line, but we hit it with several people.
So, but it's not like, okay, we're gonna go from, say, January to June, and then we're gonna look at the percentage, and we're gonna go, they're looking at it at a daily basis, is that right?
Quarterly.
Quarterly
But
basis.
they look at when I submit a reimbursement request, it's for, like the one I just submitted for the second quarter of this year. They look at that second quarter, the first quarter, the third, and the fourth from last year. It's always a running 4 quarters.
Okay.
That determines what that annual 1.0 full caseload or 70%, it's on the last 4 quarters.
Okay.
And those quarters have been going up to where we get to this quarter, and it doesn't take very much to go over because we're already over from the others. So if we can get in compliance, then we have more of a handle on going forward. We're not gonna just pop out in one more quarter. But I have some ideas on how to help that number not change and keep going up.
That's good.
Do you
Because
have,
it seems like, I mean, I'm stuck in the middle, but in order to get your reimbursement, they have you buy the strings and they get to make the rules and tell you, and if you don't do it, okay, well, we had a $300,000 request for reimbursement this quarter. So just for a quarter, they're gonna withhold $300,000 and they'll keep withholding it until we get back in compliance. Well, that's a pretty strong incentive for you to keep having to, okay, because we certainly don't want that to happen.
Well, but,
And the numbers keep going up.
right.
but do you have control over which public defenders are assigned to which cases?
Yeah, I
You
do
do that?
every assignment.
You do, so you
Yes.
can control that. If, I don't know, just thinking, if someone had a heavily weighted case one time, you might be able to bring the other one down by giving them a lighter weighted case.
When you look at these numbers, you're gonna see that they're working out of individual courts, because otherwise, you have 2 courts going at the same time. If you just put them in all the courts, then it's
So they're
chaos.
assigned by courts.
So unless there's conflicts with all the ones in that court, then I have to go to people in other courts. But their numbers are, in each court are almost identical, because I am constantly okay, he's got 2 level 2s and they don't, so I have to get them a 6, and I'm constantly, on a daily basis, juggling those to keep their numbers even.
Consistent.
Or at least consistent, and at the same time, trying to put the right cases with the right skill sets that I know some of the public defenders have.
Yeah.
And some of the defendants are a little tougher to deal with than others, and it may not be appropriate for them to have a young female attorney when they have a history of harassing and, making things difficult. But I know I can give them someone like Grant Perry, who has experience and is not going to have a problem dealing with the more difficult guy. And then so all of these things are factoring in when I'm doing the assignments Monday through Friday, every day.
Are you more like a baseball manager or a top chef?
That makes you wonder.
Might I suggest we kind of move on from
Yeah.
this and
Right.
let you guys,
Okay.
because the 3 of you that are talking are lived on the PAC committee, so I think we can hammer that out.
Just new
It's
things.
good conversation, I just feel like we
Yeah.
probably should keep moving for the sake of time.
Absolutely.
So we can go home, yeah.
Thank you, though.
The next items with any changes would be the office supplies. I think I requested significantly more last year than what, that's where our cuts came from last year. We have office supplies and then office supplies / PD. The office supplies are for the office, the central hub in the courthouse office. The other office supplies PD are, we were allowing them to purchase things for their office and giving us receipts for the purchases and getting reimbursement. I think we were at 2,100 per public defender, and last year it was reduced at 11,000 to 750 per public defender. The $11,000 request this year, which is a $5,000 increase from what was budgeted for them, would increase that from $750 to $1,000 per public defender. And that's, other than their salary, that's all they're getting for their, using their own private office for, and using their own private secretary for their support. And then the office supplies in the main office, I've put the $6,000 in the line item. We looked at our budget over the last 3 years because we were supplementing that with the supplemental fund. And that's one of the issues they had was you need to put a line item in your budget. Those are things that you're incurring every year. That figure is probably significantly lower than the average. But at 6,000, if we go over that again, because we have a line item, then we have the ability to access the supplemental fund for anything that goes over that, which would not be taken from the county's budget. That's why there's a request for a slight increase in the office supplies. Technically, I don't know that they're gonna directly audit our office supplies, but to be in compliance with their standards and guidelines, there needs to be money in that line item. The next items are under other services and charges. You'll note there are 3 new line items, witnesses and translators, and we are seeing more translation, not in the courtroom, but for public defenders to meet with their clients privately. They're having to use translators for some of the more obscure, I wasn't even familiar with some of the languages that the people spoke in the Far East that were here that needed translators. But those are actual averages over 3 years for translators, witnesses, for conflict counsel. And as long as we have a line, and that was the thing I referred to earlier, if there is a line item for conflict counsel, I can use the supplemental fund when we have attorneys that are getting close to approaching being out of compliance at the end of the quarter. I can use the supplemental fund to pay conflict counsel on an hourly basis to take some cases to keep them from being out of compliance. And then transcripts and depositions, that's just the average we've had over the last 3 years, which they sent me the request. I sent them a response indicating this was how I recommended to get back into compliance with the use of the supplemental fund, was including these line items in our budget. And they said that if I did that and those were approved, then that would take care of any issues with the supplemental fund. So it's $62.50 total for the three. But we have to have something in those line items in order to be in compliance with our use of the supplemental fund. Otherwise, I can't use that for overages.
Do you ever, the supplemental fund is just something that you keep record of?
Yes.
Do you ever provide a report to us on that?
Every year, it's included in
January.
that IOC report. And it has not been used much, but we have a significant reserve. And I intended next Wednesday to show you the letter I got from them regarding that supplemental fund, because it specifically outlines proper uses and what it's for and what it's not for. And I think when you hear that and understand it, it'll become more clear.
Okay.
The next item is under communication and transportation. Our postage, we're asking for an increase from $12,600 to $15,800. I didn't know this. I don't know if you guys know this, how much the cost of one first-class stamp is now.
A lot.
But it's went up to 84 cents.
84, yeah.
And that reflects what we anticipate will be the additional cost for providing the same number of stamps. And then the last item, maintenance and service contracts under repairs and maintenance. We're asking for an increase from $1,280 to $1,500, and that was an increase in our service contract for our copier.
Do you own the copier, or no, it's service contract that somebody else owns it?
I think we own it, but we have a service contract to service it.
Okay.
And I believe that's all of the differences in our budget.
Piece of cake. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Any questions on the supplies and other services and charges and outlays for Andrew? When I met with you, I think it was back in June, early June, about this, I think I told you then that this is going to be a tough one to figure out. We need to figure it out, but it's just hard when we got, and once again, it's not you asking for this specifically, it's the commission. It's not even called that anymore, but.
I believe I've presented a budget that is what I think is the least cost to the county to maintain compliance with the state commission. There's nothing in there that I've asked for, other than I guess you could not increase the office expense allowance for the public defenders, $250 per PD. But other than that, I think we're at the floor. There's no meat on the bone that's not being utilized to meet those minimum requirements. I think the ability to use some contract counsel that would be paid out of the supplemental fund and I intend to, I got permission from the board, the Public Defender Board, and we've already exceeded our line item for this year. So I can do that over these next 2 quarters to see if I can keep us from continue to be substantially out of compliance, at least just get back to out of compliance, not substantial. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that until we get the caseload increases to 75 and 80, because even there, they're coming in at 98%, 99%, at 75 and 80%.
We'll let you guys kind of hash all that stuff out and come back with a good recommendation to how to move forward, and
Okay.
look forward to you presenting to everybody on that committee and go from there.
Forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. All right, next up, soil and water. Oh wait, did that wrong?
No, it's oil and water.
Yep, soil and water. Sorry, Joe. It's another Andrew.
Good afternoon, Andrew Brandt, the supervisor for the Howard County Soil and Water Conservation District. Our budget is pretty straightforward. Really no changes from last year, with the exception of our lease went up on our copier. I don't know if Linda talked to just over the intermission there, $153 increase last year.
So the original ask was 1,515, and Melinda said it would be 1,668.
That's for line 35640 rental and lease fees.
That's 1668.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Pardon?
You can go ahead, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, otherwise, everything else is the same. All of our salary and part-time are all the same, and then office supplies, the rentals, and we have a postage. Are there any questions?
I think that brings the total for that department fund to be $112,357 is the ask.
Correct.
Sweet, my math works with yours.
Or at least that's how I probably.
Melinda's giving me a smile back there, so I think we're all right. Any questions for soil and water?
All right, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now, Joe. Now your turn. Be page 40, everybody.
Well, good afternoon. I think all of you know me. My name is Joe Baldwin. I'm the department head and inspector for county weights and measures. Before we get into the budget request for 2027, I just want to talk to you a little bit about this last year. So fiscal year 2026, there was 3,060 inspections done by my department. That's a 6% increase from last year. Howard County standards, which is all of my weights and then the volume that I use to test the gas stations, they were due for inspection. They were actually due a few years ago, but the state's metrology lab has been down for a couple of years. So this year they were taken down to the state's metrology lab and checked to be calibrated to the national standards, which is what we have to meet and hold. This process is supposed to happen every 2 years, but like I said, that lab's been down for a while. Everything passed except for one 5-gram weight that I was not aware of, that it was failed until I got back looking at the paperwork to file. And so after many meetings and phone calls with the metrology lab and many trips down to Indianapolis, everything was taken care of and it passed. But what was supposed to take a week took well over a month for all of my equipment to get tested and certified. So now on to the real part why we're here, budget. So this year, I'm asking for $9. Probably the smallest increase of everyone. And that $9 is to realign my overtime budget to reflect a 10% of the budget overall. I believe it was a clerical error or raise with the work study, something, so that $9 would put it in line with 10%. So that is the only increase I'm asking for. There are some moves within the budget, if you will look at that. After last year's 32% of my cut in my budget, I don't include salaries as part of a budget that can be cut. I know it can be, but it wasn't. So my budget was cut 32%, which is a pretty big amount, but I made do with that. And so watching what I bought, finding cheaper alternatives, and sometimes doing work myself on vehicles and equipment, I was able to move some money around in this year's budget that I think will realign and make it a little easier. Travel and training is one of those areas that I asked for money to be moved to. There's a mandatory yearly state conference that goes over new training and new rules and procedures for my department. Again, this is a mandatory conference. It's a 4-day conference, and my budget was $1,500 previously, and it got brought down to $500. And $500 for a 4-day budget with travel and hotel and food is cutting it pretty tight. So I've asked for some money to be moved around in there from communications and dues and subscriptions to bring that up a little bit to help cover that. My printing budget was $1,300 and that got dropped down to $800. Last year, my 2,500 inspection stickers that you see on all the gas pumps and scales at the grocery market, that came to a total of $651.50 just for those. That doesn't include any other printing items. And I'm not sure what the cost of those will be this year, so I might have to come back later on and ask for a little bit more money, but we'll see when that comes. Cost cutting in that area has already happened. This last year we did what they call color of the year, which they have a color that they choose every year, and if you use that color for your printing, then they give you, I believe, a 30% cut on your order. So we started doing that. Usually we would alternate between red and green stickers. That's the way it's always been. So this last year, if you looked, you noticed 2026 stickers are now blue. That was color of the year, and I need to save money. So I also went to look on cutting the amount of stickers that I get, because every year we do have leftovers. But unfortunately, we were on the minimum of the bulk order status. And to get a fewer number of stickers would have actually cost more. Mm-hmm. So I know that when you look at the budgets, you look for and make sure that everyone is approximately 50% of what they have in their budgets, because we're about halfway through the year. But not all budgets run that way. Not all of my accounts are for monthly bills. If you look in my printing budget, it still has 97% in that account. But that's because I don't order my inspection stickers until later in the year. Those inspection stickers have my name on it, and I don't feel it's right to order them at the middle of the year in case I'm not here. I hope I am. Travel and training, my conference isn't until November, so that's why you don't see a lot of the money taken out of that account. Equipment repair, garage and motor repair. My service truck that's getting older, that is used throughout the summer to work on gas stations. So usually any repairs or maintenance done on that is usually done in the late fall. So that's why some of my accounts look like they don't have much spent out of them when we go to budget time. But again, that's not because they don't get used, it's just not used yet. So I'll end this. My budget is $10,805 if you remove my salary. That's a pretty tight budget to run 3,000 plus inspections, fuel, maintain 2 trucks, and run an office, and keep up on ever-changing rules and regulations. So I ask that my budget not be cut this year, and that the nine whole dollars be added so we can rearrange it and it doesn't drive me crazy. That's all I have for you.
You're the only one in this shop, right? Is that right?
Yes, I am.
I'm glad you answered the $9 question, because Jessica and I were thinking maybe something got transposed.
100%.
And so we were looking at that, so thank you for clarifying.
Like, really, $9?
Well, no, I
No,
thought,
we
I
just thought.
transposed the
we
number.
thought
Instead of
us,
89,
yeah,
I thought I
when
put
we were copying
98.
stuff over. So yeah. I want to say thank you for what you do. I know you're by yourself. You do a lot of good. You're a small department. I won't call you small, but
The amount of people.
the amount of people small. The work you do is large. Your department and what you're asking is what makes one of these prior conversations we had about 30 minutes ago so difficult. Because you're not asking for much and you do a lot. And so I appreciate your openness and your transparency and all you do for us. And at the end of the day, if we cut you too hard, don't be afraid to come back and ask. We were doing what we could with what we were dealt with last year.
And I completely understand that, but the way I am, if you give me something, I'm gonna try my hardest to fit within that.
And I appreciate you doing that, the color of the year and all that stuff. Thank you for looking so hard to stay within what we set for you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
What happened to your 5-gram weight to make it out of balance, make it out of,
I have no clue. Sometimes with the smaller, so my weights go down to 1 milligram, liver. If you sneeze, it's gone, it's lost forever. Usually with the smaller weights, it is a buildup of dirt or grease. We don't handle them with our fingers. We have plastic little tweezers that we handle them with. But it could just be a buildup of dirt or dust on them. So they will actually shave just a little bit down or clean them to get them to fall within compliance.
you run an interesting department.
Interesting, but not very well known.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Do gas stations know when you're coming?
They do not. Every inspection I do, the only ones that do know are usually truck scales, and that's because we have to have a scale company come in with their larger equipment. But even then, 2 days ago, I checked Solbrain, the chemical plant for the battery factory, and they had no clue that we were coming because I surprised them at the security gate. And I don't think they really liked it. But I said, I'm here and we're going to check your scale. So
Keep up the good work.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for all the help you assist EMA with out there as well. When we met about this power cot, your insight was invaluable when I was out there.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thank you for proving that.
Yeah.
Our backs, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. All right. Christy, you've been waiting patiently.
Good afternoon.
Page 6 for the council.
I just have two requests for the budget. The first request is Fund 11700, which is part-time. I am requesting $5,000 to my budget, making the total of $23,000 for 2027. It was cut in half, like I know a lot of people was. For this year, went from $36,071 to $18,000, which has made it challenging to hire an individual that will stay, as it is hard enough to find candidates that only want part-time. In 2025, my expenditure total for part-time was $22,362.51, and there was a 2-month gap without a part-time employee after losing her to full-time, which is one of the reasons for the requested amount. The last couple of employees I have hired have left for full-time jobs or higher wages, which is great for them, in turn making it harder to find an employee to stay with a smaller budget. As the last part-time employee I had left March 10th of this year, I have since hired a new employee, but there was a 3.5-month gap between employees going into our busiest season, which is the spring. She was hired June 24th this year. Within that fund, I have $11,326.69 left as of June 30th this year that I will make work. We were left shorthanded to the point that I was the only one able to take phone calls every day, 8 to 4, and with taking lunches in consideration between 11 and 2, only had 2 employees wait in the teller windows out of 3 available windows. It was to the point where our taxpayers said that they had been on hold on the phone for 20 to 30 minutes and waited longer than usual to pay in the office, which no one was upset. I just believe this is a disservice to the citizens of Howard County. I'm just hoping that you all, as the council, will take this into consideration. And my second request is for postage, $32,120, an increase of $1,000, because we all know it just went up July 12th. This fund is created mostly for the mailing of the tax bills each year, a smaller portion for regular in-house daily outbound mail. When it comes to the rest of the budget, I think all the changes that were made for this year are good, they're solid. I'll make everything work, as I don't anticipate needing to request any further funds. So I just kind of asked the office supplies stays where it's at, and contract services as Fund 31-200 left this year is $730, and I have one invoice coming from Sheer Printing that should come within this next week for our annual contract. Last year it was $231.50. I have 2 more invoices coming from Pacer, which is the public access to court records. After I certify for the tax sale July 1st, I have to go through that entire list and make sure that nobody's in bankruptcy. It happens every single year. Someone will wait till the last day, the day before, and file for bankruptcy. So that charge is huge. Set up 2 more invoices. The first $30 charge is free, and then after that, it's 10 cents a page is charged. So there's 576 parcels on the tax sale listing as of today for the first newspaper advertisement on September 11th. Certified 595 as of July 1st. And every day I do searches as well for all the bankruptcies that are all already current, brand new, or they're terminated. And then I have a possible 6 invoices from Invoice Cloud. And that's just for ACH rejects for those that have NSF. We don't have sufficient funds. And I did cancel one of my service contracts. We're allowed to say the business names? Or just leave it out?
Just leave it.
Okay. And it was my actual copier in my office. So I eliminated that, and I just used the shared copier that we have in the main office to save money as well. They charged more than what Sheer charges for copies anyways, so it only made sense. That's really all I have. Everything else I'm satisfied with from this year's budget. Only 2 things.
Now, is your postage optional with Jessica's postage?
I think we'd be better off to keep it separate the way that she does the tax bill.
Yes.
Because she sends those to a third-party vendor.
Correct.
Correct,
Correct.
yeah.
So I
So that's
misspoke
something
earlier when we talked
separately.
about the admin.
Yeah, that is the largest portion of my budget is the tax bills and the postage for it.
But anything else she can use our
Correct.
postage.
Right.
But for her tax bills, it's through a third party.
Correct.
It's a good question, John. It's, I actually asked Jessica that too, just to make sure.
Well, they are cheaper as well, going through the vendor,
Yeah.
postage wise.
Yes.
That, and they'll bulk, if it's, the same party, especially those that have farmland and everything else. If it's the same name, same address, they'll all go in one envelope.
I guess the question I had, if you're okay with it, since I'm not saying the part-time increase is not a good idea, but would you be okay going to PAC to kind of talk about that
Sure,
with them?
definitely.
Just to kind of hammer that out?
Yes, and the
I-
more I've
and-
thought about it, and with the person I hired, I already had everything turned in prior to that. So I'm definitely,
No, you're good.
Not
We-
at-
We didn't
I really
really
don't
do
wanna ask for
those-
that much,
We
to be
didn't really
honest
do
with you.
those ahead of time, and so we're kind of picking some as we go through the
Sure.
2 days here to try to do that. So
Okay.
you didn't do anything wrong whatsoever.
okay,
So,
yeah, because I really, can I redo my form?
No. Honestly, I would rather you have it in like that, and then we can always whittle it down.
Sure,
So
sure.
That's the way I would prefer if someone may
Sure.
disagree with me.
And I was basing it off of, like I said, the expenditure in 2025.
Yeah. Just that way you can hammer out all the details with them.
Sure.
If that's agreeable with the council.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
What date is that? I know I had the calendar.
August the 6th. And I think Carrie will send out times for each person.
Okay, sounds good.
Tweaking it just a little bit this year, so appreciate your understanding on
Oh,
that.
yeah, definitely, 100%. Like I said, and after hearing, other people speak about their offices, it's like, I don't think we need that much.
Still making lots of money on the investments?
It's over 2.2 million as of June 30th.
For this calendar year. Yeah, that's,
Yeah, so we're gonna have another 4 million plus.
thanks, Frank. I was
It's
gonna
been
ask.
like, you always ask me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm jealous that you give the report to the commissioners. Like, man, I wish I had that report too.
Oh, didn't I send it to everybody?
No, well, I think you did.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was watching online, it's like, and then you sent it a couple days later.
Sure. This will be 4th year of making 4 million.
Yeah.
I really enjoy it. And with the budget, I take it as if it's my own money when I expend things. Very frugal.
Yeah. Great.
Well, just be sure to send us a postcard.
Okay.
Any other questions? I think that's all you have for us, Christie.
Yeah, that's it.
Questions, comments?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thanks, Christie.
Okay. That takes us to Judge Pate.
Afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You always get us at the last hour of the last second day, so. we're a
Yeah,
lot
I
more-
have my criminal court on Thursdays, and so that's a
I'm just saying, we're probably
long-standing
smiling a
tradition.
lot more early on the first day.
Yeah, I had a long day too.
He's the major league closer for this team.
Well, mine's easy. I remind you, I don't have the problem-solving courts and all the budget issues, so. Mine is pretty simple. Again, this year, there's no request for increases. I didn't find anything I really felt comfortable trying to cut. I think last year, the budget, we went from 1,500 down to 500 on dues and subscriptions. We didn't need that, I didn't need that much. And then, continuing education, we went down from 1,500 to 1,000. And that's mostly like transportation costs and whatnot. Because most of my CLE is paid for by the state. So most years I've made smaller, pretty small cuts as far as the big picture, what other people's budgets are. But I've tried to make cuts where I could in the last 7 years that I've been there. So the court reporter, assistant court reporters, and bailiff all make the same salary. That's obviously the same. I just asked for increases for them if all the others get increases, obviously. Continuing education is still at 1,000. Printing is still at 500. Maintenance and service, that's 600. What that represents is just our copier maintenance agreement with Shear, which we've always had. I got it cut in half when I first started, because we were doing a lot of e-filing and scanning rather than printing things off. And it cut back on their toner that they had to provide for us. So, and then postage, 2,500, I didn't ask for an increase. That's the one area that we usually do, use all of that. And what people have said, it's almost like an investment. Now you get those forever stamps before they keep raising it. And they've raised it sometimes twice in 1 year. So we utilize those, we keep them locked up. We use a lot of postage too. Dues and subscriptions, again, that's the 500. Equipment, I just always put in 1,000 just in case there's something that we need, but we don't always use that. And we share things with Soup 4 and other courts as well, where we can. The one issue that I've got, I talked to Jack about it recently, is our copy machine. It's literally on its last legs. So we own it, the county owns it. And we really needed a new one last year, but I think Superior Court 4 is in the same boat. Theirs is on its last legs as well. They were bought at the same time along with the group package, I think, in the courthouse that Mr. Wyman or somebody negotiated with Share. That was a good deal. And they're all the same, and they're all dying. So we really need one right away. I didn't put it in the budget, but anyone can come over and look at it. The faceplate's off of it. You can't move it, even though it's on wheels, because 2 of the wheels are broken in the back. It's being propped up by wood or cardboard or something, and you can't print dual-sided, which is the biggest one, because we do dual-sided printing for summonses for jury trials, and it gets jammed every time. And I've talked to the maintenance guy, who's very competent. He's diagnosed it. We end up having to try to use Superior 4's copy machine. Last time theirs broke in the middle of us borrowing theirs, and then they went to Circuit. He's got the new copier, and the problem with using Circuit is they're so busy, and they use their copy machine as their sole printer. So it's kind of imposing on them to go print a bunch of stuff. The other thing is during jury trials, lawyers are supposed to have copies of everything for all the jurors, and then they don't. And so they end up wanting to use our copy machine to give evidence to the jurors and whatnot. And it's not a color copier, it's all black and white. So, but I haven't had a chance to follow back up with Jack because I was in the middle of a jury trial. So, and Superior Court 4 is basically in the same boat as us. I'm not sure. I wanted to give the county officials a chance to negotiate and see if there's any package deals or anything like that as well.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So the judge doesn't have to keep telling you how bad his is. The commissioners will go ahead and buy Judge Dahl a new copier out of this year's budget, so we don't have to record into next year's budget. And we will do that out of our equipment line. So we'll take care of that this year.
Thank you.
Very
good.
Okay, so both of those courts will get a new copier, and we'll have Jeremy look at that and determine their needs.
Which 2 plate courts again? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Which 2 courts?
Superior Court 2.
2 and 4. Okay.
We'll take care of that.
And Mr. Granger. Yeah. Look at that. Let's make a deal.
You ask and you shall receive.
Sometimes.
So you, excuse me, but you were talking about getting it for Superior Court.
For
Two.
4, for my court.
Yours is 4, right?
Yeah. And then.
Okay, I
Blake
just thought I heard you
Dawes,
say
Superior Court
2 and 4.
Yeah, I've checked with them, they got the same issues.
Okay.
And the maintenance guy told me there's had the same problems that ours does. We, as a side note, I think I told Jack, but the county owns those copiers and they're multifunction machines. The maintenance guy told me, I asked him, do they have any useful life? Could a small law office or somebody be interested in those? He said that if you took the finishing side off of it, that they still have a lot of printing capacity left. It's and individual onesie and twosie scanners for documents, those would be fine. But for the larger jobs, like we send to it and try to run through it sometimes, in the front and back printing, it starts, you gotta use that finisher side and it starts to have problems. And I don't know what all the problems are, but they're significant. So anyway, the only reason I say that is the county owns them and there may be some other use you could put it to in a different office space that doesn't have the same needs that we do. And or you might be able to sell them to somebody who's just mostly needs a printer. So.
Well, it sounds like really good news that the commissioners are going to solve that problem.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
And they asked us to refrain from asking for it in last year's budget, which we did, in recognition that the jail was an issue, there were other budget issues. And I told my staff, get up, button it up. And the other thing is the share guy is really good at getting out there quickly. And he is competent. He does fix it. They just get tired of calling him and it delays what they're trying to do. But so they'll be happy to hear the news. And I can deduct $9 from my budget for Joe. Take it out of my CLE or something. So you can get a lunch at CLE. That is education. Yeah. But other than that, any question?
Any good humor to share with us before we leave?
No, I don't have any good humor. People, say it's good to see you. I say, well, kind of like old Eric Clapton concert I went to one time, and he starts off his concert, at least he started off that concert as, it's good to be here, it's good to be anywhere. So, I feel. So.
Thank you.
But I do appreciate, I know you guys work hard, and it's difficult to balance all this, especially in the new jail and all the expenses that are coming, pressures. I understand that. I'm glad mine's simple, so we just try and keep it small and keep it simple, and I'm good at it. All right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a
Thank you,
great day.
Judge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take a break before we listen to Debbie.
You can if you want. I'm just glad we're here. I thought we were gonna be here for another hour, but we're in good shape, so. Yeah, thanks for coming over, Debbie. I stalled her off a little bit, and we started moving faster. I was like, oh, no, you need to get here. So she made it just in time, so. I just didn't want her to wait. Absolutely, lady, whenever you're ready. You are the last presenter.
I'm never ready for this.
Well, it's your last time.
I'm sorry.
It's your last time, right?
My last one, yes.
No, don't cry.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Debbie.
Well, it's bittersweet, I tell you. It's gonna be rough, but maybe I'll stay on and help do
Help out, so.
elections. So,
All right, do
Be
you
a
want to
poll
start?
worker.
Do you want
Okay.
to start with your clerk's
the
budget
clerk,
first?
yep.
Okay. Page 3.
All right, so there's not many changes on the clerk's budget. I tried to stay with what the council approved last year. I did go ahead and increase our office supplies due to the fact with the changeover of the clerk, we're gonna have some extra expenses to endure. The postage, I went ahead and put in $50,000. Cost of postage keeps rising, and mailing out ballots is not cheap. Mailing out certified mail is not cheap. And then, so the budget for the postage is for the election and for voter registration and for the clerk's office. I did do some checking, and we send out confirmed delivery pieces. They run from anywhere from $8 to $10 a packet. So we do that quite a bit because the court orders us to do that. As far as the rest of the items, I just left them the same. So that's the only two changes I have on the clerk budget. And postage did go up to 82 cents a stamp now.
Yeah, someone said 84, but I'm not sure. But who's counting?
It's gonna be $1 for too long.
Yeah.
So Debbie, your office supplies, you increased it, doubled it, and that's because, why?
Due to the changeover of the clerk, there's gonna be stamps that we're gonna have to buy, there's gonna be like business cards, letterhead, there's just gonna be some expenses for that. You know, I possibly could cut it down to 20, but I don't wanna cut them short, you know? So I guess that's your ultimate decision, but I went ahead and put in 30 just to help offset some of those expenses.
What would be the rock bottom doable amount?
I mean, we could try 20. Let's see, it was decreased from 30 to 15 for this year, and I still have $7,200 in my office supplies. So it's possible they could do 20 for next year.
Is that a expense that, so you just have 7,200, but you've expended 5,537. Is that something that there would be more expense in the second half of the year, though?
Could be. And I could, you know, depending on what I have left this year, I could use some of my office supply money after the election, once we know who the winner is, to go ahead and start buying letterhead and business cards for them. So that's why I say probably 20.
Okay.
You know, I mean, possibly 15, because my girls have done very well. The major expenses we have on the office supplies are the confirmed delivery supplies that we have to buy. And I just ordered 25 cases of paper. That was $1,400. And our checks for our system to write checks was $2,200. That can get us through possibly half a year. So I'm getting close to having to order some, because that was back in March. But that's our biggest supplies. Everything else is just, you know, staples, tape, the little odds and ends.
Okay. So you'd be happy with what number?
20.
Thank you, Debbie.
When you say 25 cases of paper, is that, is the cases, are those like ballots? Or is that just normal letterhead, letter paper? Is that special ballot paper or?
That's on the election budget. The cases of paper is for, it's copy paper.
So-
And we like print a lot of, all of our notices, and that's part of the postage as well. We send out a lot of notices from the court, and we probably go through 2 boxes of 500 window envelopes in a week, sending out all those notices from the court. So that takes up a lot of paper from the copier, because we print it from the system, and then we have to send those notices out.
So yesterday I learned how many sheets of paper are in a ream.
In a ream, there's 500.
Yeah.
And how many reams are there in a box?
And
500. So we can go through,
Case?
500 reams in not in a box.
no, there's 500 pieces of paper in one ream,
Right.
which is one package.
How many packages in a box?
And how many's in a case?
Yeah,
I
you
think
said
10.
cases.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't
And
know.
I said boxes.
I
think
get
it's
my
10,
sibling. Maybe 4 or 8, excuse me,
I think it's 10 or 12.
8 maybe? So that's 4,000.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then in the envelopes, we get 4 boxes of 500 in one case. So that's 2,000 envelopes.
Okay, we good with her budget then on that?
Yeah.
All right, want to move to the election budget, Debbie?
Election? Oh, can we do court perpetuation first?
Can, I was open to you. This is
Sorry,
one that.
it's going to be easier.
Oh, okay, all right.
The election, I'm probably going to, I'm going to have a lot of explaining on the
You're gonna
election.
cry over it? Okay.
Okay, on my perpetuation fund.
Page 62.
I went with 25,000 for the part-time person. I think that was decreased to 17,000 last year. I've not used much of that because we're kind of at a standstill on our decision on what we're going to do with all the records. So I put in 25,000 in case we decide to start moving forward with this to where maybe I could have 2 part-time people start scanning and moving forward with that to get rid of the records. I put in office supplies this time because a lot of the supplies that we were paying for out of our clerk budget went to record retention. So the perpetuation fund is for record retention. So I went ahead and put $5,000 in for that, just to give us some supplies when we do start working on the records. My contracts, they were decreased to, I think it was 45,000 last year. I put it back up to 60,000. I did some math. We have Document Mountain that stores some of the old records. And they charge us $4,553.79 a month, which is $54,000 a year. And then the CSI contract is $4,000, which is $58,000, roughly 58, 645, 48. So the CSI contract, I will still need to keep it. I know we talked a little bit about legacy checks, and so once they're done, will I still need CSI? Yes. I'm currently in the process of looking up 3 cases for Judge Blake Dahl that go back to 93, 92. These cases are not on Odyssey, so we have to go into CSI to pull up the case, look to see if they were expunged, whatever happened to the case.
So that's digital? Is that,
No.
the case you're talking about is digital, or where are these?
They're on the old CSI case management system.
And what is that?
That's the one that we used to use before Odyssey.
And
And I pay $4,000 a year.
is that scanned?
For
Are these
license.
documents that are scanned into,
No,
their paper?
no, this is just license for us to get onto the program. So we can put in a court case number, and then we can pull up what's happened to that case, like we do on Odyssey.
Okay,
But the case was not transferred from CSI to Odyssey. So we have to go back on CSI to research everything that happened on that case. And then if it's still open, then we move it to Odyssey,
are those cases that are from Howard County or elsewhere?
from Howard County.
So
So say, I can't remember now what the cases are, but there's a 93, I think it was a felony case out of D2 that is not on Odyssey. So I go into CSI and I pull up that case. And then I look to see if what's happened on that case, and then I can give that information to the judge.
okay,
Right now, the clerk's office is the only one that can pull up CSI.
okay, so we don't really have the physical paper records of that case?
We could, but there was a lot of records destroyed
Oh,
when we had the flood.
okay,
So I'm not sure if we have the file, the paper file, but it's easier to check CSI first to see what we have in there, and then we can go search for the file. And if we can't find the file, then we just have to go by what's on CSI.
I have a question real quick, and this might be for Jessica. On 31-210 maintenance and service contracts, Debbie said that we had reduced that last year to 45,000, but on my sheet, it shows that in 2025, it was 35,000, and we actually increased it last year. Is that correct, or is that a misprint?
We weren't paying for Document Mountain.
It was
25.
35,000 and 25, 45 and 26.
So it did actually increase by 10 last
It
year.
did, but her ask was 60, and it was one that we got cut.
Oh, yep.
And I can tell you that she was frustrated with us after we did the budget last year. So it's been on.
Line, Debbie.
So it's I've been waiting for either an additional, or I've been waiting for it to come up, and so I'm glad you brought it
Okay,
up.
so the cut wasn't from 2025, it was from the ask.
It was the ask.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
it was one of those where we
Sorry,
looked
I didn't
at,
clarify that.
Joe talked about, we looked at it and said, oh, she's only spent so much, let's cut it. Not thinking about the forward, what was left to
Yeah.
pay, the balance.
So I'll be back probably in a month or two to get additional
Okay,
appropriations. for
you've
that.
been the one outstanding thing from 2026, and I was like, we need to get that corrected if you don't have a cash balance to cover that, so, yeah. I appreciate your understanding and patience on that.
No worries.
It is something we
I
have to
work
pay.
with what I'm given, so, and we try to work at the money the best we can.
Yeah.
So-
Yep. And that's just the
Yes.
document mountain, the scanning, that's nice, but man, you pay those fees forever. You can't
Right.
get out of them, so that's the catch-22. So I do think somehow, some way, we need to start scanning these documents in-house and keeping them ourselves instead of paying document.
Well,
Maybe
and see,
money
we do
ahead.
now, since we.
No, I know you do, but we need to like expedite
Yeah.
it and get it done. So if we have another water issue, we're not stuck
Right.
with this. It's a
So
liability.
Yeah, so since 2018, we haven't had a paper file since we went to Odyssey. So everything goes automatically into Odyssey and is scanned into Odyssey.
Yeah, and I know in your office, as your ladies get time, they're scanning things still currently, trying to catch up.
Right.
if you will.
Is that all the data of a certain case that's presented is scanned in the Odyssey, or is that just the outcome of the case?
Well, we went to Odyssey, I believe it was in August of 2018. So anything prior to 2018 is all a paper file. So we have to manually scan all of those in if that case is on Odyssey. But
So
then Odyssey-
what I was asking about was on a case, is it just the outcome of the case that gets scanned in, or is it all the evidence that's presented during the case?
Okay, the evidence is different, because the judges have like an evidence room, that any evidence that is provided to them, they keep that. Because that, if it was paper evidence,
I was thinking like a video of the camera,
Pleadings and filings get put on Odyssey.
pleadings and filing. Okay. Thank you. So
But-
one
but
other
there's not
question.
a- I'm sorry, but this might be related, but there's not like a, say, the transcript of a testimony or that sort of thing is not scanned in there.
It can be depending upon the case. If it's an appeal, yeah, that would be on. Ordinarily, there's not gonna be a transcript that's put on Odyssey
Okay.
at that point.
See, what I remember hearing is from both the prosecutor is that people now expect to have video and DNA evidence in these cases. And so my question is, are those video recordings and maybe on somebody's body camera?
they don't,
If they become part of the case, is that stored too?
not in my office. They don't put the videos on Odyssey.
And
So
then one
that
other
would go into,
question.
that would go into the judge's exhibit room.
It seemed like last year you were talking about this drying process of the files that were damaged or water leaked on them. Weren't you telling us about that
I don't,
in the basement?
well, I know we had the flood in the basement.
So are those files all dried out now? Has that process been completed?
Some of them were
Or is that still-
destroyed. Yeah, there was several of them that was destroyed.
Didn't we send a lot of them off to Texas
I thought
or
we
somewhere?
sent,
That was $1 million insurance claim. Some of them was dried out. We had to send them to Texas.
But
Yeah,
we sent all the books to Texas to dry them out, and I think some of the files went. But that's when we contracted with Document Mountain, and they came and cleaned out the rest of the basement, and that's what they're storing for us. So that's what this bill is that I pay monthly.
so we're not paying anybody to dry the files out, right?
No, but they're storing them.
That's the disaster that's waiting to happen over in the Just Out building.
That's what he was talking about.
So that's why we're trying to, anytime we get a request for a jacket, before we do anything with it, we scan it into Odyssey. And then, once we get what we need out of that jacket, we destroy it. Because it's all scanned. We don't need the paper jacket anymore. So we're doing it eventually, as we go along. But this is something that we're really going to need to start moving forward with to save any jackets that we have. So,
So going back up to the increase in the part-time and the records perpetuation, that is, you said you put that in there in hopes to scan more of these
Yes.
possible. Okay,
to where I could get 2 part-timers to,
Sure.
that's all they do is scan.
okay. So with that being said, would you mind going before PAC to kind of work through a plan with that and see if that's agreeable to figure out how to make the mechanics of that work?
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that would be good.
I know we've had money in there, for years, but yes.
Yeah.
Then that way we can maybe get started on this project and.
Yeah, I think let's do that. Let's do that. Let's try to work out the mechanics of how and when and where to do that. And I think that would be a good move, if you're okay, just going and talking through with them on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Debbie, we're having a PAC meeting on August the 6th. August 6th? Yeah, so I'll get with you on the time. But yeah.
That's one of the things we talked about is getting a couple part-time workers, put them in a room with these files and a scanner.
Go to town.
And that's what they do all day.
Yep.
Just scan
Well-
these. And so we can start. If you ever want to see these files, Debbie or one of her staff or one of us can take you over the test out, you would not believe what's down in that basement. And there's water lines running right across these pipes. That's the pop-off valve. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
Like this one. This
Yeah.
one was,
This was a leak.
yeah, this was, you know,
But it caused $1 million insurance. It was horrible.
To kind of follow up on something Daryl said a minute ago, and I don't even know if this is possible, but if we could get those, I mean, I don't know how long it would take to get all the scan, but if we could do all that scanning ourselves and not have to pay Document Mountain, it would actually save us a lot of money to pay a couple people to do this, as opposed to paying Document Mountain.
right.
Yeah.
Well, and see, what we're paying them is just to store what they came and picked up, because we stopped the scanning, because the scanning was getting astronomical for them to scan everything. I mean, they've scanned a lot for us. I can't remember how much it cost, but.
What we're gonna have to do is vote for a while.
Yeah.
Have them work, have somebody work scanning until we kind of get to the point where we got it done. We're gonna have to-
At some point, what they're storing then, can we scan that too ourselves? And then they don't have to store it anymore, and then we're done with it.
Right.
But it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take some.
What do you mean by a while? A year, 10 years?
Didn't take a while.
Depends on how much money, part-time people you want to put towards it.
Well, and you've got to be able to find them.
I mean, that seems like something
When
we
you
should,
scan them,
I
you've
agree.
got to be able to
Yeah.
find them when you're done.
Yeah, so
Look at this, let's get started.
we talked about it last summer, kind of late, and didn't really have an avenue, and with all the other cuts we were trying to do, I didn't think it was the right time. But I commend you on putting that in there. Let's have this discussion, because I've talked to Pam, I've talked to Jeremy, I've talked to you. I think we have avenues to do this. We just need to kind of commit to it and fund it and say, we're gonna go after this for however many years and try to get this thing taken care of. And I've talked to Jack about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years too, about just all the paper files we have currently.
We got 1 million paper files over here. We got them in sheds out there at the highway garage.
Yeah, the pole barn has a lot of the old trifold files. So, I'm getting ready to go to a conference, and I'm gonna see if someone is there from the court administration, to where maybe I could have the gentleman that's in charge of, making the decision on what we need to do with these files. If we don't have to do anything with them, they can go in a big old bonfire. But I have a feeling that he's going to say, you've got to prove that these are on microfilm, or you're gonna have to scan.
Yeah.
Are these all court files that we're talking about? We're not talking about records of who lived in Howard County and such as, we're not even talking about that.
No.
Court
They're
files.
all through the
We would
courts.
like to still continue to store those, just in a better,
And we have,
controlled
there's a
place.
lot of laws, icy codes that we
Yeah.
have to abide by. And,
I was in Debbie's office last summer, and she's got a binder like that thick of all the laws and statutes on how long they have to hold them. It's ridiculous. That's
You
what you,
memorized all that, right?
that's why she has a binder.
30 years, and I've never memorized them.
So, no, I think let's try to move towards that. I think just the mechanics of how we do it, who does it, and when, but and
I
where.
encourage you to go over to the Jeff's house.
Yeah. Just contact me, and I'll be glad to take you on a tour.
So,
Down in the dungeon.
I'm shocked.
What's always been
could
kind of,
could that scanning job be done by work release?
No.
There's,
They're court.
I would say no, because there's certain laws that keep them from touching files,
Yeah, 'cause
because
they
they could touch their own.
Or family member.
And you got conflicts.
Somebody from the clerk's office would make the most sense, or
Yes.
has experience, because there's case numbering system and from what we've talked about?
Well, we went out to the pole barn and got 10 boxes of old docket cards. And my girls have been scanning those during their, time that they are caught up on their work. They'll grab a bunch of them and start scanning them. So we're doing some in our office as well. And that's not to say I couldn't bring 100 files over to my office and say, here, you're doing this 25, you're doing this 25, and let the girls there do it. But that's not going to put a dent in. I've just got to have someone concentrating on just that specific job to get it done.
It's probably better that way also, because one person can scan them, they're loading them the right way, they're filing everything the right way consistently. You get a lot of people doing it, and you have variations between the
And the two that would be doing the scanning wouldn't be getting up waiting on customers, wouldn't be working their
Just focus on that.
tasks in Odyssey. So they can concentrate specifically on that and not worry about getting interrupted and, waiting on a customer and then going back to finish that.
Because not only do you scan them, but you have to be able to pull them up after that, okay? I mean,
You have to have it
that's the
named
thing.
correctly,
Yeah,
filed
you've got to
so it
have,
makes sense, which Jeremy can help with.
so you know how to.
Well, and we've got a shredding company that comes. So what we would do is, have them scan everything, double check and make sure that they have all of the paper scanned. Instead of just, once they scan it, toss it. No, they're going to go back through and check and make sure that they've got all that paperwork scanned.
Right.
Then it has to go on we'll make up a list. It has to go on this list to be presented for destruction of records. And then they can destroy it.
Then after they're scanned, or as they're being scanned, how are they backed up? I'm assuming they're backed up
That's what I need to talk to Jeremy about, because in this case, if we don't put them in Odyssey, because Odyssey is complaining to us clerks that we're putting a lot of old records that don't need to be on there in Odyssey, and it's bogging their system down. So right now, I have a file called ClerkShare that we've been putting a lot of these in. So if it gets to be a big project like this, then I'll talk with Jeremy and see if we can't set something else up, make sure it gets backed up to where we've got these records permanently. Because if someone comes in and wants to expunge a record, we have to be able to have that paperwork from that original file to expunge that case. So that's why it's so important that we make sure we have all of this paperwork scanned. Because if we don't have it and someone wants to expunge, we're liable. So,
Well, you say paperwork, but you could, the scanned record would.
right,
could
that's
be
fine.
Expunged if you had the scanned record.
Right, but if
Or
we
the
was,
paper.
if we was just to go over there and go in that basement and just say, oh, we're gonna toss these records, not knowing if they're scanned on microfilm,
Yeah.
and then someone comes in and wants to expunge a case, and we can't find that file, if it's not scanned, then it could be a problem. So that's why we are making sure that everything is getting scanned before we destroy it.
We need to help Debbie figure out a solution.
Yeah.
We are drowned.
I think the will is there from what we're talking about today. Let's find a way. And then you can move on, retire, and let someone
been a
else
work-
deal with it.
Work in process for
Yeah.
years.
Debbie, on this fund, 1119, I think you got about about $100,000 in it, plus or minus, about 100,000. That sound right?
Like my balance.
In the perpetual,
And the clerk's
perpetual records
perpetuation.
here. Got about 100,000, you're asking for
Right.
almost 100,000, 94,000. Does that regenerate?
Yes, it does, every month.
Okay.
I get money every month. I receive about anywhere from $4,200 up to maybe $4,800. It's all based on court fees that are paid. We get so much of the court fees that are paid from certain categories into that perpetuation fund. I think it's been running about $4,500 a month. So that's basically paying for Document Mountain.
So you'd be comfortable with this presentation, this budget on this?
Yes.
This fund? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ready to do the hard one last? Ready to do the hard one last?
Yep, hard one last. Okay, so on the election budget. So you're gonna see some increases on these amounts due to the fact that we have more workers in the the vote centers, and just the number of workers that we have to have. So what I have done is I have increased the absentee voter board, the precinct officials, and the election board assistants. So the absentee voter board works the 7 to 5 days early, plus the 30 days early, plus the gals in the absentee voter room also work extra. So I increased that, and then the precinct officials, pretty much the same. I think I increased it a little bit, 10,000. And the election board assistants, I increased 20,000. So moving on to the office supplies. From what was budgeted last year, I increased that to 20,000. Because this next year, we're gonna have to order envelopes, have envelopes printed, and have extra things made with the new clerk as well. So that's going to be an additional increase. And we try to keep all of this separate, so whatever we do for the election comes out of this election budget. Whatever we do through the clerk's office comes out of the clerk's office. So that way we can determine, that we've got this done for the election and this done for the clerk. Other supplies, I believe, is the same. The service contracts, I increased to 100,000. I think they were decreased on my budget last year to, I don't remember, 75 maybe? But anyway, this pays for the ESNS contracts. And then ESNS also does all of our programming for us, so that helps pay through the contracts for all of that. The publication and printing, I left the same. The Verizon through the communications, I increased that because right now I pay $450 some dollars. I printed it, hang on. Oh, I'm sorry, $578.93 a month to have the MiFis for the election. And Jeremy and I have been trying to work with Verizon. They will not cut us off when there's no election and in between elections. So we have to pay the $573.98 every month.
What are MiFis?
They're the, what we hook up we connect the poll books to the MiFi, which is on a very secure, like a hotspot,
So it's like a
basically.
Wi-Fi, basically.
Basically, yeah, but we call them MiFis. But the poll books have to be connected to this so they can communicate to each poll book. Then that way, if someone comes into the government center and votes, and then when the other early voting centers open, if they try to go out to another early voting center, it's going to show they've already voted.
Okay. Nobody-
And the only way to connect that is through the MiFis.
Okay. Nobody would do that, would they?
See, rental repairs, I left this, or equipment repairs, I left the same, rental, the same. Looks like everything else is the same. So basically, the only increase I have is the communications, the contracts, and the salaries.
So Debbie, you said the workers, absentee voter board, precinct officials, election board assistants, that you had to have more of these people? Why is that?
We have 8 workers in each vote center. And the reason being is because if you have, like, we're going to have 4 poll books set up in the fall. So I'll need 4 workers for that. And then we'll have the inspector, and then we'll have the 2 judges. So that's 4, 5, 6, that's 7. So then we have 1 extra person that can help relieve for lunches and any type of break that they need.
So is that an increase over what you had in the past?
Yes, we tried to run on 5, but like this past election, having the 8 was, we could have used 10 at some of the locations, especially UAW and, I forget who else was, well, down here at the Government Center. But we just went ahead and stayed with 8. Now, if someone calls off and we don't have a replacement for them, then we're down 1. But, you know, I'm basing this on 8 per vote center, and then you have 12 vote centers open on election day that there'll be 8 people at. And they get paid pretty good, especially if they work early. Like the inspector gets $140 a day, the judges get $125 a day, and the election workers get $100. So we're going to be open 7 days early for the early voting centers. So just as an election worker, you're going to earn $700. So, but you have to work from 12 noon to 7 p.m. and you can't leave. So, you know, we've made it to where we're trying to attract people to be able to work, and making sure that, you know, they can handle the job.
It's the cost of doing business, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Salaries, you have to pay the salary to get the
It's people,
people.
yeah.
So
Does the county set the time, do you set the time that the polling places are open, or
I'm sorry, tell me, my ears.
do you set the time that the polling places?
The election board does. So we have a meeting in December, and we try to set all of the days that we're going to be open and the times that we're going to be open. So then that way, when we send the letters out to these vote centers, they have that information. So
Does the state tell you which days the vote centers need to be open?
yeah, the election board sets all of that. And we went down to 4 early voting centers this past election from 6. We did have 6 open, but we went down to 4. And I thought it worked out fairly well, other than, I mean, it was just a busy election.
Does the state tell you how many you have to have open early?
We can determine, and then we have to send an amendment to our vote center plan, the original one, we have to send an amendment to the election division.
So if they say you have to have it open on such and such day, I'm not saying to do this, but you technically can have one open and say we've complied with the law.
Now, for the 30 days, we have to have one facility open for the 30 days. That's the state law.
But if you have 1 or 6, that's up to you.
Debbie, were you able to secure Indiana Wesleyan as a voting
Yes.
site for this election, for the
Yes,
fall election?
Indiana Wesleyan is secured as a vote center for the fall.
And the one that took its place won't be on the agenda?
Latitude 40 will not be on there. So we have a scheduling conflict with them, you know, at their facility for the fall. And Indiana Wesleyan was able to accommodate us. So, you know, just things happen. And there was a changeover at Indiana Wesleyan.
Mhm.
So I think the communication during the changeover didn't get to the correct person.
Mhm.
And that's why we had the issue in this fall, or spring.
Do those places receive any compensation for allowing us to use their?
If they invoice us. Now, Indiana Wesleyan's already invoiced us, so we know what we're going to be paying them.
I was thinking you gave the Lions Club like $1,000 or something.
I'm sorry.
Roosevelt Lions Building.
Yeah. So Greentown Lions Club and Richville Lions Club also send us an invoice. Latitude 40 sent us an invoice. So those are the, I didn't receive one from, UAW is an early voting, but they don't invoice us. I think they do it mainly for accommodation. So, which is fine, you know, but if they send me an invoice, then we'll pay it.
And if they don't send an invoice, you don't pay?
Nada.
If I don't get an invoice, they'll pay it.
In the face.
So for years, Richville never invoiced us. Greentown never invoiced us.
Frank got on there, probably changed.
No, I didn't know. I mean, I'm going to share that info with our treasurer.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, we're using their building and they can't use it. So, you know, the way I look at it, we're basically renting and leasing that building. And that's the least we can do. They don't really, I mean, if they charge us $100 a day, we have that building for, you know, and like in the fall, it's going to be 7 days. And they can't get in there 24 hours a day for 7 days.
Right, and that was enforced.
And all the
Yeah.
utilities
So,
and everything.
You know, which we were having some issues at one facility. And so we had to address that. And we did. I went out and had a meeting with them. We
Oh,
addressed it.
McDermott.
So,
Get down to hard on us.
yeah. So the election budget's it's a big one. Now, one thing to remember too, this next election is a city election. So I can turn all of the expenses from next year's election, fill out a form, send it to Jessica, and she can send it to the city, which we do.
That's a 28 election.
They reimburse us.
Yeah.
27.
Now, 27 is what
For the
is
full
going to
amount.
be county.
So whatever we spend on next year's election, they'll be paying for us.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a busy
That's it.
election
That's all I
next
have.
year, so, you know.
Am I
Thank you,
good?
Debbie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I mean,
Thank
I'll
you.
be seeing you, I've still got 5 months,
Yeah,
so I'll be seeing you, but it's been nice working with all of you.
Good job.
Thank you.
yeah.
Good job.
Well, we've
you.
come a long way. We've upgraded voting machines since I've been around and you've been here, and just keep making things better for the
That's what we
election
try to
system
do. You know,
for the
we're
courthouse.
here to make sure that the voter Their voting experience is the best experience that they can have. You know, we want them to be able to walk into a vote center, get acknowledged, not have to deal with, you know, any bad things being said. You come in, you vote, we take care of your ballot for you, and then you're on your way.
Get a sticker.
Get a sticker.
And I try to get the best stickers I can.
We love the stickers.
They had some good ones. Last year's was good, and then this year's.
Yeah, this year's
I
was
found
good.
this year's, and
Yeah.
I like something different rather than just the little oblong, I voted. And I think it makes the voter feel like that they're getting something in return. But
Yeah.
just a little sticker, but that means a lot to a lot of them. And we even sent them out in the ones that voted by mail. I had the girls send, I voted stickers out to them. So that way they were getting their sticker for voting. It's the little things that count.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work over the years and what you're going to continue to do. So,
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
yeah.
thank you.
And Martha, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. That's a pretty color.
All right. Well, I just want to say that this is the first year in a few years that we've done everybody in 2 days. We've had some come early or come late in years past, and we knocked it out in 2 days, about 45 minutes after the 4 p.m. deadline. But great job, everybody. Great questions. We've got tough decisions to figure out, so we'll continue forward and have about 2 weeks to hammer it out. So, Alan, just to be sure, do you want us to recess or?
Let's recess to the next public hearing.
Okay, all right, so,
Need a
unless
motion to
anyone has,
recess?
unless someone has, any other comments or concerns, I'll entertain a motion to recess until August 11th.
Make a motion, Mr. President, to recess until our next scheduled budget hearing.
Second.
Motion's been properly made and seconded by Councilman Roberts and Councilwoman Lake. All those in favor of the recess, sign aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, we are recessed. See you all in a couple weeks.